the golden flash hung up again. Originally, he's watching a movie at home. With the flash of the screen, he came to this strange place. And without waiting for him to react, he only felt a golden light flash, and his head flew up, spinning 3,600 degrees and rolling to the ground. This is obviously given to you. Just cross to get a box lunch, too miserable don't. But as time passed, 1 minute, 2 minutes, Jin Sparkle found that he had not lost his will, nor had he lost control of his body. What's going on? The strange golden flash, as he immersed his mind in his body, suddenly understood everything. Ninja World. Born in Union Village. I am 12 years old this year, not long after graduating. This is information about his current body. As for why the head was cut off by someone is not dead. Maybe. Before coming over, Kim Sparkle was watching a monster movie, and for some unknown reason, he let him cross. It's more than that. It also allows him to fuse Ghidorah's genes and abilities. As everyone knows, Ghidorah has 3 heads and is super resilient. Even if 2 heads are cut off, or even 3, it is completely restored. To some extent, this is equivalent to an immortal body. And Golden Flash, even if it has just fused Ghidorah's ability, all aspects, including physical fitness and so on, even Ghidorah's cubs are not comparable. But this immortal body, he also possessed. Next second, as Jin Shining's mind moved, another head popped out of his neck. First the size of the fist. Then in just a few seconds, this little head broke through a membrane and grew the size of a normal head. However, Jin Shuang did not get up immediately, because he's not out of danger yet. On the orders of superiors. On the side of Union Village, led by several upper shinobi, with dozens of middle shinobi and lower shinobi, they went to attack Konoha's outpost together. It's a pity that they were out of luck. Just when he was about to succeed, he suddenly encountered the wave Feng Shui Gate passing by. Just a touch. More than half of the Yun shinobi, including Jin Shining shinobi, all fell under the bitterness of the wave Feng Shui Gate. I don't know if this guy is gone. Golden Flash is naturally not good to get up directly, even if it is fused with the abilities of Ghidorah, the king of monsters. But I haven't gotten familiar with it yet, and Jin Shanshan doesn't know if he can fight. And Bofeng Shuman is famous for speed. If you can't keep up with his speed, let alone 3 heads, even 30 is not enough for people to cut off. So, to be on the safe side, Jin Shanshan still loaded the corpse and lay motionless on the ground. It wasn't until some time passed and he found that there was really no movement around him that he slowly turned his head and looked at the surrounding situation. Corpse. All corpses. Those who were stabbed through the heart, those who had their throats cut off, and bright red blood spilled everywhere. Bofeng Shuman is completely murderous without a second move, and the means are extremely ruthless. This is also normal. What a little sons. That's all the description in the comics. When it comes to treating one's own people, Bofeng Shuman can make great achievements during the 3 wars, and with this qualification to become a Hokage, how can it be a soft-hearted figure? To treat the enemy is to beat the killer, and that is in line with his position. Of course. Understanding is understanding, but it does not mean that the Golden Flash will forgive him. To know, this is a life-and-death feud. If it weren't for the fusion of Ghidorah's abilities and the chance of resurrection, Golden Flash would really be dead, and he would have burped just over. Become the worst crosser. Being bullied like this, not looking for an opportunity to take revenge back, then it can be regarded as he crossed once in vain, and what to talk about forgiveness or forgiveness. There is no such possibility. After another while, seeing that the wave Feng Shui Gate really did not show up again, and those Konoha ninjas also retreated, Jin Shining slowly got up, but he didn't leave directly. The crisis is over, and this hillside full of dead people is the safest place. One more one. It was the Golden Flash who had a longing for the corpses all over the ground. For Ghidorah, Jin Sparkle is still quite understanding. The king of monsters, cosmic creatures. Let's talk about the ability aspect. Ghidorah can not only control gravity, magnetic fields, but also absorb various energy sources, and even the life force of others for his own use. Especially when it is injured and amplified moves, it needs to absorb more energy to replenish its own consumption. And the Golden Flash that fused Ghidorah's abilities to become a humanoid little monster, he also inherited these things. Because he just regrew a head, he also consumed a lot, not to mention how much deficit it was, but he also wanted to replenish consumption. That's why I became interested in the corpses all over the ground. In line with the principle of not wasting, Golden Flash put his hand on a corpse and pierced the dead ninja's skin with his elongated sharp nails. What disgusting! I've died once, and I still care so much. Ghidorah has many special organs in his body. For example, the beard, which is used to sense changes in the universe and catch prey, is one of many anti-gravity organs. There are also wings that can create storms and thunderbolts, and so on. Let's talk about energy absorption. Ghidorah can not only tear open the opponent's skin by biting and then plunder energy, but it can actually all parts of its body. the most intuitive feeling is, Godzilla's atomic breath hit it, and it couldn't be broken at all. This is not only because Ghidorah can manipulate magnetic fields to form defensive force fields such as electromagnetic barriers, but also because its body conducts electricity very strongly. You can absorb part of the energy that hits you. Not all, of course. Ghidorah is indeed not that powerful, otherwise if it can absorb it all, it will not be restrained by Godzilla in the Red Lotus state, but just part of it became the golden flash of Ghidorah in human form, and he also possessed this ability. You can use any part of your body to absorb energy, although not as fast as mouth tearing. One is plunder, the other is passive absorption. It must be different, but that's not bad either. Jin Shining would rather absorb slower than tear these corpses with his own mouth, otherwise it will be nothing. Is it white? Really joking. Less gossip. Jin Shining touched the corpse one by one, but unfortunately the energy obtained was not much. One is because these people have been dead for a while. The cells decayed rapidly, and the chakra in the body also dissipated more than half. One more. Even the golden flash is not easy to absorb, too ruthless. If you turn these ninjas into dried corpses or something, it will become a supernatural event again, and it will be difficult to explain it when the people of Union Village come over. Jin Shanshan didn't plan to rebel directly to the village. New to the city, it's better to have Union Village sheltered. Where else can he go? Find a place where no one is hiding, don't ask anything, that's too shrunken turtle, and it's not in line with the character of the Golden Flash. In fact, he is very simple, just like his name. To be a human being is to be shiny, and self-respecting. What follows the rules, does not fight, that is not golden. Half an hour passed. Finally, dozens of corpses were touched. It's a small amount. The various biomass energy and chakra absorbed not only greatly strengthened his physique, but also increased his chakra several times. Probably the degree of tolerance among the elite? There is no more exact contrast, and the golden twinkle is not clear. Anyway, if he used ordinary sea-level ninjutsu, he could now release dozens of them at once, and it should be no worse than those elite ninjutsu. It's more than that. Jin Shanshan also converged on the things of these dead corpses. Keep the detonation charm for your own use. I took the silver ticket and everything, and I didn't have money to spend when I returned to Union Village after the province. In short, don't waste it. These people are dead, it is useless to ask for money, it is better to give Jin Shanshan a living use. Based on the basic principle of plucking the goose and never wasting it. It wasn't until he had squeezed all these dead bodies clean and could no longer scrape the slightest benefit, that he carried his things down the hillside. What people? Captain, it's me. Golden Flash? How did you come back alone? A Union Village ninja appeared in an instant and came to the front of Jin Shining. There is nothing wrong with that. The body he is using now is also called this name. Don't mention the captain, our people are all dead. Jin Shanshan said with a very sad face, combined with his grey face and the several injuries he made for himself. It is also sympathetic, and it is not good to blame him anymore. What the hell is going on here? The Union Village ninja asked with a frown. We met Bofeng Shuman, just one sentence left this Union Village ninja speechless. 3 wars were fought for several years. Bofeng Shuman has also broken through the title of Yellow Flash, becoming the #1 difficult role in the minds of high-level officials in various countries, because he is too fast. With a single attack, you can solve dozens of opponents. So the mission failure of this squad where Jin Shinshan's location is located, then there is nothing to complain about, it can only be said that it is too bad luck. Go, follow me to the camp to report the situation. Yes. Under the leadership of this ninja, Jin Shanshan came to the camp of Union Village, and in a large tent, he saw the younger version of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow. Of course. This guy hasn't become a Thunder Shadow yet, because 3 generations of his father are still alive. Report my lord, the 3rd raid detachment encountered the Wei Feng Shui Gate during its mission, so that all but one of the others died. Hearing this, AI, who was observing the map, also raised his head. Tell me the details. Golden Flash, the ninja gestured. Oh, at that moment, Jin Shanshan said the matter again. So, you are the only one left in the entire detachment. How did you survive against a guy like Bofeng Shuman? AI asked with a pair of tiger eyes staring at Jin Shanshan. It's not that he doesn't trust the ninjas in his village. Pure curiosity. That's right. AI just wanted to know how Jin Shinshan, a young subordinate, escaped in the face of the Wei Feng Shui Gate that could make him helpless and unrestrained. Actually, I don't know what's going on. Golden Flash, the ninja next to him taught. In fact, this is also helping Jin Shanshan, afraid that he will offend AI by saying the wrong thing and suffer again. However, AI was quite arrogant, waved his hand, and said, "What do you mean you don't know what's going on? Tell me everything you've experienced, and I'll make my own judgment." Yes. Jin Shanshan immediately told the process of making it up. Actually, I was killed by the Bofeng Shui Gate, and there was a hole in his bitter mouth in the Hun mouth. As he spoke, Jin Shanshan also pointed to the hole in his clothes to prove that he was not lying. But I don't know what's going on. I woke up after being in a coma for a while, and even the injuries on my body healed. Moreover, I also feel that there is an extra energy in my body that can release such lightning. Golden Flash spread out his hand, and a golden lightning burst out from his fingertips. Obedient. This surprised everyone in the big tent, including AI. Do you want to just listen to the first half of the Golden Flash? The fatal injury was inexplicably good, and they thought that some medical saint hand passed by and saved him. But listen to the second half again, and let them directly reject the previous idea, because this is clearly a manifestation of awakening the blood succession limit. As for saying, why can you control the golden thunder and lightning while recovering your injuries, then who knows? After all, the blood succession limit of the ninja world has gone more, and each of them is different. Maybe this kind of blood succession of Golden Flash takes into account two abilities. It's not that weird. Just like the Wadun of Konoha, the Chakra Eye, and the physique of the Whirlpool family, the function is not single, but it is much more exaggerated than the ability of the Golden Flash. Sparkle, you're good. AI smiled. He was really happy. Because there are too few blood successor ninjas in Union Village, he has long envied all kinds of blood succession on Konoha's side. And today, Pingbei harvested a blood step seedling. This is a great thing for Union Village. How could he not be happy? Jin Shinshan, because you reported the news in time, let us know the whereabouts of Bofeng Shuman, and made great achievements. I hereby promote you to be a Zongnin, and follow me in the future. AI said again. In fact, meritorious service is an excuse. The blood succession limit is fundamental. Therefore, AI asked Jin Shanshan to follow him, which was also for Jin Shan's safety, so as not to let him run around again. If you lose your life, it's not good. Yes, thank you, my lord. The Golden Flash came down. Because that's what he's here for. Expose some abilities, and then exchange them for more attention, resources, status, and voice. Actually, it's not bad to cross over to Union Village. At the very least, it's much better than the other 4 ninja villages. If you don't believe it, take a look at it one by one. Let's start with Cheyenne Village. Located in the desert, the environment is too bad. The key is that their group of people are still engaged in civil strife, and their own people harm their own people. For example, that scorching ninja Hakura. Obviously a hero, he has made great contributions to Cheyenne Village, but it did not end well, and was sold by their shameful high-ranking figures for some profit. It's a step in time. There is no food or drink, the wind and the sun are even careless, and it is not tiring enough to guard against being secretly calculated by your own people all day. Not to mention the misty hidden village. Being connected to the scourge by Uchiha and Uchiha is not a place for people to stay at all. As for Konoha, which everyone yearns for, it is also very bad. And there are more broken things than other shinobi villages. Because F4 is in power, the scourge of their own people is no worse than Cheyenne Village. On the contrary, they have more tricks. Whoever goes is unlucky. On the contrary, Union Village and Union Village, there is nothing broken on either side, and the shadow in power is particularly short-lived, which is a better place to stay. These two are compared again. It is that Union Village is better than Union Village. Because Oniki is also an old silver coin, there are a lot of flowers and intestines, and he is quite good at tossing things. On the Union Village side, most of them are rectal. Especially the Thunder Shadow Vein, all muscle men, big and rough, everything is straight to and fro, do not hide it. It's better to work with such village leaders than those old shows. Ranked by comfort. That is, Union Village, Konoha-san Hidden Village, Wien Village. Wien Village was played badly, killing, and there was no one Anshen. The environment of Cheyenne Village is too bad, and its own people pit its own people, which is not much stronger than Wien Village. It is also reasonable to put Konoha third. After all, no matter how dirty things they have and how dark they are, the living environment and surface are still good. Living there is at least better than in Wien Village and Cheyenne Village. Of course, if Jin Shanshan had to choose, he would still choose Union Village and Union Village. Therefore, for this crossing identity, he is actually quite satisfied. This is also why he exposed his abilities. If it had been in Konoha, he would definitely not have done this. But this is Union Village. Treat blood ninjas the same as big treasures, and they are not afraid of being framed from the top, and they can show it directly. How comfortable this is. The next few days, Jin Shining followed the 4th generation of AI. AI was still very busy, and he didn't even have time to learn about the blood inheritance of Golden Flash. Bofeng Shuman also came to the front line, killing people everywhere. Anyone who encountered his Yunin squad suffered heavy losses or even wiped out the entire army. In this case, AINA still has the mind to care about what blood is not followed by blood. He just wants to kill Bofeng Shuman now, and no matter how bad it is, he will find a way to restrict the other party. If not, let Bofeng Shuman continue to run amok like this, and the entire position of Union Village will be killed by him, then it will be a fart. So, AI just threw a few scrolls to the Golden Flash to learn on his own, and then went about things on the battlefield, never caring about him anymore. In this regard, Jin Shanshan did not mind. On the contrary, no one watched, which gave him more freedom and a chance to test his abilities. Then again, Ghidorah has too many abilities. From the first order to the 7th generation, kings, Caesars, legends, Star Eaters, all of them are terrible. Spit fireballs and manipulate gravity, and magnetic fields. Energy absorption, life extraction, super speed regeneration, space teleportation, ether capture, anti-gravity organs, defensive force fields, electromagnetic barriers, telepathy. Spiritual communication, mental power, faster-than-light flight, controlling weather and bioelectric waves, distorting spacetime and the laws of physics, repairing the universe, immortality, creators, dimensional transformation, etc. Golden Flash didn't know which Ghidorah he fused, but he felt as if he had it all again. Even Star Eater Ghidorah is no exception. It's just because his current physique is too weak, even those monster cubs are greatly inferior, so he can't use those bug-like abilities at all. But what? The Golden Flash had this premonition. As long as he continues to increase his physical strength and slowly unlock it over time, he will definitely be able to use those abilities in the future. No one told him that, but as if it were an innate inheritance message, knowing it, he just knows. Back to the present. There really aren't many abilities that Golden Flash can use. What is overspeed regeneration and energy absorption? That is a relatively passive ability, not an attack method, and there is no lethality. And lethal. Golden Lightning can only use flame ability and Golden Lightning. There's nothing to talk about flame abilities. It is the ability used by the young Ghidorah in the Cretaceous period, which belongs to the kind that is weaker and cannot be on the table. Of course, this is all at the monster level, and dealing with people is another matter. As for Golden Lightning, it is generally called gravitational rays, gravitational beams, or gravitational rays, anti-gravity rays, and so on. But actually, it's different. Fundamentally, the gravitational light used by Ghidorah is lightning, which belongs to the category of electrical energy. It's just that it carries gravity in it, and it can be used not only to attack the enemy, but also to control the enemy and adjust the power itself. This is a very advanced means. It is far more difficult to control than those direct rays and breaths, no matter how others divide it. Anyway, in Jin Shinshan's opinion, Ghidorah's basic attack methods are three. One is the simplest gravitational ray. The second is the upgraded version of gravitational clustering, which outputs more energy and produces stronger destructive force. Third, it can control the enemy's anti-gravity rays, essentially using Golden Lightning, but increasing the output of gravity. It can be used to control and imprison the enemy's body, dragging the opponent and throwing it around in the air. Therefore, it is called anti-gravity, that is, to make the opponent's body unbalanced, just like being in gravityless space. Pretended to make a few prints. Then, Golden Flash opened his mouth and spat out a Golden Lightning. Just listen to a loud bang. Stones dozens of meters away were blown apart. Yo, Bagaya Road, Kunuya Road, this trick is very good, yo. Golden Flash turned his head. I saw a half-old young man with sunglasses, dark complexion, and an iron character tattooed on his arm, walking over while rapping. Compared to seniors, your rap is really bad. Bagaya Road, Kunuya Road. Just kidding, I think it's okay after listening to it for a long time. Kunuya Road, Bagaya Road. Yes, that's great. After several compromises by Kim Shining, Kyrabi finally got his wish and put away his set of foul rap. In fact, Kyrabi didn't come specifically to find gold. It was just that he was busy and sneaked idle, and happened to pass by and saw Jin Shanshan using a special blood ninjutsu, so he had a word with Jin Shan. So, without a few words, he left again. The remaining Golden Flash continued to explore his abilities. Then, this teenager is not simple. Not long after Kyrabi left, the voice of Yaoi came from the depths of his heart. Yo, why do you say that? Kyrabi felt a little strange. Although the blood succession limit is rare, the Union Village is not a one. For example, Landuan, Magnetic Dun, or something. They still have some in Union Village, and compared with the newly emerged blood inheritance like Jin Shining, it doesn't seem to be much worse. Feeling. Although this teenager has no malice towards you, I can still sense an inexplicable danger from him, which is a rare thing. Yao replied. So that's it, Bagaya Road, Kunuya Road. After calling two mantras, Kyrabi gestured again. It's just a child, and when he grows up, it's still very early, so don't worry about these at all. B.A. Hulala. Jin Shanshan is also familiar with his abilities. Not only from Ghidorah, but also the ninjutsu body art that comes with his body. All of them were picked up and able to use them freely. Actually, Jin Shanshan felt that he was not a soul piercing. It should have crossed over a long time ago, but he did not awaken the memory of his previous life. Until the moment death comes, stimulated the Ghidorah gene in his body. This changed his body and allowed him to awaken the memories of his past life. That's why he accepted this body and memory extremely smoothly, and did not encounter the slightest hindrance. Because this is his body, there is no other soul, of course, there is no hindrance or anything. Stayed in the camp for a month. Thoroughly familiarized myself with my abilities. This day, Jin Shin came to the barracks tent and asked for the 4th generation of AI to ask for a task. It's not that he is very active and wants to shed blood for Union Village. What is the key? During this month of training, Kim Sparkle also understood what Ghidorah's way of growing was. Simply put, it can be described in 2 words. Plunder. Ghidorah lives to plunder. They don't have to eat, they can survive by plundering the various energies present in the air. Of course, this kind of plunder can only maintain them to the most basic consumption. If you want to grow from a cub to a mature body in this way, it is too slow, and it must take tens of thousands of years. So, whenever Ghidorah descends on a planet, they also do one thing, which is to plunder the energy of the planet, even the energy of the planet itself. It is used to meet your body's consumption and the nutrients needed for growth. Back to the present. After fusing Ghidorah's genes, Golden Flash is also a small Ghidorah. Just by exercising on his own and absorbing the energy in the air, his growth rate will be very slow. This is not just because the air contains so little energy. Does this planet have natural energy? It is said that the quality of natural energy is still higher than that of ordinary chakra. It's just that as a newborn little Ghidorah, the golden shining body is still too weak to withstand the erosion of this natural energy. Therefore, he can only let it go first, and when his body is strong in the future, it is not too late to take these natural energies. On the other hand, Ghidorah lived too long to have few limits. This in itself is a good thing, but in terms of growth, it lengthens the process without limit. Other words, compared to normal people who only have 100 years of life, Jin Shangxian's self-growth rate has become very slow. He wanted to get stronger quickly. It can only be by plundering the energy of the outside world. Completely on their own, it is really impossible to achieve it when the entire ninja world declines and the Itsuki family fights. No rut. Everything has advantages and disadvantages. The almost unlimited lifespan also slows down its own growth rate. For the Ghidorahs, 1,000 years may be a matter of sleep, a nap, but the Golden Sparkle can't. If he slept for 1,000 years, this ninja world would be turned upside down, and he would be transformed by the Datumu family. For example, plant a few more sacred trees to hollow out the energy of this planet. How can that be done? So, it's not okay to just wait and sleep. Golden Flash must take the initiative to plunder the biomass energy and chakra of these ninjas first, and improve his strength. Wait until you grow above the shadow level. Then look for those larger energy sources to absorb. For example, the Dragon Vein of Lulin Kingdom, the Stone Vein of Greer, or something. After turning around, I am not afraid that I will not be able to get the Super Shadow, or even the 6th level. After all, Ghidorah's growth is there, and the ceiling is not too high. What is a 6th level? One day, when the Golden Flash can incarnate the star-devouring Ghidorah, it can distort time and space and rewrite the laws of physics in a single thought. That's called a real cow batch. Have you figured it out? Yes. Well, yes, I didn't look away. Shide AI nodded in satisfaction. It's true. What is the custom of their Union Village? Dare to fight and fight, dare to kill and bury, never eat and wait for death. When the shrunken head turtle said okay. So, for the care of Jin Xingshan, not arranging tasks for him, in fact, this is also a trial. If he really hides there, he will never leave the camp again. That's when this war is over. AI will also let him go where he came from, and directly give up cultivation. Because the most important thing for a strong person is faith. Strong, dare to fight, not afraid of death, courageous belief. If there is no such belief, I don't even know what I want and what kind of person I become. Even if the talent is good, what can it be? In the end, it is not a weak chicken, it can be broken casually, and there is no value in cultivation at all. So, this month is down. AI was actually observing Jin Shan's performance and waiting for his reply, although it was to make AI wait for a month. But Shining trained every day, and it never stopped. Plus today he also offered to go on a mission. This result still made AI more satisfied. The task of spying on intelligence can only be carried out by one person. Do you dare to go? Yes. Jin Sparkle nodded. Then this task will belong to you. Remember, you must come back at the latest 3 days. Even if you can bring the intelligence back, it is useless. Throwing the quest scroll to Golden Flash, AI said as he spoke. Got it. Took the scroll, and in the next second, Golden Flash left in an instant. Sir, can he do it alone? The ninja next to him asked. To know. The previous Golden Flash was just a subordinate. Now he has just awakened the blood succession limit realm, and has been promoted to Zongnin. The time is too short. How can this kind of strength touch the enemy's base camp and obtain important information? Anyway, ninjas are not optimistic. If it works, try it or not, AI said expressionlessly. It's not that he doesn't care about the blood ninja of Golden Flash. Opposite. Because he has been paying attention to Jin Shan's performance, AI also knows how much Jin Shan's strength has improved. Chakra alone is no less tolerant than some elites. Plus, it's still driven by the concept of Union Village. The fourth generation of AI also believes that there are no real strong people in the greenhouse, so don't care about the talent of the Golden Flash. When it was time to send him on a mission, AI would not be merciful. The other side. After leaving the Kumo shinobi camp, the Golden Flash entered stealth mode. Quietly enter the village, shoot or not. Let's not talk about it. Under the siege of the four countries, the battlefield has advanced into the territory of the Fire Nation, and it is not safe anywhere. More critically, with Jin Shining's current strength, he is not allowed to be too wavy. Ghidorah's vitality is very tenacious, and his head can grow back after being cut off. But that doesn't guarantee that he won't be killed. It is burned to ashes. The same to Burp. And even if you can't die, if you are arrested, sent to the interrogation department for severe torture, and put on all kinds of torture instruments, it will not be good. Therefore, in the absence of strong strength, it is better to keep a low profile. It's too wavy, but it will pit itself. What people? Although the Golden Flash has hidden itself well, but because before he awakened his memory, he really practiced ninjutsu well. Even if he practiced for another month, it was only at the level of middle patience. While passing through a wood, he was discovered by Konoha's patrol team. But that's okay. What is the best lurking? Just kill all the discoverers. Besides, Golden Flash didn't really come to do any intelligence, he was here to kill people and plunder energy. So, this battle came exactly as he wanted. Bow your head and dodge a few kunao. Only listening to the sound of banging, a few bitter bones swept through the Golden Shining scalp, all of which were inserted into the big tree behind him, into the wood for 3 points. And Golden Flash, he also used the teleportation technique and came to a Konoha ninja. Find death. This is a good shinobi with a long knife. Seeing Jin Shanshan coming to him, he snorted coldly, then drew his long knife and stabbed Jin Shan's abdomen. But this is a false trick. As long as Jin dodged, he would follow the trend, change the direction of the knife edge, and cut off Jin Sparkle's head in an instant. But what people didn't expect was, faced with the long knife that stabbed him in the abdomen, Jin did not dodge. He even took a step forward himself, allowing the long knife to penetrate his body, and his palm pierced the mouth of the ninja on the opposite side. What the hell? Is it okay to exchange lives for lives? Not to mention that the ninja who used the long knife did not react, and even several of his companions were calmed by the suicidal behavior of Golden Flash. So much so that the Golden Flash was directly shot, and they didn't have time to rescue. It wasn't until the ninja who used the long knife burped, and even the energy in his body was absorbed by more than half of the Golden Flash, that they reacted to what was happening. Bastard, let him go, kill this kid. The remaining 3 Konoha ninjas were anxious and ran over to rescue their companions. With just a flick of his hand, Golden Flash threw the body that was about to dry to a ninja, blocking the other's view. And then, he drew the long knife from his abdomen, followed the corpse, and stabbed it hard. Be careful, get out of the way. Although there are reminders from companions, but because he was obscured by the corpse, and because he was eager to save people, the ninja who reached out to catch the corpse still reacted a little slower. The long knife that was passed through the corpse pierced the mouth of the Hun at once. The ninja screamed, and tried to reach out and grab the Golden Flash. But after the first hit, Jin Shanshan did not stop at all, directly gave up the long knife, and went to other places in an instant. It also didn't let this ninja get a single hair. To done, swamp, fire, yen bomb. The remaining 2 Konoha ninjas quickly used ninjutsu. One turned the ground into a swamp, limiting Gold's mobility, while the other spat out several fireballs, all of which slammed into Golden. Unfortunately, this attack had no effect on Golden Flash. He only manipulated gravity slightly, running on the swamp as if he were on the ground, and dodged the fireballs. Where to go? A ninja pounces and wants to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Golden Flash. But let's be honest. Golden Shining's ninjutsu is not very good, but his physique is much stronger than ordinary people. Say weak. That's with Keto Ruby. Even if he had just fused Ghidorah's genes, his physique had been greatly improved, at least several times beyond ordinary people. Plus, previously, the energy of dozens of corpses was absorbed. Most of them are used to strengthen the physique, otherwise the Golden Chakra will not only grow to the point of being forbearable among the elite. After all, even if he died for some time, there were several Shangnin among those corpses, and the energy would not be too little. Draw your weapon to block the opposite Kuwu. Golden Flash kicked out another kick, knocking the Konoha ninja out and crashing into a tree trunk 5 or 6 meters away. This is also the opposite of carelessness. I never expected that he was just a teenager with such strength, and he used his arms to make defensive moves, but he still couldn't prevent Jin Sparkle's kick. Give me death. The last remaining ninja, he took the opportunity to come behind the Golden Flash, raised the long knife in his hand and slashed down. Drink. Golden Flash stomped his foot, and golden lightning suddenly erupted around his body, directly paralyzing the sneaking ninja lightning and crashing out. And then it's better to say, under the golden firepower. 4 of the ninjas who had already died, 1 and the remaining 3, all of whom were not lightly injured, did not last long before he killed them all. Thankfully, too, these 4 people are all middle ninja, and there is no upper ninja. Otherwise, with Jin Shinshin's current strength alone, I am afraid that he really has to pay some price to find a way to survive the other party. After all, both upper and middle patients are not at the same level. They are faster, have more big moves, and are more lethal. More importantly, combat experience, each of which is a difficult character. If you run into it again, such as Uchiha, Hinata, or someone from the Blood Step family, it will be even more difficult to solve. After absorbing the energy of the 4 Zongnin and destroying the corpses, Jin Shanshan hurriedly left. This is within the territory of the Land of Fire. It is again in the area of Konoha's line of defense. The sound of fighting just now must have attracted many people. Perhaps, there will be more Konoha ninjas surrounded by now, and it is naturally not suitable to stay. Although the Golden Flash is here to kill and plunder energy, but he is also a hunter, not a prey. Report, the person is gone. Expand the scope and continue to search. Yes, not long after Jin Shanshan left, a squad of more than a dozen people rushed over and searched the scene of the battle. Although the Golden Sparkle was not found, but they didn't give up. The scope was expanded and the search continued. After all, this is their defensive position, and never allow a fly to fly in, let alone spies from other countries. That must be how many kills there are. White-eyed, a Hyagon ninja used his blood inheritance ability, highlighting veins around his eyes. 2 kilometers to the left, he hasn't run far yet. Chase. Under the leadership of the captain, more than a dozen Konoha ninjas all accelerated up and chased after them. Let's talk about the Golden Flash. Of course, he knew that with Hinata's white eyes, no matter where he ran, he would not be able to escape Konoha's pursuit. So, he didn't think about running. Fishing. It's just that he killed 4 middle ninja, but it can't satisfy his appetite. So, come along the way. Jin Shanshan didn't use much speed, throwing off the pursuit behind. Instead, while running, he released various traps to constantly cause trouble for the Konoha ninja behind. Even if they couldn't kill them, they would be annoyed and angry. 1 day. 2 days. The Konoha ninja who was chasing the Golden Shining did not expect that the guy in front of them had such excessive endurance. I ran for 2 days and nights. They're exhausted to death, and they haven't stopped yet. And this is not the most infuriating. More critically, there was obviously a chance to run away, but the guy in front did not run, did not even leave the territory of the Fire Nation, but kept taking them around in circles. And that's not all. While running, Golden Flash will constantly attack the fallen Konoha ninjas. Just for 2 days, no less than a dozen people died at his hands. Although more than half of them are forbearance, it is really infuriating, and the liver hurts with anger. Run, run, I'll see how long you can run. Gasping for breath, the upper shinobu who led the team had anger in his eyes, gritting his teeth and roaring, because now the number of people hunting for Golden Flash has expanded to dozens. But also an encirclement has been formed, which is gradually shrinking. The scope left for the Golden Flash activity is also getting smaller and smaller. When they completely tighten their pockets and block all ways out, it is the matter of catching turtles in the urn, and it is impossible to escape if they are shining and inserting wings. But, will things be as easy as they think? Ang at the moment when the Konoha ninja formed an encirclement. After absorbing more than a dozen ninja life force, he also pushed his chakra to the upper ninja level, barely able to use the ability to transform. That's right. It's transformation. A 3-meter-tall 3-headed dragon appeared. Although it is a mini version of Ghidorah, it is not powerful and domineering at all, but it is enough to deal with these Konoha ninjas. Golden Flash opened 3 large mouths, and just spit out a few gravitational rays, which blew several Konoha ninjas into the sky. And the ninjutsu of these ninjas. For example, flames, water flow, lightning, and so on. The hit on Jin Shining's body was all like a massage, and even his scales could not be broken. It's completely a one-sided beating. Even if it's shinobi, the means used to attack the Golden Flash were also of little use. Even if he tried his best to make small wounds, with the recovery ability of the Golden Flash, it could be healed in a blink of an eye. How else to fight this? Moreover, Ghidorah also has great spiritual power. It can be used for spiritual communication, telepathy, and even mindfulness. Not at all afraid of ninja magic. The same goes for the Golden Twinkle. In terms of his current mental strength, it is enough to defend against the illusion of the three-hooked jade chakra eye, let alone the illusion of these ninjas who have no blood increase right now. It is precisely because it has strong spiritual power that it can be used to perceive living beings. Therefore, the defeated Konoha ninja could not escape. No matter where they ran to hide, they were still underground behind the trees, and they could not escape the golden search, and then bombarded them with gravitational rays. Rumble, 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 rumble. There was a constant loud noise in the woods. The entire ground was swept by golden flash with gravitational rays. Dozens of ninjas in Konoha died here. Even if they still had two upper shinobi, none of them could escape. Because the golden flash is faster than them, plus the three-headed dragon can also fly, it can perform covered attacks in the air. Naturally, they can also be wiped out and annihilated. While it's still hot, the golden flash plundered the remaining energy of these people again, once again increasing some physical strength and chakra. Followed by, he withdrew from the Ghidorah form. After burning the corpse, he quickly flashed people. You can be crazy, but you can't wave. Jin Shanshan is confident in his strength. However, he will not be blind, thinking that he is now invincible in the world and no one can cure it. That's where it goes. To know. The strength of the tailed beast is still above the average Titan behemoth. After all, they are a collection of chakra energy, which can shoot tailed beast jade, and can destroy a mountain or even a town with one shot. Ordinary Titan behemoths do not have this ability. For example, King Kong, Behemoths, Mammoth, Skula, Big Spider, Metsila, shaped like a snapping turtle, Muto, and so on. The volume of each giant beast is more than tens of meters, but they are not good at using energy to attack, and they are basically melee types. This fights with the tailed beast. Just like a warrior fighting a demon war, how can it be fought? The tailed beast is not only good at hand-to-hand combat, but also good at magic attacks, and most titans can't carry it after several rounds of tailed beast jade in a row. Of course, this is not to say that the Titan behemoth is not strong, it's that the tailed beast is even more excessive. Only Godzilla, and the king of monsters like Ghidorah, can go head-to-head with the tailed beasts and truly defeat them. After all, Godzilla and Ghidorah are also demon warriors. The weakest one can also fight back and forth with the tailed beast. Not to mention, whether it is Godzilla or Ghidorah, they all have a variety of forms. For example, Red Lotus Godzilla and Caesar Ghidorah, in addition to the 9 tails, it should not be a problem to fight the remaining tailed beasts, including the 8 tails. And in front of the planetary Godzilla and Hell Godzilla, the 9 tails are not enough to see. As for star-eating Ghidorah, it is a high-latitude life, an unknowable, unmeasurable creation god, distorting time and space, and creating black holes are all like playing. Not to mention the 9 tails, even 110 tails add up to nothing. Let's get back to business. To say this, I am not talking about how weak the tailed beast is. Rather, it is saying that they are more powerful than the average Titan behemoth. But it is such a powerful tailed beast that has become the plaything of the major ninja villages, sealed by them and used as a tool. Now that he has the Shangnan-level chakra, who can transform into a golden flash in the form of a 3-meter-tall Ghidorah, he can't treat people Konoha inappropriately. Wave as much as you want. It is necessary to develop low-key, but it is still necessary to be low-key. Turn the day. Transformed into a 3-headed dragon, Golden Flash attacked a camp in Konoha, killing dozens of ninjas and devouring energy. Find the information that the 4th generation of AI wants. He left Konoha's territory and went back to the position of Union Village, inside the large tent. After reading the information handed over by Jin Shansing, the 4th generation of AI also didn't know what to say, because this information was stolen by Jin Shan, not secretly. So what is the use of this kind of intelligence? After all, the intelligence has already been leaked. As long as Konoha's side is not unwieldy, it will definitely change the combat plan and let them do useless work on their side. What you did, not bad. Reluctantly praising Jin Shinshang, the 4th generation of AI said again, Jin, I heard that a 3-headed dragon appeared on the side of the Konoha defense line. Do you know what happened? I know. What's going on? That's what I became. It's really not hidden at all. But the 4th generation of AI said that he still appreciates the character of Jin Xingshan, that is, what to say, open and bright, upright, how good. Well, what is your situation? AI, who felt more and more golden and pleasant, nodded and asked again. It should still be my blood succession problem. Controlling lightning and strong recovery ability are incidental. In fact, transformation is fundamental. Jin Shin said thoughtfully. Will the blood succession limit that will transform? AI really hasn't heard of this kind of thing. However, there are so many types of blood succession boundaries, useful and useless, and all kinds of bird conditions, and if you haven't heard of it, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. More critically, Golden Flash is a ninja of Union Village, and his blood succession limit, that is, the wealth of Union Village, Therefore, the stronger the blood inheritance of golden lightning, the better. AI not only did not feel troublesome, but felt more satisfied. This is the biggest difference between Union Village and Konoha. One is really inclusive, wants everything, and is definitely not too much. On the other side, jealousy, or special jealousy. The more powerful the blood succession realm, or the ninja itself, the more difficult it is to gain the trust and appreciation of those high-ranking figures. So, the crossing still depends on the place of birth. Union Village is indeed quite good, at least there is no need to worry about framing from the top. Very well, Kim, you surprised me again. The fourth generation of AI smiled rarely, and said again, so what are your plans next? Stay in the camp to rest, or continue to carry out the mission? Continue to carry out the mission, by the way. Is there a kind of special sabotage, get intelligence, or something? Forget it, I'm not good at it. Jin Shanshan waved his hand and said. AI turned his head to look at the ninja next to him, and the meaning was obvious. The ninja also reacted immediately, spreading out the task list and looking for it. Mission 12th Can, it's to destroy a bridge in Konoha. How? AI asked. That's it. The golden flash does not pick. Be careful when acting, I don't want to send someone to collect your body. While throwing the mission scroll to Jin Sparkle, AI said again. Don't worry, you don't have that kind of opportunity. Catching the scroll, Jin Sparkle smiled, then turned and left. This stinky boy. AI lowered the corners of his mouth, but he also smiled. Because such a golden glit reminds him of Kiribi a few years ago. It is also dragged like this, and he often talks to him without big or small. I don't know what politeness is, but it will also make people feel close relatives and not distant. Sir, Bo Feng Shuman is on the front line again. A ninja ran in and reported as he got down on one knee. Where? Take me there. AI was also anxious and quickly stood up. Because the speed of the wave Feng Shui Gate was too fast, if he was left alone, then Union Village didn't know how many people would die. Don't mention AI's actions, go to the wave Feng Shui Gate to confront. In fact, none of them are the main battlefield on their side. How to say it? The current situation is indeed very chaotic. Originally, it was a situation where 4 countries fought 1 country, flying dragons riding their faces, and holding handles. Even if Konoha is a cow batch. In the face of the siege of 4 forces, which are not much weaker than them alone, they will definitely not last long. But anyway, Shikoku's side is a pig teammate. Let's start with Cheyenne Village. It was they who started the 3 wars. Because 3 generations of their wind shadows disappeared, civil unrest occurred. In order to divert the internal contradictions and get some benefits by the way, they united with Union Village and attacked Konoha with their heads. Union Village did not show weakness. He followed by the use of troops against the Fire Nation and fought Konoha. This is the origin of the 3 wars. Merely, Cheyenne Village is still leaderless. With the outbreak of war, their civil strife not only did not stop, but also became more and more intense. This does not. Last year, he also hit Mt. Kikyo, and almost broke through Konoha's base camp. This year, the 3 kingdoms of Terror and Thunder were defeated by Konoha, and many positions were lost. This is all because the chaos in Cheyenne Village is too fierce, the follow-up is weak, and the soldiers sent are getting smaller and smaller, and they can't keep up. If you want to say that Cheyenne Village is dragging its feet, then Union Village is a real villain. Often 2 sides and 3 cuts, 1 attitude at a time. Today, I went to fight Konoha, and I worked hard. Tomorrow they may say that they are tired and withdraw their troops on a large scale. Working with them is not tiring enough. That's why it's also because of that. The 3rd generation of Lei Ying led the army to the position of Union Village to watch, just to prevent Oniki from changing his mind, and stabbed them in the back. If that's the case, their Union Village will suffer from the enemy on their backs and will suffer a big loss. So, Shide AI's side is responsible for blocking Konoha's return fire, not seeking to achieve much victory, but only to stabilize the current situation. And Union Village, 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, their side is the main battlefield. As for why there was no mention of the Foggian Village, because they're just a bastard. When there is a cheap advantage, send some people to sneak attack. When there is no cheap to take advantage of, you hide as far as you can, and you can't see people at all. Not even many ninjas. Don't expect them to help and cause much trauma to Konoha. But even so, Konoha's life is not good, so to speak. After several years of fighting in this battle, the ninjas at the bottom of them were almost wiped out. Just look at one point and it's clear. Before the start of the 3 wars, Konoha's students all graduated at the age of 12. And at the moment, they are generally less than 10 years old, or even graduated earlier, and they are thrown directly to the battlefield, which shows that there is really no one to use. For example, Matt K graduated at the age of 7. Ebisu, I don't know Hagenma, Mori Nabaki, graduated at the age of 10. Sunset Red, Asma, Shizun, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin, graduated at the age of 9. There is also the most famous brother Kazi. Graduated at the age of 5, shinobi at the age of 6, and now he has just turned 12 years old, and he is about to become a shinobi at the same age as Jin Xingshan. Genius is only one aspect, but in peacetime, how can it be so probing? So, it was still because of the war that there was no one at the bottom to use, so those high-ranking Konoha high-level people did this kind of thing, even the Boy Scouts used it. There is no way. Who let them face the siege of 4 countries, the enemy of the whole world? Water country aside. Cheyenne Village, Union Village, and Union Village, but they all made great efforts, and they really smashed to death with Konoha. Even Cheyenne Village is the same. Even if they have been pulling back because of the civil unrest, they have indeed sent a large number of ninjas to the Land of Fire, and they have almost hollowed out their families. There is also Union Village similar. Some of the caution has come up recently. Before that, they also fought Konoha more actively than anyone else, and called a lot of ninjas. So, facing the toughness of the 3 major countries, there is also a guy who is stumbling on the side and making tricks. Even Konoha, who has a big business, is overwhelmed, and he can't take care of the tail, and even the deaths and injuries are heavy, and there is almost no one. Konoha is also the chosen son, the cradle of talent. Even if they toss and harm their own people, the high-end combat power is also a lot. Right now in this period, Orochimaru hadn't left Konoha yet, and Konoha was so badly beaten by the 4 major powers, it was almost dead, and it was impossible not to come back. And Tsunade is the same. Although he was heartbroken, he left Konoha after the end of World War II, but that's not to say she won't come back right now. Because of her fear of blood, she may not lead troops to fight again, but she can still do the logistics work. There is evidence that Tsunade participated in the 3 wars. Is the number of tasks. Jiraiya and Orochimaru are both ironclad people who have participated in the 3 battles. The number of their tasks is Jiraiya 684 times in Class B, 614 times in Class A, 138 times in Class S, Big Snake Pill 521 times for B grade, 491 times for A grade, 108 times for S grade. Tsunade, on the other hand, was 467 times in Class B, 418 times in Class A, and 95 times in Class S. Not much less than the Big Snake Pill. This cannot always be said. These tasks were accumulated in World War II and completed before the age of 30. And in the 10 years he has been in Konoha, plus the accumulation of 3 battles, Orochimaru has done such a little more task than Tsunade. It can only be said that yes, Tsunade also participated in the 3 wars. It's just that there is no leading troops to fight, and they only stay in logistics, so there are fewer tasks. Of course, thanks to that, there are also 3 shinobi to wipe Konoha's ass drum. Otherwise, just by slashing them with apes flying into the sun, it may not be able to block the siege of the 4 major powers. Right now, it has come to this situation, and the few people of Sarutobi Hinata and Danzo are still in Konoha and have not gone to the front. Just rely on the 3 shinobi in front of it. It was also difficult to resist the attack of Union Village and Union Village, especially the wave Feng Shui Gate. As a firefighter, he was dying, just like some time ago. While he wants to go to Kawanakuni to fight against the village of Tsunahi, he also has to take care of the attack on the side of Shide Ai and Kiribi. 2 points of combat, flying around more dedicated than the courier. It is said that if it were not for the civil unrest in Cheyenne Village, the rhythm of the attack would not be so ferocious. Even if Bofeng Shuman is a genius, and there is a spatial ninjutsu body like the Flying Thunder God, he will be squeezed clean of the last drop of chakra. Directly exhausted on the spot. Okay. Sneak through the woods. Combined with some information he had seen in his previous life, Jin Shanshan was also analyzing the current situation. Because of the fusion of Ghidorah's genes, his mental power has increased significantly, which has also improved his memory many times. It's not just something to forget. Even the information I have seen before and the things I have experienced can trickle back to me. That's how many tasks it takes. How can a normal person remember these things? Jin Shanshan was just a casual look, but now he can think back to it one by one, and I have to say that it is indeed amazing. Really, Ghidorah's vendetta is not unfounded. As for why analyze the situation, one is to facilitate movement and not to go to 2 dangerous places. For example, the main battlefield side, even if it can transform into Ghidorah form. But Jin Shining also had to admit a reality, that is, he was indeed not the opponent of the old powerhouses like Big Snake Pill and Zillei. There's nothing wrong with admitting that, it's true. Who made him awaken in too little time? It's more than a month to play full. Even if it devoured the energy of dozens of ninjas, it was to grow from the elite shinobi to the level of the elite shinobi, which was still a cut away from the shadow level. Ghidorah is strong, but it also requires a lot of energy to maintain consumption. Otherwise, just transforming into a form can drain the golden flash. Knowing that it is invincible, there will be danger in the past. Naturally, he will not go blind. And on the other hand, Analyzing the situation, Jin Shining just wants to see if there is an opportunity to seize and make more benefits. A Konoha ninja was pierced through the mouth of the Karnan. As the physique became stronger and stronger, the speed of the golden flash to plunder energy became faster and faster. Just a few seconds. The face of this Konoha Naka shinobu decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even his skin became wrinkled and lacked luster. Because his chakra, and even the life energy, were all sucked away by the golden flash, leaving only a shriveled empty shell, which naturally could not be rounded. Damn you Shinobu, bring me my life. Another Konoha ninja rushed over. Seeing that his companion was killed, this Konoha ninja also showed an angry expression, raised the long knife in his hand, and slashed towards the golden flash. Just listen to it. The blade landed on the golden neck, but it was bounced off without even cutting his skin. It's all because Golden Flash developed another trick to change the shape locally. It is to scale a certain piece of skin while maintaining the image of the human body. In this state, he is not as powerful as the incarnation of Ghidorah, but the victory is to save energy, and it can greatly improve the defense power, which is still very good. Like now. This sword with all his strength, but he didn't even cut his skin, which shows how high the scaly defense is. Don't be so impulsive next time, you'll die. Taking advantage of the moment when the blade was bounced off and the Konoha ninja was stunned, Golden Flash grabbed him by the neck and lifted the other party up. The Konoha ninja also wanted to use the avatar technique to dodge, but his speed is not as fast as Gold. In the end, he was caught and lost the ability to resist. The Konoha ninja's eyes widened, and he wanted to say something more, but Jin Shuang did not give him this opportunity. With a light squeeze of his fingers, he pierced the other party's flesh and blood with his nails. However, in just 7 or 8 seconds, this Zongnin chakra, as well as his body energy, were all emptied by the golden flash. The man also rolled his eyes and passed out. Dropped the person on the corpse just now. Another fire destroyed the corpse. Then the golden flash disappeared in an instant and went to other places. And while rushing, he also absorbed all the energy he had plundered. The stronger the physique, the more chakras can be extracted. Therefore, there is no need to deliberately care about chakra. Jin Shining only needs to strengthen his physique vigorously, and when the tide rises, his chakra will naturally continue to improve. It's that Ghidorah's physique is really difficult. Originally, Jin Shining also thought that he could use the energy of dozens of people to pile up to the upper ninja, and he could also use the energy of hundreds of people to pile up to the shadow level. It's a pity that it's not like that at all. How to say? Precisely because Ghidorah's genes are too strong. If you want to raise it, you also have to consume more energy. Monsters. It's definitely different from normal creatures. The greater the growth potential, the more expensive it will cost to cultivate, which is normal logic. Anyway, the final benefit is still yourself. Therefore, Jin Sparkle is too lazy to think so much. Even if it takes thousands of people, or even more energy to pile up, this can't stop him from getting stronger. On No Boom, another small camp was destroyed, killing and wounding dozens of ninjas. Once or twice is okay, but more times. Anyone can find out that there is an enemy ninja who is sabotaging their Konoha front. In the camp. After receiving this information, Bofang Shuman, as the commander, was also thinking about countermeasures. It doesn't take an enemy out of nowhere to make him nerve-wracking. The point is that he really has no one to use. It is also necessary to guard against the attack of the combination, and also to take time to fly to the side of Kawanakuni to stabilize the front, and Bofang Shuman himself can't get out of the body at all. As for the others, he has to be able to move too. To know. Even after Wave Feng Shuiman became Hokage, his power could not come out of the Dark Division, let alone manage those ninja families. This is especially true right now. The power is on Konoha's side. And for him, the frontline commander, those family ninjas of all sizes basically listen to the tune and do not listen to the announcement. I don't even attend many meetings. Not only that, even if Wave Feng Shuman wanted to mobilize the ninja troops, he had to report to Konoha first and wait for the permission of Sarutobi Hinata. Only then can you use the name of Naruto to mobilize these ninjas. Don't mention how hard it is. So, the front was sneak attacked, and in the case that he couldn't pass, at this time, Bofang Shuman really couldn't think of anyone to use. Teacher, don't let me pass. Kakashi, who was not tall and was only 12 years old, spoke. And me, I'm going too. Obito, who has always regarded Kakashi as a rival in life, is also very positive, and quickly raises his hand. And Nohara Rin was standing next to him, looking at Obito and Kakashi with a gentle face, like a very confident little daughter-in-law. You two can do it? Please report that the ninja will turn into a 3-headed monster, but it is not easy to deal with. Bofang Shuman said. It's not that he doesn't have confidence in Kakashi and Obito. Instead, there were 5 or 6 upper shinobi who died at the hands of Golden Shinobi, and there were a lot of middle shinobi, which was obviously not a character that Kakashi and Obito could deal with. Of course it's no problem, no matter what opponent it is, I will definitely be able to solve him. It's not the same as Obito, who was lost and confident. Kakashi, however, did not speak, because he was self-aware and would not be stubborn for the sake of face. So be it. Bofang Shuman also ignored Obito's words, and said, "You guys take my bitter past, just find that guy, and then notify me." Yes. After receiving the technique Kunao handed by the Wei Feng Shui Gate, Kakashi turned around and set off. And Uchiha Obito also immediately followed, not wanting to lag behind Kakashi at all. Half a day later, the two of them went to a woods and found the destroyed camp, as well as some clues. Merely, Golden Flash is playing Blitzkrieg. After attacking a camp, he didn't stay much longer, and he had already left at this moment, leaving Kakashi and the two of them empty. "Little Ghost, are you constantly attacking our Konoha camp?" It was not Kakashi and Obito who blocked Jinshen's way, but several ninjas of the Uchiha clan. In fact, this is also deliberately found by Jin Shan, because he found plundering ninjas with blood is much better than those ordinary ninjas. One is more energy. Then there's the genetic benefits. To know, trace back to the final source. Everything related to chakra in the ninja world, including the blood succession limit, is related to Kagaya Atsuki. It's not bloodline. Instead, under the influence of the chakra she spread, the people of the ninja world underwent genetic mutations, and formed a blood inheritance ability and inheritance that imitated Kagaya Atsuki. Look at it this way. Chakra dispersal method. It is obviously higher than the bloodline inheritance. And it doesn't matter if he is high or low. Fundamentally speaking, the chakra of the world is actually one family, and there is also an inextricable relationship between the blood succession limits. It's like a net. Each blood succession limit is a node on this network. And the Golden Flash. He is now also using the body of the ninja world and has chakra. Even if he has not awakened any blood succession boundaries, he still exists on this network. Plus, maybe it's a fusion of Ghidorah's genes. It made Jin Shining have a feeling that as long as he devoured enough blood relay energy, he might be able to replicate the other party's ability. So, he didn't just try it. What the? You say that Ghidorah does not have the ability to copy the abilities of others? Mutations. How can Ghidorah in other worlds have access to chakra's energy? Moreover, there is no human form, such a weak chicken Ghidorah, the golden glittering under the eyes. Although the starting point is low, everything has to start from scratch. But because of this, he seems to have infinite possibilities. That is the case right now. After coming into contact with chakra, the Ghidorah gene in his body is also mutating, moving in the direction of unknown results. Of course, it doesn't feel bad. So Jin Shanshan didn't worry much, and he followed his own feelings and came to find trouble with these Uchiha families. Nothing nonsense. He went straight to attack. Saw. Two golden electric rays suddenly shot out from the golden eyes, flying over a distance of tens of meters at a lightning speed, and hitting the two ninjas in a straight line. The whole process took half a second. The two ninjas were hit. As the crackling explosion sounded, the two Uchiha ninjas were also blown to pieces, almost electrified into character. This also startled the rest of Uchiha. Because the speed of Golden Lightning's attack was too fast, they didn't have time to react. Get out of the way. Several Uchiha scattered in an instant. At the same time, someone opened the Sharingan eye and launched an illusion on the Golden Flash. It's a pity. The spiritual power of Golden Flash was too high, and he was directly immune to this attack. Next second, the Golden Flash also disappeared and came behind a Uchiha ninja. Fine death. The art of the fireball. In midair, the Uchiha ninja forcibly twisted his body, and after quickly sealing the seal, he opened his mouth and spit out a large fireball at the Golden Flash. Boom! Under the flames, the intense heat also dried the surrounding leaves. But this kind of move is still too pediatric for Jin Shan. I didn't see him making any big moves, just stretched out his hand, and attracted several meters of fireball, condensing into a basketball-sized fireball, and backhanded back to the opposite side. The Uchiha ninjas were stunned. So much so that he forgot to dodge and was hit head-on by the compressed fireball. Boom! The ninja was also blown apart and splashed everywhere. It's wasted. Jin Shining suddenly felt distressed, and also converged some of the strength in his hand, otherwise he was really afraid that he would break these people, and it would be very troublesome to get energy. Damn little ghost, I slaughtered you. Another Uchiha ninja flew over. And this time, the Golden Flash was much softer, just breaking the ninja's neck, not breaking him. A few minutes later, 7 Uchiha ninjas were also crushed. Because, even their captain of the upper ninja died in the hands of Jin Xing, and only 2 people were left alive, what use could it be? Escape. Seeing that the captain was killed, the remaining 2 Uchiha ninjas did not dare to think about anything, turned around and fled quickly into the distance. Merely, it's too late. Let's talk about when I first started contacting. The 7 Uchiha were directly divided into 2 waves, one team blocked the golden flash, and the other team chose to escape. Then there were still a few who might survive. Now, there were only 2 people left, and the rest were all dead. No one stopped the golden flash after it was broken. How else could they escape? Let me go. No, 2 minutes didn't arrive. The last Uchiha also died at the hands of Kim Shinshan. What spared him that kind of nonsense? Jin Shanshan didn't even bother to listen, directly twisted the opponent's neck, and plundered all the energy again, and then casually threw the body on the ground. So far, devoured the energy of 6 half-blood step ninjas. Jin Shanshan felt that there was also a little change in his body, especially his eyes itching, as if he was giving birth to something. Unfortunately, the energy is still somewhat insufficient. After itching for a while, apart from feeling that his vision had changed a little, Jin Sparkle did not notice any changes. Shaking your head, Jin Sparkle left directly in an instant, looking for the next wave of prey. Since the energy is not enough, let's have more. Maybe it's related to Ghidorah's genes? Although Jin Shining in his previous life was not a soft man, he really didn't kill anyone. And now, human life is in his hands as if it did not exist. Even if he kills more, he can't make his mentality change in discomfort. So, if the species changes, it will also affect the mentality? But even so, Jin Shanshan did not feel uncomfortable, nor did he regret it in the slightest. Because, if it weren't for the fusion of Ghidorah genes, he would have been killed by the wave of Feng Shuman. How can I still have the opportunity to think about this and that, and ponder these messes? Regret a feather duster. Even if you do it again and tell Jin Shanshan in advance, after fusing Ghidorah's genes, you will become cold-blooded and ruthless, and you will treat human life like grass. He will not hesitate to fuse. Really, but if you hesitate for a second, it's an insult to your personality. Because, even without the influence of Ghidorah, Jin Shanshan itself also belongs to the kind of self-centered, similar to Cao Cheng's personality. Rather teach me to bear the burden of the world, not teach the people of the world to bear me. So, killing people is such a thing, and it's not indiscriminate killing. Relying on Jin Shinshan's own personality alone, he will definitely be able to adapt, but it will not be so fast, but the difference is not very big. Wait a minute, there was a battle here. Kakashi raised his hand and let Obito stop with him. But Obito didn't listen to everything. He jumped onto a big tree, picked up a rag hanging from the branch, twisted it and said, "It's us Uchiha's people. Did they meet that guy? Go ahead and look ahead, watch out for traps. I don't need you to say I know." Habitually fighting with Kakashi, Obito followed and came to the place where the battle took place. It's miserable. All around are traces of destruction. There was also a pile of burned corpses next to it, black and smoking, not to mention outsiders. Even the native of Obito could not tell who was who. Damn guy, he did such a thing. Don't let me catch him, otherwise I will have to unload him in 8 pieces, chop him up and feed it to the dog. Obito clenched his fists and said angrily, "Then let's go, catch up with that person early, and you can avenge your people early," Kakashi said without any fluctuation, and also walked forward. "Wait for me." Obito is also not nonsense, and quickly chased after it. But the golden flash moved much faster than they thought. Wait for Kakashi and the two to keep moving forward. Every time I found a place to go through a fight, it was a step late. All they were left with was the destroyed camp, a messy scene, and burned out, and it was impossible to tell who was whose scorched corpse. Damn, why is this damn guy so cruel, killing people and burning corpses? However, his fists were almost bleeding. Kakashi was clearly calmer. There was no wave in the tone between the words. "Speed up, if you delay any longer, you will only die more people." Okay, go. Although he was very unhappy with Kakashi's indifference. But Obito also knows that this is not the time to break these things. At that moment, gritting his teeth, he rushed out first, leaving Kakashi behind. Kakashi didn't bother with that either. Just speeded up and followed behind, not falling behind. The other side killed several ninjas of the Uchiha clan again. Counting the ones killed before, Yushibo who died in the hands of Golden Flash has at least more than 20. So far. Only then did Jin Sparkle feel a new change in his cells, especially his eyes. Actually, this is not surprising. Who called ordinary Uchiha personnel? The blood succession power is too thin. It is normal that it does not affect his Ghidorah gene, does not prompt mutations. And right now, even with more than 20 Uchiha energies, in the golden flashing sensation, his cells and eyes have been initially strengthened, and they are far from reaching the limit. Hey, haven't you seen enough? Jin Shanshan turned around with a corpse, and only listened to the call, and the corpse in his hand was wrapped in flames and burned wildly. Damn it. Obito couldn't stand it anymore and jumped straight down from the tree. "Who the hell are you guy?" Obito asked through gritted teeth, while also looking at Jin Shining. Black with golden hair, a little sharp eyebrows, calm eyes, and a little cold temperament. The face shape is thin and three-dimensional. The proper template for the best handsome. But I don't know what's going on. Obito looked at the golden flash, and it felt like he saw an invisible evil dragon behind him. Just one word, cold. The piercing meaning makes people's hands and feet cold, and their hearts are terrified. Another Uchiha. I didn't expect that there would be someone who took the initiative to come and die. Looking at the family emblem on the dirt clothes, Jin Shanshan said with a smile. Even though Jin Shin didn't make any moves, he still scared Obito out of Kuwu and made a defensive stance. Maybe he also noticed that his reaction was too big, and he was a little disappointed. Obito hurriedly added, "Don't think I'm afraid of you and want to kill me. It's not so easy, it's almost the same if I kill you." "Oh, then come on." "Nothing nonsense." With just a flick of his hand, Jin Shanshan threw the charred corpse on his hand towards Obito. Then he stomped his foot again. Just listen to the clicking sound ringing. As the ground cracked, a figure was forced to jump out. This is Kakashi. Originally, he also wanted to take advantage of the time when Obito attracted the attention of Jin Sparkle to sneak over from the ground and catch the other party with the decapitation technique in his heart. But alas, it's good. He had already notified the Wave Feng Shui Gate with that special Kuwu. Presumably, as long as they can contain Jin flashing for a while, and when the Wave Feng Shui Gate comes, there will be no suspense in this battle. That's what I thought. Kakashi silently gestured to Obito behind his back, then put away his movements and focused on the situation in front of him. Actually, after Kakashi showed up, Kim Sparkle knew who they were. After all, Obito is difficult to recognize because his appearance is too ordinary and has no characteristics. But Kakashi was different. White hair, covered face, and a short knife behind his back. As far as the whole of Konoha is concerned, there are few who can collide with him. This is no longer recognizable, and it is no different from being blind. Of course, even if you recognize it. When the real fight started, Jin Shuangshin didn't spare much hand. The moves were all aimed at the lives of both Kakashi and Obito. Thundered. A loud bang came out. The violent explosion also set off Kakashi and Obito, and the clods of earth that flew behind almost smashed their heads and bleed. It was hard to avoid this wave of attacks. The two gray-faced people hid behind a rock, their hearts plopping non-stop, and they were all frightened, because they didn't expect it at all. The Golden Flash attack will be so ferocious. And what kind of thing is that Golden Lightning? It doesn't look like ordinary ninjutsu, and it is surprisingly fast and powerful. Sweep it casually on the ground and you can blow up a big hole. The two of them are small and can't afford such an attack. "Hey, did you inform the teacher?" Obito shouted, holding his head. "Notified. Then why hasn't he come over yet?" "How do I know?" Obviously, Bofeng Shuman is late again. Because, the fourth generation of AI in Kiribi suddenly led the army to attack, and Bofeng Shuman could only go to meet the enemy first. As a frontline commander, he can't run away from the battle, leave the Konoha ninja alone, and solve the trouble of Kakashi and Obito first. So, can't wait for the wave of Feng Shuman. This made Kakashi and Obito, who were almost finished, also had a lot of resentment, and their hearts were extremely depressed. Bring the soil, create opportunities for meat. As he spoke, a blue electric light also appeared on Kakashi's hand. Today's Kakashi, although he has developed Chidori ninjutsu, but because he didn't have the dynamic vision of the Chakra Eye as an aid, his trick was also troublesome to launch, and someone had to help. Because, Chidori can only attack in a straight line, not a corner. If there is no good opportunity, or if the enemy reacts, it is basically difficult to hit people. Got it. At this critical moment, Obito did not fool around anymore. First, divide several doppelgangers to attract attention. Then, Obito slammed out of the rock again, and used a fire ninjutsu on the golden flash in the distance. Fire escape, Phoenix immortal fire art. Clusters of fireballs flew out and enveloped them in all directions. It seems to be missed. But in fact, it was intentional. I only listened to the series of explosions, and after the fireball fell on the ground and exploded, it also set off one piece after another, blocking the golden flashing vision. Followed by, Obito rushed out again, as if he wanted to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Golden Flash. "It's now!" Kakashi, who seized the opportunity, did not hesitate anymore, but followed closely behind Obito, forming the last killing move. Follow normal logic. When playing Flying Soil, it must also be the most relaxing time for Golden Sparkle. Unexpectedly, there was also a Kakashi in the back. And, with the launch speed of the 1,000 birds, people will not be able to react, and they will be hit in a trance. Merely. That's for a normal ninja. Is Golden Flash still a normal ninja? Strong spiritual power also gave him super perception ability, even without looking with your eyes. Kakashi, who was holding 1,000 birds, was like a firefly in the dark night in the golden perception, and wanted to sneak up on him. That's really a fart. Just listen to the snap. Golden Flash caught Kakashi's Chidori with only one hand, and it was the kind that was unharmed, because in the palm of the golden hand, an electromagnetic force field was condensed. directly repelled Kakashi's Chidori from the corner, only a little distance away from the golden palm, but it was like encountering a transparent wall, and it was impossible to inch. Several attempts were unsuccessful. It doesn't hurt the golden flash. This also made Kakashi's pupils contract, and it felt incredible. Because, since he developed Chidori ninjutsu, he has basically been invincible, and there is nothing that cannot be pierced and chopped continuously. I really haven't encountered this situation yet. Let's not say, defended his own 1,000 birds out of thin air. What kind of hell is this ninjutsu? The point is that Jin Shin is not very old. He looked 12 or 3 years old, not much like himself. Kakashi really didn't understand why the golden flash was so powerful. It was just like opening the hanging, so he couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. Just when Kakashi was hit and a little distracted, the golden flash did not wait. It belongs to the predecessor of Caesar Ghidorah, the skill of Monster X, and is called Destruction Lightning. It is to shoot shortwave rays from the eye to attack the enemy. The disadvantages are weak attack power and no sustained damage, but the victory is fast enough to make people unpreventable. That's the case right now. Before Kakashi could react, he was hit by 2 rays and screamed and flew out. In other words, if he were not also playing with electricity, his body would be more resistant to lightning. This blow alone was enough to kill him. And even so, Kakashi was also very badly electrified, and blue smoke rose from all over his body. Even if he was not an 8-year-old, he had to be ripe in 3. Bastard, give me death. Obito pounced again, stopping Kim Sparkle from continuing to play Kakashi. That's how he is. You can treat Kakashi as much as you want, sneering, yin and yang weirdness, and even picking bones and eggs, but never allow anyone else to touch Kakashi's hair and say a bad word. Maybe this is called bonding. Anyway, Jin Shanshan didn't understand, so he wasn't too polite. How to beat Kakashi, how he beat Obito this guy again. It's not a bond. Just right. Then there are difficulties and hardships together. After receiving a shot of destruction and lightning, he also flew out with the smell of meat. Just when Jin Shin was about to continue the attack, suddenly, a yellow light flashed over, knocking the golden flash back while taking Kakashi and Obito away. Wave Fang Shuman, although only a glimpse. But Jin Shanshan still recognized the figure of the other party. After all, it was he who took off the golden flash head in the first place, and this impression should not be too deep. Face to face twice. All suffered losses in the hands of this wave of Fang Shuman. Because the other party's speed is too fast, he still uses time and space ninjutsu, which is indeed impossible to deal with the golden flash at the moment. It's not Ghidorah can't. It's that his growth time is too short to use those powerful abilities. Of course, Jin Sparkle was not much discouraged. Because, even if he can't stay in the wave Fang Shuman, with his current strength, he won't be hurt by the other party so easily. And his growth ceiling is much higher than this wave of Fang Shui Gate. Now it doesn't matter if you are teased or even bullied by this wave of Fang Shuman. He will definitely return them one by one in the future. Wait for it. Today's cows are not called cattle. The real winner is the one who survives to the end. Throwing his hand, Jin Sparkle also flashed away. Why else keep it? When Bo Fang Shuman comes back, he can't kill the other party now. Golden Flash is still self-aware, and because of the fusion of Ghidorah's genes, he feels that he is invincible in the world and has no opponent. Be human. The most important thing is to have an accurate understanding of yourself. Otherwise, when you should be crazy, when you should not be crazy, you will definitely not live long. I want to be human. At least you have to develop a wave first, and then talk about it when you have saved enough capital. So, dealing with the wave Fang Shui Gate is not the most important thing for the Golden Flash at the moment, and continues to attack Konoha's camp, killing people and plundering energy. That's the right thing. Because, the more energy he plunders, the stronger he becomes. When it becomes strong enough in the future, you can kill Bo Fang Shui Gate at any time, so why rush at this time, and give up the book to the end? Not to mention the actions of Golden Light, continue to hunt the ninja of Konoha. The other side. After bringing Kakashi and Obito back to the camp, Hakafang Shuiman hurriedly arranged for them to be treated. What's going on? Tsunade came over and also saw the situation of Kakashi and the two. Tsunade-sama. Bofang Shuman greeted politely before continuing. It is a ninja in Union Village. Although he is not old, his strength is very powerful, and he has a very special blood lineage. Not only can you transform into a 3-headed dragon, but you can also control golden thunder and lightning. This boy came to our position to wreak havoc and killed a lot of people. I asked Kakashi and Obito to look for each other's traces, but it was delayed because of the fighting. By the time I rushed over, they were already injured like this. Hey, Bofang Shuman also blames itself. I think it was because of his lateness that Kakashi and the two of them became like this. And it's obvious. He had forgotten who Kim Shin was. Or rather, he didn't remember the Golden Flash at all. But that's normal. There were so many ninjas who died at the hands of Wave Fang Shuman, and they all passed in a flash. How could he remember them all? The apprentices taught by Zilla are really the same unreliable. Spit on Jiraiya, who was lying on the gun for no reason. Tsunade walked to Kakashi's side again, looked at the other party's situation, and said casually, well, it's just 3 minutes cooked, if you don't mind eating a little raw, you can prepare the dipping sauce and move the chopsticks now. What? Bo Feng Shuman is called a speechless. Tsunade-sama, they don't have a big problem, are they? It's almost been electrocuted, how much more problem do you have? Is this taking gunpowder? But the good thing. Tsunade didn't deliberately target Bo Feng Shuman, but he just felt that he was too incompetent as a teacher to let students perform such a dangerous task. This made her think of her younger brother Rope Tree, and her temper inevitably became a little more irritable. Okay, they can't die yet, you can do whatever you want, don't stick to it here and affect the treatment of patients, Tsunade said with a wave of his hand. Yes, Bo Feng Shuman scratched his head, it was not good to stay, so he could only turn around and leave the camp tent used to rescue patients. Afterwards, through the technique left by the Flying Thunder God, Wei Feng Shui Gate went to the place where Kakashi and Obito were rescued to take a look, but the result was not unexpected. The golden flash is long gone. There were no other clues to look for, plus as a frontline commander, Bo Feng Shuman could not leave the base camp for too long. After weighing up, he could only give up looking and go back with the Flying Thunder God. Let's talk about the golden flash. When passing by somewhere, he also witnessed a rather classic scene, that is the Mat Dai versus the Mist Yin 7. This battle was indeed fierce. The following ninja body opened the 8-gate Dun armor array, and his strength also soared to the shadow level. It only takes 10 minutes. He withstood the siege of 7 elite Shangnin and killed the 4 people on the opposite side. Long knives, stitches, blunt knives, droplets, double knives, flounder. The owners of the 4 knives were all beaten to death. Only the other 3 remained, who were also so frightened that they almost didn't pee their pants. They didn't dare to go to Mat Dai desperately, so they ran away with the pail in a panic. Of course, after killing the 4 mist shinobi, Mater Dai also ran out of oil and had no strength to fight again. After the 3 people of Loquat Shizang, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, and Black Ho, Thunder Tooth ran away, he was paralyzed and couldn't even stand. Give me the 8-gate Dunjia, and I can help you solve the remaining 3. Jin Sparkle walked out. Mater Dai also did not expect that there was a person hiding next to him. However, after seeing that Jin Shining was only a half-old teenager, he was really relieved. Take people by their appearance. Even though Mat Dai himself was a victim of this, he inevitably made such mistakes. No need boy, I'm protecting the most cherished things, not trying to kill anyone, so be it, thank you for your kindness. Mater Dai grinned, revealing his blood-stained white teeth, shining in the sun. It's a pity that the sequelae of the 8-gate Dunjia array came up. Before he could finish laughing, it turned into pain again. What is most cherished? It's your son, they don't seem to have run far now. Glancing in the direction where the few people left by Matkai, Jin Sparkle said with a smile. You Mater Dai also did not expect that Jin Shanshan, a handsome teenager, would be so shameless that he threatened him with his son. Of course, that's just the bad taste of gold. He wants the 8 doors Dunjia, so he doesn't have to bother so much at all. Mater Dai, look at me. What? Mater Dai was attracted by the sound and involuntarily looked over. Then, in his golden eyes, he saw the 3 golden jades rotating by the Lord. Mysterious and dreamy. Just for a moment. Just let Mater Dai's spirit sink in, unable to break free. Tell me about the cultivation method of the 8 gates Dunjia. Well, okay, Mater Dai's mental resistance is not high. Ordinary chakra eyes are difficult to say that they can resist. Not to mention the special chakra eye that swallowed the energy of dozens of Uchiha ninjas, and mutated from Ghidorah's genes. Controlling Mat Dai is like playing. 2 minutes later. Because of the sequelae of the 8-gate Dunjia formation, Mater Dai died. But fortunately, he also told the cultivation method of the 8 gates Dunjia, so that Jin Shanshan knew all about it. For the sake of this forbidden technique. Of course, it is also because the body is exhausted, and the value of plunder has been lost. Jin Shanshan didn't touch Mat Dai's body again, just set fire to destroy everything, and then he left in an instant. Burn is definitely going to burn. Konoha has a Yamanaka clan that can extract intelligence from the heads of dead people. Although the Golden Flash does not care so much. But I don't want people to deliberately target him and make him a stumbling block. In addition, he is still mainly low-key development. Nature that can hide should be hidden. Anyway, it is not too laborious, just set a fire. Where's the little ghost? Seeing the golden flash blocking in front of him, the Black Ho Thunder Tooth was also startled. There was also Loquat Juzo, who was walking with him, and also pulled out the decapitation knife. Because it's on the battlefield, it's so unsafe. Coupled with the fart that they had just been killed by Mater Dai, they finally escaped a catastrophe, and they were naturally very nervous like the frightened birds. Even if Jin Shanshan was just a teenager, they didn't dare to be careless. Leave your weapons behind, I can consider letting you 2 go. I didn't see the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost, but Jin Sparkle didn't care anymore. because he came over this time. It is to fancy the weapons in the hands of Black Ho, Thunder Tooth, and Loquat Tenzang. One can control lightning, the other can suck blood to recover, and can also help the holder recover his strength. These are very good weapons. Just right. It has been more than a month since he awakened his memory, and Jin Shining has not found a weapon that suits him, and he can't look at it ordinarily. Thunder Knife Teeth and Decapitation Knives are actually not very in line with the aesthetic of Golden Flash, but that's okay. He had already thought about it, and after getting these two knives, plus the long knife stitches he had picked up in Materde, he went to the country of craftsmen to find someone to recreate them. It's all good material. Coupled with the good craftsmanship of the craftsman of the craftsman's country, he is not afraid that he will not be able to create a weapon that suits him. Put your stuffed dog smelly fart, smelly boy, I see you are living impatiently. Black Ho Thunder Tooth, who had a hot temper and did not want to delay time, raised the two thunder knives in his hand and launched an attack on Jin Flash. Just listen to it. Blue thunder and lightning streaked across the ground and went straight to the Golden Flash. But playing with golden lightning, isn't this Lubin's big axe in front of the door? Motion can generate fields, and fields can generate forces. Ghidorah was born to control gravity and form a special force field. In this force field, it can unify the electromagnetic force and further manipulate it. It's just that Ghidorah doesn't understand science. Otherwise, if it can play super electromagnetic gun, what will happen to Godzilla? Of course. As a human being, Golden Flash does not have those restrictions and can play more. He just stretched out a hand and controlled the magnetic field. The electric energy in the surrounding air, including the thunder and lightning emitted by the Black Ho Thunder Tooth on the opposite side, were all absorbed into the palm. Afterwards, some small black dots rose on the ground, which were iron elements. All of them converged on the golden flashing fingers and condensed into an iron pellet the size of a marble. What the hell is this ninjutsu? The cold sweat of both Black Ho Thunder Tooth and Loquat Juzo came down. It's not that they know how strong this trick is. Rather, as people who have been on the brink of death for many years, they also have a keen sense of danger. I only think that if I take this trick on the other side, I am afraid that I will really die. Boom! The thunder and lightning became more and more dazzling on the golden hand. Wait a minute. Loquat Juzo still couldn't hold on. He believed in his feelings, so he did not hesitate to drop the decapitation knife and chose to abandon the car to save his life. What about you? Golden Flash aimed the projectile at the Black Ho, Thunder Fang again. Just kidding, how could Uncle Ben bang? After a bang. Before Black Ho's Thunder Tooth finished speaking, a dazzling light swept past him, directly vaporizing half of his body. Joke. It's good that the Golden Flash can give him a chance to live. What kind of fart do you want to eat? The electromagnetic cannon grazed the Black Ho Thunder Tooth, taking half of his body and moving on, all the way into the woods, vaporizing all the trees along the way. It ended up hitting a small hill. Bang! Between the evaporation of the fire, the hills were pierced and exploded again. Loquat Juzo turned his stiff neck and found that the forest behind him had been pierced through a kilometer-long passage. Bare and straight, there are still scenes of carbonization and incineration. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It's too terrifying and brutal. Loquat Juzo's liver trembled, and his forehead was covered with sweat. But look at the appearance of the Black Ho and Thunder Tooth next to him. Half of his body is gone, and he doesn't know how to die, and he is afraid that he is a little lucky. This is thanks to his quick action and knowledge of trade-offs. Otherwise, if you hesitate for a few more seconds, I am afraid that this end will not be much better than the Black Ho Thunder Tooth. With two bangs, the decapitation knife and the two thunder knives were also sealed into the scroll by the Golden Flash. As for how this scroll came about, and when he learned the sealing technique, of course, I snatched it from the Konoha camp and learned it. What is your name? See the Golden Flash to go. Loquat Juzo couldn't help but ask again. Sparkle. After reporting his name, Jin Shanshan thought for a moment and said, if there is no place to go, you can come to work for me, and you will not be dissatisfied in terms of remuneration, because by following me, you will not only get the money, but also have stronger power. Think about it, I'll wait for your reply. Threw a small scroll to Loquat Juzo, which was the contact information of Golden Flash, and then without waiting for Loquat Juzo to say anything, he walked away. Do you want to say yes? Holding the scroll in his hand, in fact, Loquat Juzo already had the answer in his heart. It's not just because Golden Flash is strong enough, slaughtering their elite is the same as killing chickens. No. The Misty Hidden Seven are really not weak. Don't look at them, they were first slaughtered by Mater Dai, and then killed one by Golden Flash, as if they were rookies. That's all because they've met better people. The Ninja Sword 7. The strength of each of them is much stronger than that of ordinary Shangnin, and they belong to elite-level existences. If you take the life of Zongnin to fill it, I am afraid that if hundreds of them besiege one of them, it will not have any effect, but will be slaughtered by these 7 people. But even so, the Black Ho Thunder Tooth also failed to make a move in Jin Shining's hand, which shows what level Jin Sparkle's strength has reached. Of course, this is not the main thing. The point is, Loquat Juzo has long been dissatisfied with the tyranny in the village and has the idea of defecting. There's nowhere to go anyway. Then it's better to try it here first in Golden Flash and see what kind of mixed up with this demon-like teenager. Loquat Juzo who made up his mind. He didn't stay in place for long, and after digging a pit to bury the Black Hoenn Thundertooth, he left in an instant. The other side. Kakashi had just woken up. I saw Tsunade sitting on the side. She was still playing with a glass vial in her hand, and a trace of golden energy could be faintly seen inside. Awake, Tsunade-sama. Well, let's talk about it first. How did you two get hurt? There is nothing to hide either. At that moment, Kakashi recounted the whole process, including the moves used by Golden Lightning and the lightning bolt that shot from the eyes. They all told Tsunade. The new blood succession limit, it sounds quite powerful. In fact, Tsunade wasn't very interested in ninja things. It's just that she found out from the golden thunder and lightning extracted from Kakashi and Obito that this energy also contains something she didn't quite understand. Medical ninja. There must be curiosity about new things, otherwise it would be impossible to crack toxins and make so many potions. Of course. That's all. Tsunade, who had long been completely disappointed in the ninja world because of the death of her lover and brother, didn't ask anything more after satisfying her curiosity. Okay, you rest well first, don't run around if you have nothing to do, it's not good for your injury. After warning Kakashi, Tsunade got up and left. And after waiting for Tsunade to leave, left alone with Kakashi, he couldn't help but fall into self-doubt. Because since he was a child, he has always been a genius among other people. And his own performance, which is also a good proof of this. He graduated from a ninja school at the age of 5, became a middle ninja at the age of 6, and is only 12 years old now, and he is about to be promoted to the upper ninja, not to mention, and he has created his own powerful ninjutsu. Just ask. Don't talk about Konoha. Counting the people of the entire ninja world, how many can do it? So, even if you don't say it. In fact, in Kakashi's heart, he was also a little proud of himself, and he felt quite proud, at least until the Golden Flash. His mentality is basically like this. But now, Kakashi admitted that he was indeed somewhat shocked, because he, a genius praised by everyone, almost had no ability to resist in the hands of Jin Xing, and he was defeated. If it weren't for the wave Feng Shui gate to go in time. Now he is afraid that he will not wake up lying on the hospital bed, but will be completely cold. That's it. What other face of pride does he have, calling himself a genius? It's just self-deception, laughing generously. Why, this is a blow. I don't know when. Wave Feng Shuman also came to the hospital bed, and seemed to see Kakashi's thoughts. Watergate teacher. Although he was a little embarrassed, Kakashi still said, I just didn't understand why he was so strong. You are also very strong, don't deny yourself easily. Patting Kakashi's shoulder, Wei Feng Shuiman said again, and that boy has a special blood succession limit, which is a natural advantage. This advantage, although it can make him stronger quickly, but it does not represent the final result. If he does not work hard enough, he will also be caught up by latecomers. Think about Akai, he can't even use ninjutsu, it's different to catch up. Do you think he is weaker than anyone? Well, I see. Under the guidance of the Wave Feng Shui gate, Kakashi also breathed a sigh of relief, and was no longer so drilled. Because that's true. He also felt that Akai couldn't do it before, and there were no conditions to be a ninja at all. But, however, with his spirit of not admitting defeat and his drive to be afraid of hard work and injury, Akai was recognized by many people, including Kakashi. Living examples are in front of you. Now it's just a change of position, and Kakashi needs to catch up with others. How can he give up and slump at this point? Kakashi said that he was not so easily defeated. Kakashi figured it all out, not to mention Obito. Before he was discharged from the hospital, he was clamoring to find Jin Shanshan to take revenge, apparently not being hit at all. This is also normal. In addition to the emotional aspect, Obito's personality is still very open-minded, otherwise he would not have exuded love and done so many good things. The other side. Didn't think about how long. Loquat Juzo contacted Jin Shin by means on the scroll and chose to surrender. But for now, Jin Shanshan didn't arrange anything for Loquat Shizo, just asked him to find a place to settle down and avoid the pursuit of Wien Village first. The Ninja Sword 7. I lost 6 in one trip. Wien Village definitely can't accept it. After sending people out to investigate, it was found that 4 people died at the hands of Maturday, and 2 more people defected, and they will definitely continue to hunt down. Because this is not only a matter of face, but also the ninja knife, they must also take it back. Of course. Sparkle doesn't care about that. After completing the task, he first returned to the camp in Union Village to repair it. For the next half-month, Golden Flash went on several more missions, killed a large number of Konoha ninjas, plundered a lot of energy, and gained some merits. It cannot be said that these feats are useless. Because, the 4th generation of AI saw that Jin Shin fought so hard, in order to reward him, he taught the best lay-done chakra mode to Jin Shan. This is also a bonus. For Golden Flash, the Thunder Chakra mode is also very useful. Who told him to have the ability to control lightning? Coupled with the lay-done chakra model, isn't that like a tiger with wings? It is even more bullish. Spent another half a month in the camp. Golden Flash not only learned how to use the Thunder Chakra mode, and incidentally, the strongest Thunder Dun armor, cell activation technique, and Thousand Bird Flow were also developed. As it is called, one law is universal, all laws are universal. Not to mention, the strongest armor, cell activation, and Chidori Flow all have a deep relationship with the lay-done chakra model, but the way of application is different. But they are all essentially connected. The key is that after awakening the memories of his past life and fusing the Ghidorah genes, the talent of Golden Flash was also developed and greatly improved. How hard it was for him to learn ninjutsu before. Now it's just the opposite, how easy it all is. For example, the lay-done chakra mode, this kind of ninjutsu that eats comprehension and talent. The average person simply can't learn. Even if it is a little genius, it takes years of exercise to gradually use it. But the Golden Sparkle is different. You don't have to comprehend anything. Because his body is a nest of thunder and lightning, not only can be stored, but also made by itself. So as long as he knows the application method, in theory, there is no thunder ninjutsu that he can't learn. Can this not be fast? Almost after reading it, you can get started, just that fast. Half a month's time. It only took 2 days for Jin Shanshan to learn and develop ninjutsu, and the rest was basically familiarizing, rehearsing, and practicing these ninjutsu to ease and do whatever he wanted. This day, after taking on a task, Kim left the camp again. Of course, performing tasks and everything is fake, do cover. Just send a Thunder Doppelganger to go over and finish it. And Jin Shin himself took a few ninja knives he snatched and passed through the area where he was fighting and went to the more remote country of Craftsmen. The Land of Craftsmen is an island overseas east of the Land of Fire. It took several days for the Golden Flash to cross the war zone and come to the beach. In other words, today's ninja world is really chaotic. This stirring stick in Cheyenne Village not only fought with Konoha, but also with Wien Village, and even with Iwayne Village many times. To know, the 5 major countries are the weakest in Cheyenne, but they are also the most popular in their dance. Because of civil unrest? The brain-dead high-ranking people in their village were also very unanimous. Some people thought that Konoha killed 3 generations of Kazekage, some people thought that it was Iwa Shinobu, and some thought that Miss Shinobu did it. So, I don't know for what purpose, so I sent all the troops and fought with all 3 villages. Konoha and Iwahide village are close to the Land of Wind, close together, and it is not unusual for friction to occur. The point is, this has a fart relationship with the human fog hidden village. The 2 countries are separated by a country of fire, not to mention, there is also a vast ocean. That's really 8 poles can't hit, put a nuclear egg is estimated to be unable to hear the distance. That's it. Cheyenne Village can still go to find trouble with people, dare to say that it is not enough to eat. In fact, now 4 generations of Wind Shadows have taken the throne. It's just that he is too young and does not have enough qualifications to serve the public, so the Cheyenne Village is like a plate of scattered sand, and strange operations are frequent. It's just that there are too many voices talking. Of course, after playing for a long time, it will definitely not be able to hold on. After all, as far as the small business of Cheyenne Village is concerned, it can't fight with one big country, let alone fight with 3 families at the same time. I believe that it will not be long before they themselves will not be able to play anymore, and they will have to stop and think of other tricks to protect themselves. And their operation was faster than Jin Shining expected. Take a boat to the Land of Craftsmen. Jin Shanshan directly controlled a local nobleman and asked him to gather the most powerful craftsmen to build weapons for himself. It's just that this job takes time. Jin Sparkle didn't bother to wait. Within 2 days, he returned first from the Land of Craftsmen, and just when he landed on land and passed a valley, he witnessed a famous scene. The heroic character Hakura from Sand Hidden Village. When he was betrayed by his own village and came as an emissary to negotiate with the Mist Hidden Village, he let the ninja of Mistian sneak attack and was about to hang up. And after the successful sneak attack, seeing that Yekang lying on the ground was about to die, those Mist ninjas were still forcing Lai Lai next to him, humiliating Yekang with some ugly words. But that's good, because they also told all the transactions with Cheyenne Village. It seems that they want Yekang to understand and hate his village. Whatever these Mist ninjas think, the key is to let them do this, but save a lot of saliva. That's right. He was going to subdue Yekang, based on the principle of saving people's lives and creating a 7-level floating slaughter. Jin Shanshan felt, he must save this Yekang, let her produce more value, and make more contributions to this wonderful society. Whoops! As a golden lightning bolt streaked through, the heads of several Mist ninjas in the valley also flew up. What people! Enemy attack, everyone back to back. Several companions died. This also made the remaining Mist ninja all alert, quickly close to each other back to back, and made defensive actions. Pity. It's just a useless struggle. After learning the Thunder Chakra mode, with the current speed of Golden Shining, it is simply not something that these ordinary middle and upper patients can handle. They couldn't even see the golden flashing movements, so they were taken off their heads one by one, even if a defense was made. It's just to let Jin Shining spend a little more effort, cut off their kunao with 1,000 birds, and then take their little lives. It doesn't work at all. Less than a minute. Dozens of mist ninjas in the valley were killed by the golden flash through two back and forth, directly collapsed, and fled in all directions. Jin Shanshan also ignored the guys who ran away. After absorbing some of the corpse's energy, he stepped in front of Yakang, who was already about to swallow, and channeled the life energy in his hand. Macroscopic. The bitterness on Yakang's body was squeezed out by the newly grown granules, and then those wounds were all healed as if they had not been injured. Thanks. Yakang thanked him. Because she did not lose her will just now, everything that happened was clear. If it weren't for the appearance of the golden flash, she would have no chance of living, and this life-saving grace is as great as the sky. Naturally she has to thank her. I'm not going to save people's lives for nothing, Jin Shanshan said with a smile. Understood, but can I slaughter them first? Yakang looked at the misty ninjas who had not yet run far, and his eyes also revealed icy killing intent. As you like, of course. Jin Shanshan waved his hand, indicating that it didn't matter. Thank you again. Then Yakang stood up, and as soon as she beckoned, several orange-red fireballs appeared beside her. Scorching is the blood succession limit produced by the combination of the two chakras of the wind attribute and the fire attribute. Same as the rest of the blood. Different from general combination ninjutsu, this is a new change in nature, which is a new product of 1 + 1 = X, and is completely different from the ordinary sense of fire ninjutsu. The next moment, the slender and graceful body rises from the ground. Yakang held up a few fireballs like this, as if it was a saint from the 5 Fireball God sect, and killed those mist ninja who had already run away. For this battle, Jin Shanshan didn't pay much attention to it, just found a place to sit and wait for the results. Because, Yakang is an elite shinobi with blood inheritance ability. Killed by a sneak attack can still round the past. But if she fights head-on, and even some of the defeated skirmishers can't solve it, then she has little value here in Golden Flash. Neither will beautiful women. Jin Shining also wants capable beauties, and vases are not rare. It's good. Yakang did not disappoint Jin Shanshan either. In just a few minutes, she returned unscathed, apparently having solved the mist ninjas. My lord. Well, in the future, you will follow me. It doesn't matter if you want to find Cheyenne Village to take revenge, as long as you don't delay what I explain to you. Jin Shanshan stood up and said with a wave of his hand. Yes, thanks for the size. Yakang thanked again. Let's go. Ninjas are good at this, and their obedience is very high. Just like Yakang now, she didn't ask where Jin Shanshan was going or what to do, so she followed without saying a word. Some more time passed. Cheyenne Village claimed that Yakang died at the hands of IWA Shinobu, while encouraging people's hearts and diverting hatred in the village, while still trying to make peace with Wuyan Village. It's really shameless. This made Yakang, who got the news, even more angry, and he couldn't wait to kill Cheyenne Village immediately and slaughter all those who betrayed her and spread rumors. Of course. Knowing that a person could not do such a thing, Yakang was not carried away by anger and acted recklessly. She still follows Jin Shining's side, inseparable, acting as a qualified assistant. And the other side, the Watergate class, which has recovered from his injuries, has received a new task. Iwahide Village mobilized a large number of ninjas, and together with the troops led by the 3 generations of Thunder Cage, launched a fierce attack on Konoha's main army. Jiraiya and the Big Snake Pill are under a lot of pressure. Sarutobi Riko wants to use the mobility of the Watergate class to let them destroy the Shinyubai Bridge and cut off the logistics supply line of Union Village. Forced IWA Shinobu to retreat. This is a daunting task, because it is necessary to go deep into the rear of the enemy army and fight in isolation. If this one is not done well, it is the end of losing a small life and being besieged to death. However, the Watergate class is full of conscious people. Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Rin Nohara, all fearless. Even Bofeng Shuman made the danger of this mission clear, and also made it clear that he could not follow the past. None of the 3 had to quit. Teacher, don't worry, as long as we act carefully, if you come in time, what danger can there be? Obito said with a nonchalant smile. I said so, but I'm afraid of accidents. If there are so many accidents, you can rest assured, Kakashi, you won't be scared, will you? If you're afraid, I won't either. That's not the end of it, let's go. Without giving Bofeng Shuman another chance to say anything, Obito tightened his backpack and walked away. Kakashi and Rin Nohara followed. Looking at the back of the 3 little ones leaving, Bofeng Shuman smiled and shook his head, not knowing what to say. I wish them a safe journey and a lot of them all come back. Set up a flag. Then Bofeng Shuman hurried back. He's busy too. The reason why he couldn't take Kakashi and the others on missions was because the UB group often came to harass Konoha's positions. If he leaves, I can't hold it here. There must be a way to contain the UB brothers. Otherwise, there is no way to support Kakashi and the three. If they have an accident, then the teacher of Feng Shuman will be blamed, and he can't forgive himself. Come to think of it, Feng Shuman made people gather troops and take the initiative to launch an attack on Union's position. He just wants to fight, keep fighting. It wasn't until the UB brothers were tired and didn't have the heart to think of anything else before he found an opportunity to leave and help Kakashi and them on their mission. The idea of Feng Shuman is good. It also went quite smoothly. Because it's disgusting. One day and one night down, the fourth generation of AI and Kiribi were both pinned down by the Wei Feng Shui Gate. Because the speed of the two of them is similar, almost no one can help the other. And as long as the fourth generation of AI is bored and wants to attack those Konoha ninjas, Feng Shuman will strike at Kiribi, so that the fourth generation of AI throws rats and has to run back to rescue Kiribi. That's it. After a day and a night of fighting, Shide AI and Kiribi were stunned that they were not killed by a ninja of Konoha. Can it be said that it is not disgusting? Of course. In order to contain the UB brothers, Feng Shuman did not have time to deal with the ninja of Union Village, and his hands were also clean. But this kind of battle is not what the fourth generation of AI wants. He would rather have some casualties than a bitter fight, rather than this kind of drama where you chase me and no one can help anyone. After all, what are you doing? This is a war, but not a family game. Feng Shuman, what do you want to do? Come and fight me head on. If you don't have the guts, hurry back and go back. Spinning around, it's a waste of time. The fourth generation of AI stimulated with words, and at the same time, an even more violent chakra was set off around him. Well, let's get here today, and we'll fight together another day. It feels almost the same. The point is that after a full day of running, Kakashi must have also run to the place. If they don't come to support, I'm afraid it's too late. Feng Shuman made up his mind and wanted to retreat first. Although the fourth generation of AI was unhappy, he did not plan to intercept the Wei Feng Shui Gate, because it's useless. After fighting for a day, there is no victory or defeat. What can be done if you entangle more? It is better to go back to a meal and replenish consumption. But at this time, the moment when Feng Shuman is about to lead the troops to retreat, a golden figure flashed into the room. It was the golden flash that had not appeared for several days. Lord AI, you can't let them go. Why? After a smile, Jin Shanshan said, because I heard that their Watergate squad is on a secret mission to destroy the Shen Wubi bridge and cut off the transportation and supply lines of Union Village. If they succeed, our battle will be even more difficult to fight. What? Shide AI exclaimed, and his face became ugly. It's not that he cares much about the affairs of Union Village. The point is that Union Village and their Union Village have not completely torn their faces, and they are still considered alliances at the moment. But this would have allowed Konoha to destroy the logistical supply lines of Iwane Village. According to the temper of the old guy of Onaki, he would definitely shrink the defense line and abandon the troops of their Union Village. How can this work? Even the fourth generation of AI had to admit it. Konoha belongs to the skinny camels larger than horses. Even if they decay repeatedly, their strength is still not to be underestimated. It's not that the Union Village family can be defeated, and if you want to gnaw, maybe you will have to break your teeth. Moreover, with Union Village watching behind his back, how can Union Village let go of his hands and feet to do with Konoha? So, either just fight both together, or they don't fight at all. Union Village is definitely going to pull Union Village to death, and they can't let them sit idle and preserve their strength in the back. Therefore, the fourth generation of AI can't let Feng Shuman destroy the logistics supply line of Union Village, and let the old guy Onaki find an excuse to withdraw his troops. Feng Shuman, stay for me. Blue thunder and lightning shine between. The fourth generation of AI turned on the Thunder Chakra mode again, and with a step on his feet, he rushed out like a cannonball. In an instant. It's like flashing. Righteous Thunder Fury Thunder Axe. Just listen to a loud bang. The fourth generation of AI she slammed down with a powerful kick, directly splitting the ground with a radius of tens of meters, and the damage caused was extremely terrifying. However, the speed of Feng Shuman is not slow, and it is faintly above the fourth generation of AI. Because he uses time-space ninjutsu, he saves the distance between points, and wherever he wants to go is a flash. Therefore, even if the fourth generation of AI's move is very strong, it does not hurt the Wei Feng Shui Gate in the slightest. AI, do you really want to fight me? Appearing on a tree, Feng Shuman was also helpless. Because he can't just leave. Otherwise, these Konoha ninjas he brought with him would become the targets of the brothers' anger, and none of them would be able to return alive. Nonsense, don't hide if it's a man, come and fight me hard. The fourth generation of AI clenched his fists and said in a thunderous voice. And to hear this, Feng Shuman is also quite speechless. Because his speed is fast enough, but he is far inferior to the fourth generation of AI in terms of strength. It's hard to hit hard, unless he's stupid. Next, the situation is still similar to before. Bofeng Shuman is running around everywhere, and does not give the fourth generation of AI a chance to get close at all. Because at this time, the Wei Feng Shui Gate has already practiced the second stage of the Flying Thunder God. Not only can it leave the technique anywhere, but also jump through the moving Kuwu. This also greatly enhanced his ability to move. Even the speed of the fourth generation of AI is very fast, crossing a short distance is like teleporting, and he also stared at the dozens of special kunao thrown out of the Wei Feng Shui Gate. It is also difficult to grasp the Wei Feng Shui Gate and treat him how. This situation has been continuing. Even Kiribi's eight-tailed pillar force can't help AI. It wasn't until a teenager made a move that this deadlock was broken. Just listen to it. A golden light that was more authentic than the yellow flash of the Feng Shui Gate flashed, and the head of a Konoha ninja was taken off. Moment. Everyone in the field shifted their gaze, and even the two experts who were fighting Bofeng Shuman in 4 generations AI stopped. Don't make such a fuss, you can go on, leave me alone. Holding the head of the Konoha ninja in his hand, Jin Shin smiled and said very shyly, depend on. Even the good temper of the Wei Feng Shui Gate almost didn't burst, let alone the other Konoha ninjas. There was really one by one, and all of them flashed angry eyes at Jin Shan. Haha, good Jin, continue to kill me, the more you kill, the happier I am, and I will celebrate your success when I go back. The fourth generation of AI finally felt comfortable and laughed loudly. AI, you're infuriating me. Bofeng Shuman's face sank and became much more serious. So what? The fourth generation of AI men said indifferently, this is originally a war, life and death are destined, do you think we are here to play with you? Well, since that's the case, then don't blame me for being unkind. The words did not fall. Bofeng Shuman's figure disappeared, and appeared beside Jin Shin again. The kun in his hand was only a few inches away from his neck. You don't think about it. The fourth generation of AI shouted angrily, and also chased after him, and slammed a punch into the back of Bofeng Shuman. But it doesn't matter anymore. The master's move is just a little bit worse, because do it first. Bofeng Shuman is sure enough, after finishing the golden flash with a knife, he can still wipe the fist wind of the fourth generation of AI and leave safely. Merely, not counting the variable of golden flash is the biggest mistake of Wei Feng Shuman. Face the attack of Wei Feng Shuman. Golden flash didn't frighten or dodge as he thought. Opposite. Jin Shanshan just raised his body and took the initiative to meet the Kuwu of the Wei Feng Shui Gate with his own mouth, and at the same time raised his hand and grabbed his arm. Worst, as soon as the pupils of Bofeng Shuman shrank, he knew that it was going to be broken. Because his arm was caught, he was delayed for so many tenths and a second. Even though Bofeng Shuman used the Flying Thunder God technique and teleported away with the golden flash, his back was still beaten by the half punch of the fourth generation of AI. It wasn't completely solid, so it was a half punch. But even so, when the Wei Feng Shui Gate appeared again, his whole person also rolled out tens of meters away, and he opened his mouth to spew out a mouthful of blood. No way. The power of the fourth generation of AI is too strong. Even if it is only half a fist, it is not something that the physique of Bofeng Shui men can resist. It is said that if he hadn't teleported in time, he would have unloaded some of his power. Really let this punch be solid, then it is not a matter of breaking a few bones and spitting blood, and it will definitely be beaten to death by the fourth generation of AI. A good ninja of Union Village, I finally saw it, aren't you afraid of death? Wiping the blood stain on the corner of his mouth, Bofeng Shuman raised his head again and looked at the golden flash not far away. What dies or dies, you think too much. Jin Shanshan patted the dust in front of Hun and said like a nobody. And what he did, it also made Bofeng Shuman frown, completely confused. Because just now, he clearly felt that his suffering had stabbed into the golden body and pierced his lungs. Ghidorah's physique is such a cow. Cutting off 3 heads can grow again, let alone being stabbed by bitterness. It is completely painless and itchy, and it can be recovered in a blink of an eye. And this is still blonde. In order to catch the Wei Feng Shui Gate, he didn't make any defense, and let his bitter stabbing in. Otherwise, whether you use local transformation or force field defense, you can't be hurt by the pain. Of course. These words, Jin Shanshan will not tell anyone. How does Bofeng Shuman love think and think, can't figure out how to let his head explode? He doesn't have the obligation to solve the other party's confusion. However, Bofeng Shuman didn't have time to think about it so much. Because just after he landed, he was chased and beaten by the fourth generation of AI. Beat the water dog. It was hard to hurt the Wei Feng Shui Gate, and the fourth generation of AI naturally would not miss the opportunity, and wanted to take advantage of his illness to kill him and directly kill the Wei Feng Shui Gate. But this old wave is indeed not so easy to kill. Even if he was injured, his speed did not slow down a little, allowing Shide AI to find a chance to attack. In view of this, Jin Shanshan didn't bother to go over and make fun. Because, with his current speed, he is even slower than the fourth generation of AI, and he really can't catch up with the wave of Feng Shuman. There is no way. who let the time for Golden Flash to cultivate the Thunder Chakra mode was too short. Even if he is a genius, it is impossible for him to catch up with the fourth generation of AI who is nearly 30 years old and has been immersed in this trick for 20 years. After all, people are also geniuses. On the other hand, the Wave Feng Shui Gate uses time and space ninjutsu, which is equivalent to flashing, which is even more difficult to catch. Knowing that you can't get it, what else to do with that effort? Of course, if you don't look for a wave of Feng Shuman, it doesn't mean that Jin Shuang will let him go. Isn't it called a little sun that can warm anyone? That Golden Flash slaughtered these Konoha ninjas he brought with him, and saw if he was still warm or not. Actually, when watching anime in a past life, Jin Shanshan has no prejudice against the role of Wave Feng Shuman. I can't say how much I like it, but I don't have nasty emotions, it's just normal. But now it's different. Let's leave aside the issue of position. Golden Flash is a ninja of Union Village and is already hostile to Konoha. He's a crosser, and he certainly doesn't just look at that. The key question is also in. Jin Shining has already been killed once by the Wei Feng Shui Gate, and if he hadn't awakened, he would really need a dog leash and be completely cold. No revenge. Is that still called a man? That's all there is to the grudge between Golden Flash and Wei Feng Shuman, but it is enough. It's not a friend, it's an enemy. And for the enemy, Golden Flash is naturally all-encompassing, and any method can be used to deal with the Wei Feng Shui Gate. Disturbing emotions is also a kind of thing. Rumble. Ah, you. Poof! Golden Flash rushed into the Konoha ninja and killed at great speed. Those who are inferior and forbearant are not his enemies at all. Only Shangnan can barely save his life under the hands of Jin Shining. Of course, this is also the result of the Golden Flash. His strength has improved too fast. In more than 2 months, it is outrageous enough to improve from lower patients to upper patients. If you still don't know how to continue to improve, even if Union Village is more inclusive, it is inevitable that there will be no thought. After all, everyone is human. Who hasn't thought about it yet? The situation of Union Village is better than that of Konoha, but in some ways, they are also more greedy and ambitious. It's good that the position of those in power is not shaken. If you get an impact, you don't know what will happen. Golden Flash will not maliciously treat people, but it will not underestimate people's inferiority. So, it is always right to keep a hand, not only to let outsiders let down their guard and reduce targeting, but also to be responsible for their own safety. Kill, rush. Seeing the Golden Flash kill so painfully, Kiribi and the other Union ninjas also couldn't bear it and rushed towards the opposite side. Stop them, everyone kill me. Konoha is not easy to mess with either. Under the leadership of several large family shinobi, they fought back together. A scuffle ensued. Hundreds of ninjas fought each other, and almost every moment someone died. The battle of ninjas, in fact, is still based on physical skills and dark weapons. Especially in this kind of battlefield, ninjutsu is difficult to use. One is the fear of accidental injury, and the other is too slow. The more powerful the ninjutsu, the slower it will be launched. After all, there is only one between the 1,000 hand pillars. Not everyone can slap their hands and shout something. With that kung fu of the seal, I don't know how many times I have to be killed by the enemy. Or not much to say. Kumu is the #1 lethal weapon in the ninja world. It is because this thing is too convenient to use, and if you throw it away, it can still take human life. If you add a detonation charm, the power is no less than ninjutsu. The key is that the launch speed is faster, which is much less troublesome than ninjutsu. Just listen to the sound of poof. From time to time, someone fell into the bitter situation. Crispy profession, no matter how high the attack is, the physique is still the same weak, and it can't be carried by a few dark weapons. Gossip empty palm. The strong force burst the air. The person who came was the young Hinata, who saw that the Golden Flash killed the most, and it was even more excessive than that 8-tailed human pillar power. He rushed over, wanting to take out the Golden Flash first. Merely, in the face of his attack, Jin Shanshan just waved with one hand and slapped the incoming air palm aside. Then he stepped on his feet and sprinted directly in front of Hinata, and also gave the other party a punch. Syllable. Reaching out to block the golden fist, but Hinata's face changed. Because the power of the Golden Flash is completely beyond his imagination. This is not at all like the strength of some young man, it is almost like an elephant. It's good. Hinata, who has been immersed in jutsu for several years, is not weak in physique, and also knows how to unload strength, although somewhat suddenly. But he still took the punch of Jin Sparkle and did not suffer any damage. And in the next confrontation, with his rich experience in close combat, Hinata Hayashi gradually gained the upper hand and suppressed the Golden Flash. But what Hinata didn't expect was that this guy didn't play cards according to the routine at all. I'm not playing with you, bye. One punch repelled Hinata. Jin Shuang said to run and run, without the slightest hesitation. And his speed is fast, like a golden lightning, which makes Hinata helpless, and there is no chance to stop it. Damn little ghost. Hinata Hayashi is also not lightly angry. But no way. Although his melee combat ability is stronger than Golden Lightning, but his speed cannot catch up, what use can he have? The angry and corrupted Hinata could only sprinkle fire on the Yun Shinobu next to him, and a set of 128 palms went down, directly taking away the other party's life. And that's not all. Hinata Hayashi continued to be mighty, killing several more Kumo shinobi before he slowed down and focused on the entire battlefield. Several Yun Ren were miserable, and they were beaten into mud alive. But as the initiator, Jin Shanshan did not care about these at all. War. Where are the undead? Moreover, Union Village is the party that invaded, so it can't be begged. What not to consider from the perspective of Union Village? First of all, Golden Flash is a traverser, and he is the ninja of Union Village. Therefore, Jin Shanshan must have thought about himself first, and then it was Union Village's turn. It's like just now. He can obviously solve Hinata, whether he uses a super electromagnetic cannon or gravitational rays, he can basically do it. But he just casually rode a few strokes of the water, competed with the other party a few physical skills, and then sneaked into the Flash. There is nothing else to do but hide yourself. And it's not unreasonable. Because the lethality of the move is too strong, what to do if you kill your own people? For example, Kiribi, he did not use the tailed beast Jade. Why did the Golden Flash have to amplify the move, put so much effort? The battle went on for another half a day. In the end, both sides lost too much. Of course, the people who died were basically lower and middle shinobi, and there was almost no upper shinobi. This is also normal. Because Shangnin is already the high-end combat power of the village, the core component. There are not many ninja villages in each one. If you lose several, or even dozens, in every engagement, let alone a certain country, even the 5 major powers combined cannot afford it. Damn Bofeng Shuman, next time you must make him look good. And that Hinata, who killed so many of us with a blank eye, next time I have the opportunity, I will definitely cut out his eyes with my own hands. Back in the camp, Shide AI was still a little indignant and angry. Big brother, what to do next? Kiribi asked. Continue to fight tomorrow. Doesn't that guy from Bofeng Shuman want to destroy the transportation line of Union Village? We won't let him go. With a snap on the table, the 4th generation of AI qualified the matter. Just one sentence. Bofeng Shuman wants to leave, anyway, he can't work here. This is not for the sake of Iwahide Village. Rather, Union Village cannot be given an excuse to withdraw its troops. After thinking about it, Shide AI said again, Jin, if you go for a run, you must not let the people of Konoha succeed and destroy the Shinbu Bridge, otherwise if Iwayne Village withdraws its troops, we will suffer enemies on both sides. Okay, I'll take a look. Kim Sparkle agreed. Do you want to bring a few more people? No need, I can do it myself. Okay then, you pay more attention to your own safety. After discussing this matter, Jin Shanshan left. Didn't delay anything. After packing his belongings, he left the camp and headed in the direction of the Land of Grass. If you want to say that the most chaotic place in the ninja world is the Country of Grass, because they are bordered by the Land of Earth to the north, the Country of Wind to the south, and the Country of Fire to the east, they belong to the existence in the cracks. When war breaks out, it is often their kind of place that is destroyed first. Equally unlucky, of course, is the Land of Rain. Being close to the Country of Grass can be regarded as a difficult brother and brother. However, the situation is slightly better than that of the Country of Drafting, the Country of Rain, because they have great ninjas. First, Hanzo, a pepperfish known as a demigod. Hanzo in his prime, he was indeed very strong, otherwise he would not be able to completely suppress the 3 shinobi, and there would be no way to fight them back. That's right, it's the easy kind. If it weren't for the fact that Hanzo wanted to kill Sanchin because he didn't want to offend Konoha, it really wouldn't have taken much effort at that time. And, at that time, the 3 shinobi were not very weak. 26 or 7 years old, not a shadow level, and stronger than the average elite Shangnin. That's it. But he was easily defeated by Hanzo. Can it be said that Hanzo is not powerful? More critically, most of Hanzo's strength is in the use of poison, and the poison sac transplanted from his own body is more powerful than that of psychic beasts, and even shadow-level ninjas can be poisoned to death. Wear a face covering. It is not for himself to take precautions, but to prevent the gas he breathes from poisoning others. Similarly, it is precisely because of such a powerful Hanzo that the Land of Rain can survive in the cracks and dare to declare war on other powers. It's because of the confidence. Hanzo's ability does not lie in duel masters, but in slaughtering minions. If he let go, tens of thousands of ninjas would not be enough to kill. It's just that he is relatively timid, and as he grows older, he becomes more and more afraid of things. That's why the Land of Rain has repeatedly suffered from war, killing and wounding so many people. Otherwise, change to a bold person, threatening the great powers with poison, who dares to go to the Land of Rain to make trouble. But even so, the situation in the Land of Rain is also much stronger than in the Land of Grass. because they still have masters sitting in the town, first Hanzo, then the Xiao organization. And the country of grass is not bullshit, and it has completely become the object of abuse. Every time a war breaks out, they are the first to be unlucky. Every time the war ends, it is they who can finally settle down. Take an example. Just like this 3 wars. According to the timeline of the later version, the 50 years of Konoha should be over. And Uzumaki Kazuk is the same age as Naruto Sasuke, born in 51. But in the anime, how old is the Phosphorus, and the country of grass is still at war? It can be seen that the country of grass is really a place of war, and there is almost no time to settle down. Of course. Nor can it all be blamed on other countries. Because the country of grass itself is an extremely exclusive and ambitious thing that wants to encroach on the territory of other countries. The understanding of their own strength is seriously inadequate. It is obviously very weak, there are no strong people, but they still dare to attack the country of Taki with tailed beasts. Isn't this asking for trouble and having a broken brain? Stop. What do you do? At the checkpoint, several grass ninja blocked the way, and asked with great momentum, without the consciousness of being a small country at all. Adult, Ya Kang asked. Well, don't kill them all, leave a question. Jin Shanshan said casually. Yes. After answering, Ya Kang took action. As an elite shinobi, slaughtering the ninjas of these small countries is not too simple. I saw Ya Kang casually move, and several fireballs appeared out of thin air and killed towards those grass ninjas. There is no need to say the results. Anyone who was hit by a fireball was steamed dry and baked into a mummy shape. It's less than 2 minutes. A total of 6 Kusanagi, only one was killed by Ya Kang. How many ninjas are there in your Kusanagi village now? Jin Shanshan asked. This, if you say it, you will die, if you don't say it, you will die. Yes, please don't kill me. Kusanagi was about to be frightened, and he didn't dare to be vague at the moment, and quickly told all the information he knew. There are now more than 300 ninjas in our Kusanagi village, the vast majority of them are lower shinobi, there are more than 40 in the middle shinobi, and 5 in the upper shinobi. That's pathetic enough. A few hundred ninjas, that sounds good. But compared to the 5 major countries, this is nothing. Moreover, there are still so few of their upper shinobi, only 5 people, it is estimated that even a medium family in Konoha can come and sweep them away. But less also has less benefits, and it is more convenient to control yourself. There is nothing wrong with that. Golden Flash felt that the country of grass was in chaos, but if they unified their ninjas, it would be a good place. Because its geographical location is special enough, it is full of countries in all directions. This person comes and goes, is a business and a spy, how suitable for making a transfer station mode of selling stolen goods. Make up your mind. Jin Shanshan took Ya Kang to Kusanagi village. As for Kusanagi who had just asked, he didn't kill him either. Because he plans to occupy this place, then the ninja here is his property, why kill it? Isn't it good to stay as a coolie? The territory of Kusanagi is not large. After walking for an hour, I came to the place. Without saying a word, Jin Shining directly transformed into the form of a 3-headed dragon and entered the grass ninja village by destroying the decay. Ah no, monster, thundered. Just listen to the explosions that keep sounding. Under the golden shining gravitational rays, the buildings of Kusanagi village were also destroyed in an instant, killing and injuring many civilians and ninjas. The 3 heads of the golden flash roared up to the sky, exuding an incomparably terrifying power. Now he is. Because of the plundering of a large number of ninjas' energy, the size of the transformed body has also grown to 10 meters tall, which can be regarded as a behemoth, a real monster level. And, unlike those other Ghidorahs, it may be because the ontology is human, and the golden incarnation of Ghidorah has 2 claws and 4 legs. This allows him to stand more firmly and exert stronger combat effectiveness. Plus 2 tails, a pair of wings. To fly can fly, to run and run, it is really invincible. Fire, ghost lantern, thunder, thunder tooth, water escape, water rush. The ninja of Kusanagi village was still organizing a counterattack, shooting a bunch of ninjutsu, as well as a kunao carrying a detonation charm, at Golden Flash. However, Jin Shining just swept with his wings and wiped out all those ninjutsu. Even if the remaining detonation charm exploded, it would not be able to break the golden wings, let alone hurt a single hair of his. To know. Ghidorah's wings are very tough, and even Godzilla's radiation hot wire and atomic breath can be defended. It can also create storms and launch lightning strikes. Although Golden Flash is not that bullish, it is enough to deal with these ninjas. Saw. With a strong wave of his wings, Jin Sparkle created a strong hurricane. Not only scraped down several houses, but also knocked those ninja blowing people on their backs, unable to stand. Finally, warn you once, those who surrender live, and those who resist die. The Golden Flash spat out words, and the loud voice was also thunderous, so that many grass ninja were shocked into a trance, and almost fainted. Because this sound wave is also mixed with golden shining spiritual power, it can be regarded as an attack. Snap. I don't know who has the bitterness in his hands. And then there's more. Some were so confused that they couldn't grab their weapons, but many more were so frightened that they didn't have the courage to continue fighting, because the monster in front of him is too strong. In just a few minutes, they killed dozens of their ninjas. More critically, their attack did not break the defense against this monster at all. Even the skin can't be broken. How else can this battle be fought? Damn, are you all stupid? How can you let a monster threaten us? Quickly pick up your weapons, we will together. Someone is still not admitting defeat and is inciting other ninjas. But he wasn't done yet. I saw a golden lightning bolt fall from the sky, directly smashing this person into scum. The blood mist sprayed in the sky, mixed with some broken bones. The grass ninjas, who were drenched in these things, also trembled in two ways, and their hearts were terrified, and they could no longer raise the idea of resisting, because it's really going to die. Next second, Jin Shanshan recovered and stood on the roof of a house. Who is the leader here? Stand up for me. Yes, I am. Middle-aged man walked out. Are you a shinobi? Yes. Target. The middle-aged Shangnan replied in a very vain tone, because the guy who instigated the crowd just now was also a shinobi, but he was chopped to death by a golden lightning bolt. There is no end to the bones. It makes them seem to be fake. In this way, in front of the golden flash that can transform into a monster, how can the middle-aged Shangren be tough? He really dare not. Listen, from today onwards, the Kusanagi village will be ruled by me, and those who disobey will also hold me back, otherwise don't blame me for not reminding you if you die. It is violent conquest. After a warning, Jin Shanshan said again, what's your name? Back. My name is Toko. This name is not good, you will be called Zikin in the future. The middle-aged ninja cracked directly. There is nothing wrong with that. The golden flash is deliberately looking for fault and practicing tyranny. He just wanted these Kusanagi to know that from the moment he arrived, the sky of Kusanagi village would change, and even the name of such a thing would come with his heart. If you dare to resist, there is no amnesty for killing. It's so overbearing. Let's be honest. For these ninjas in Kusanagi village, Jin Shinobu really didn't treat them as people, because they don't deserve it. As a small country, if you are often bullied and can't get your hands back, it is indeed quite pitiful and can make people sympathetic. But that's not the case in the country of grass. While they are being bullied, they are also bullying others. Still, that sentence, obviously very weak, but without the slightest self-awareness, thinking that he is very great and can become a careerist who plays with others, even research secret weapons to rule the world. I never dreamed of doing that. It can be said that the behavior of the country of grass is simply like a very small day. It can't be said to be similar, it's really exactly the same. And for such a group of guys, how could Jin Shanshan still treat them as people and treat them kindly? Isn't that something you want to fart? After World War I, calm returned to Kusanagi village. Although dozens of ninjas died, there were also 2 upper ninjas, which led to a great decrease in strength. But after Jin Shanshan and Yekang settled in, this loss was nothing. As for saying, there is of course a reason why the strength of the country of grass is so weak, why it has not been annexed by other powers. The first is that the great powers check and balance each other, and they will never watch their opponents expand their territory. Even big countries need the presence of small countries as buffer zones. In simple terms, every time they fight, they will put the battlefield in a small country, pat their ass and leave, without thinking about the aftermath at all. How convenient and money-saving. And if you annex small countries, make borders between large countries, go to war again. But it will become a war in your own country, and the arrangement of civilians, post-war reconstruction, and a series of problems will arise. Annoyance can annoy people. Small countries have such a little territory, and it does not matter at all to large countries. They can't make a mess of themselves for such a little profit, and the consequences are endless. Sum up. This is the reason why big countries do not swallow small countries, that is, to save money and trouble, and to have a buffer zone. Sir, this is the ninjutsu collection of our Kusanagi village. It used to be called Toko, now it's called a vacuum cleaner. No, the middle-aged ninja named Zikin brought a box of scrolls and said to Jin Shin, didn't miss it, did it? Absolutely nothing, subordinates really don't dare. Zikin quickly knelt down and said with trepidation. Nodded. Jin Shanshan also picked up the scroll in the box and looked at it. There are also not many ninjutsu in Kusanagi village. However, after reading them one by one, Jin Sparkle still found something more interesting. For example, Fire Ghost Lantern, Fire Heavenly Prison, Fire Heavenly Prison, Fire Heavenly Prison, Fire Heavenly Prison, Fire Shadow Flow, Broken Palm, Dragon Life Rebirth Technique. In addition, there are some confinement techniques and sealing techniques, which are also very distinctive. Let's be honest. Although the ninjas of Kusanagi village can't do it, they have a very good set of ninjutsu development. Just like this fire, it's almost a flower. There is also the art of confinement. Other ninja villages do not have this thing, maybe the entire ninja world is the only one, and they have made it. By the way, there is still a woman from the Vortex tribe in your village, right? Looking at the ninjutsu scroll in his hand, Jin Shanshan said while saying, "This, I don't want to listen to any nonsense, go and bring her here." Yes. Don't dare to refuse. Zikin can only hurry to find someone. After a while, Zikin came back again, with a woman behind him. This woman is in her 20s, her appearance is okay, her figure is not bad, and her blood-red hair is also a symbol of the Vortex clan. "What's your name?" Back to my lord. "My name is Gardenia Uzumaki. Although I don't know who Kim Shin is, but in the entire Kusanagi village, outsiders like Gardenia Uzumaki had the lowest status, and she had to listen to anyone's words. Not to mention, even Zikin has to be respectful to the Golden Flash, and the Vortex Gardenia does not dare to be too presumptuous." "You're pregnant." Golden Flash sensed that a small life was being conceived in the stomach of the Vortex Gardenia. Yes, my lord, but this will not affect my work, and please be gracious, don't let me beat him." Gardenia Uzumaki quickly knelt down. It's afraid that Jin Sparkle won't allow her to have this child. Such weakness is really a shame for the Vortex family. Jin Xuan couldn't help but shake his head. But without suffering others, he will not blame them for anything. "What about your husband? He went to the battlefield some time ago and hasn't come back yet." "Well, it seems that there is no return." "Roll up your sleeve and I'll take a look." Gardenia Uzumaki did not dare to refuse, reached out and rolled her sleeve, revealing her arm full of bite marks one after another. Sympathy, yes, a little. But more, it still makes Jin Shanshan feel that these things in Kusanagi village are still wasting treasures if they don't do anything about it. To know. There are not many Uzumaki clans in the ninja world anymore. It's not easy to find one, it's a big profit. How can it be used to treat small soldiers, such a waste of stepping on horses? You won't have to go to work in the hospital in the future. Huh? Uzumaki Gardenia was stunned, and quickly said, "Adult, I can treat more people, please don't drive us away, okay?" It's really spineless. In fact, this can also be seen in the attitude of the Uzumaki clan towards Konoha. The village was wiped out. But none of the remaining clansmen ran to Konoha. To know, Konoha and Uzumaki are hardcore allies. As early as the Sengoku period, the Uzumaki clan married the princess, that is, Uzumaki Mito, to Senjukuzuma, and strongly supported the other party to establish a ninja village. And in gratitude, Senjukuma also designed the symbols on Konoha ninjas' clothes as whirlpools, just to thank the Waki family. And let the people of Konoha remember that they can't forget their roots. There is this relationship in. The two villages are also quite friendly and old-fashioned. And after that, because Konoha wanted to reseal the Nine Tails, Whirlpool Village also sent people to Konoha, and then sent sealing. It is even more vividly expressed the identity of Lao Tai, not a little worse. But the problem comes back. It was in this relationship that after the Uzumaki village was destroyed, those Uzumaki clansmen who escaped did not run to Konoha for help. They have all traveled through the entire land of fire and come to the more remote land of grass, the land of rain. What is going on? There can only be one answer. For these old things, it is still people's business. The Golden Flash is certainly not of interest. However, there is also a Uzumaki clan on Konoha's side. Can you use this incident to drive a wedge between that person and Konoha? Revenge. Who called Bofeng Shuman the enemy? And for the things that harm the enemy, Golden Flash is happy to do it. Gardenia Uzumaki, I didn't say I wanted to drive you away, but to change you to a better job, and in the future, you will follow Yakang, be her assistant and secretary, and help her deal with her chores. Yakang nodded in time. I didn't expect happiness to come so quickly, and Gardenia Uzumaki was about to cry. Okay, you go down first. By the way, Zikin, change her to a better place to live, and the treatment will also be upgraded to the management level. Jin Shanshan waved his hand and said, "Yes, my lord." Zikin took the order, and then went out with the Whirlpool Gardenia with 1,000 thanks. For the bloodpack-like swirling Gardenia, Golden Flash is still a little interested. Not men and women. It's the child in her belly, and her blood heir. The blood inheritance of the Vortex clan is still very powerful. Not to mention being a nanny, the sealing technique and perception ability are also unique. It's a good help to cultivate. And what else? If you plunder the energy of the Vortex Gardenia every once in a while, wait for her to recover, and then plunder it, and go on for a long time. I don't know if I can get the blood inheritance of the Vortex clan, but there is no cost, it is still worth a try. And don't worry about killing her. Big deal, while plundering energy, Golden Flash will give her some energy from others. There are in and out, what kind of consumption? The energy stolen by the Golden Flash would become very pure life energy after being digested by him. Give anyone an adaptation. This is also the reason why he was able to save Yakang. Otherwise, if creatures can repel each other, then it is not saving but killing. The night passed. Jin Shanshan called several stewards, including Zikin, over. then slapped each of them on the body. This is the ghost lantern confinement technique I developed, which incorporates the fire ghost lantern, the confinement technique, and some sealing techniques. In total, there are 3 roles. The first can seal the chakra in your body. The second is to imprison your physical movement. Third, if anyone dares to defect or be unfaithful to me, I will let the ghost fire in it ignite your chakra and turn you into a real ghost lantern. Do you understand? Zikin and the others were numb. The point is that this is also too scary. Moreover, it was only one night. How did you develop such a terrifying ninjutsu? If you don't believe it, just look at the grimace pattern on your mouth, or try it out and let me activate this ninjutsu. Don't, sir, we swear allegiance. Several people in Zikin were frightened and quickly knelt on the ground. Really? You have to be ruthless when you train dogs, and you have to be chained. Jin Shanxian waved his hand and directly let a few people from Zikin go out. In fact, the reason why he did this is also so that after he leaves, these guys can do things honestly. Otherwise, Ye Kang alone would really be difficult to say that he could control them. After all, this is also a ninja village. There are several upper ninjas, hundreds of lower ninja, which Ye Kang alone can deal with. To be on the safe side, these people still have to be shackled. As for saying, is Golden Flash really so powerful that such ninjutsu can be developed overnight, so heavy? Even if it is fake, these ninjas dare not try the method by themselves, and wait for a long time. Golden Flash really got this ninjutsu out, and by that time they would react again, and there would be no use for eggs. It can only continue to be a golden dog, and he will not be able to resist for the rest of his life. Let Ye Kang stay in Kusanagi village to deal with things. Jin Shin left alone and went to the Divine Bridge. Well, he didn't delay much, just stayed in Kusanagi village for one night. If Kakashi had already blown up the Kamibubi bridge, then it would have blown up. What a big deal. Just by virtue of the fickle virtue of Union Village. If you don't stab Union Village now, you will stab them in the future, expecting them to be allies wholeheartedly. Isn't that what you want to eat? But what Jin Sparkle didn't expect was, when he arrived at the place, the Divine Bridge was still standing there well, and nothing happened at all. I don't know what Kakashi and the 3 of them are eating, they haven't done it yet. It's really disappointing. After all, I can't grasp the opportunity when they give them, which is also too crotch-pulling. Shaking your head, Jin Shanshan sensed it again with his own ability. He found that a few kilometers away, Kakashi and the others were blocked in a cave by a group of IWA shinobi. Famous scenes are not mentioned first. No wonder he can't get out to blow up the bridge. All exposed, and fried a fart. Moreover, because the 4th generation of AI contained the wave Feng Shui Gate, no guy rushed to the rescue, and he didn't know that this wave was coming down. Kakashi and Rin Nohara still have a chance to survive. Don't care about these though. The battle in the cave is quite exciting. Intense is not counted. But under the siege of IWA Shinobu, Kakashi was blind in one eye, and Obito awakened the Nagoidama Sharingan, which is also quite interesting. Not to mention next, because he forgot to mend the knife, he didn't kill the last IWA Shinobu. Let the other party use ninjutsu to destroy the cave. To save Kakashi, Obito was crushed by half of his body by a falling boulder, and then, with the help of Rin Nohara, gave the remaining left eye to Kakashi, as a gift for his promotion to shinobi. At last, turning grief into strength, Kakashi used this Sharingan to perfect his Chidori ninjutsu and successfully defeated that IWA shinobu. Watching these things happen, Jin Shanshan did not participate in it. First, there is no benefit. Again, Uchiha is still staring here. In the Golden Perception, there are many plant-like life forms around that are slowly moving, and it is obvious that it is white. After all, how can plants in general move? As for Uchiha, it's not that Jin Shining is afraid of the other party. Not to mention, today's Uchiha is just a bad old man, and he needs to rely on the 10-tailed body to hang his life to stay alive. In this state, he still has some strength left. The key is still that sentence, there is no benefit. Whether it is exposing yourself too early, or facing Uchiha now, there is no benefit. So, just be a spectator, there is no need to mix in. In the distance came some IWA shinobu again. As a last resort, Kakashi had to abandon the buried Obito and run away with Rin Nohara first. Soon, they disappeared into the woods, not knowing if they would survive. After all, the wave Feng Shui Gate may not be able to come. With Kakashi alone and a towing oil bottle, it is difficult to say that he can escape IWA shinobu's pursuit and leave safely. But what? In Jin Shan's opinion, this hope should still be quite big. It's not that he has faith in Kakashi. It's because Nohara Rin is also a pawn chosen by Uchiha Madara, and it will be used to further blacken Obito. How could he let Rin Nohara and Kakashi die in such a place? It's totally worthless. This, according to the direction of those white movements, was obviously towards where Kakashi and they left, which better proved the speculation of Golden Light. Of course, this matter is not very important to the Golden Flash. So after the group left, he didn't rush to watch the play. spent a few days at the Shin-Wubai Bridge. Nothing happened, and neither Kakashi, nor the Wave Fang Shuman, came to attack the bridge again. After that, Jin Shanshan received a letter from the fourth generation of AI, saying that the situation had changed, and asked him to rush back to the camp and no longer care about Shen Wubikiao. After returning to the camp, it took Kim Sparkle to know what was going on. Konoha said that he moved the patriarch of the Earth Spider clan, the warrior Walker, and let him launch a very lethal forbidden technique. Just all at once, it destroyed an area with a radius of tens of miles, leaving nothing behind, saying, "This is a good person who travels in battle, and has his own bottom line," so he did not launch the forbidden technique very close to the camps of Yan and Yun villages. Although even so, the two villages of Iwakumo also killed and injured thousands of ninjas. But it's better than the whole army being wiped out, and no one is left. After all, this forbidden technique of the warrior is too widespread, and the lethality is not low, tens of kilometers, or even more range. If he really had the intention to drive Union Village and Union Village to extinction, as long as he came secretly, the chance of success was still very large. So, no surprises. Iwayne Village was frightened. Even if the Divine Bridge was not destroyed, they withdrew their troops for hundreds of miles, almost withdrawing from the territory of the Fire Nation. This naturally also made the fourth generation of AI greatly annoyed, and while angrily scolding Oniki for not being a thing, he also called Jin Shin back. After all, Union Village has withdrawn its troops, and it is no longer of any use to let Jin Shanshan stay at Shen Wubi Bridge. By Kim, you two immediately rushed to the Earth Spider clan and snatched that forbidden technique for me. In addition, remember, even if you can't grab the forbidden art, you can't let people from other villages get it, understand? Yes. Got it. Then hurry up and go, the fourth generation of AI said with a big wave of his hand. The two of Golden Flash and Kirby didn't say anything more, turned around and left the big tent. In other words, the fourth generation of AI's style of doing things is like this. A string of snatching. Fancy anything, whether it is ninjutsu or blood, he will try to get it, and he will do everything, but that's okay. Quite to the taste of the Golden Sparkle. At least the mind is direct, don't hide it. It's better to work with people like this than with thoughtful hypocrites. Rushed for a small half a day, the two of Golden Flash and Kirby finally arrived at their destination. But the servants are not stupid. Knowing that the forbidden technique is exposed, it will attract the attention of many parties. He had long abandoned the station and left with his people. Not only the Golden Flash, the two pounced. Yo, even people don't know where to go, how to chase this, Baguia Road, Kunuya Road, Kirby sang with a gesture. Then go back to regain your life, see what Lord AI says. Jin Shanshan said indifferently. In fact, he was also interested in this forbidden technique of the Earth Spider family. Absorbing the power of nature, it can destroy an area of tens of kilometers with one blow, which is superior to the Eye of Reincarnation. Shinra Tianzheng is not weak either. But no way. People ran away. There were no other clues to look for. It can only be to go home first, and then consider it in the long run. That's it. The two returned to the camp the same way. And for this matter, although the fourth generation of AI is unwilling, there is no other way. After all, the war is still the most important thing at the moment, and although the forbidden art of the Earth Spider family is very powerful, it can be used as a strategic weapon. But if you can't find anyone, you can only let it go first. Some more days passed. Just when Golden Flash is performing various tasks, constantly hunting Konoha's ninjas, plundering energy to enhance his strength, there have also been new changes in the situation between countries. First of all, Cheyenne Village really couldn't hold on. The first one shrank his troops, and in order to protect himself, he also signed a very humiliating alliance treaty with Konoha. How to say humiliation? Let's start with the reasons. Because it is a war with three countries at the same time. As far as the family base of Cheyenne Village is concerned, it will definitely not last long. Even though they had already held peace talks with Weian Village, under the attack of Union Village, there were still heavy casualties and heavy losses. In addition, the daimyo of the Land of Wind disliked their incompetence and vowed to cut off the military expenses of the village of Tsunahi. Under multiple pressures, there was no way, and the village chose to bow to Konoha. The share of the mission of the village of Tsunahide was exchanged for peace with Konoha, and for Konoha to send troops to help them resist the siege of Iwayne Village. To know what mission share means for a ninja village. As a violent agency, what it does is murder and transcendence, and is hired to buy and sell. This is out of the task. It is equivalent to cutting off the road ahead and having no prospects for development. The village of Sandyan has handed over its future to Konoha, just like handing the rope that tied itself to someone else. It definitely loses the status in face of the five great powers. Can that still be called humiliation? It's just humiliating, okay? That's nothing. It didn't have much impact on Union Village. What really had an impact was Oniki's operation. Seeing that the village of Sand Hidden had defected to Konoha, the two joined forces to deal with themselves, and Konoha also had the support of the Earth Spider clan. Just before the big explosion, he destroyed tens of kilometers in one go, killing thousands of his ninjas. In addition to being distressed, Oniki was indeed a little uncomfortable, because he was afraid that Konoha would come again. If all the troops he sent out were annihilated, then the losses of their Union village would be too great to withstand it. It is because of this concern. So when Danzo came to the door and said that he wanted to discuss things, Oniki did not refuse. No one knew what the two of them had discussed. But not long after the regiment left, Oniki issued a new order, urgently gathered tens of thousands of ninja troops, and launched a siege of the position where the 3 generations of Thunder Cage were located. This knife really stabbed to the point of Union Village, because at the same time, Konoha's side also launched an attack on the position where Shide AI was located. Wave Fang Shuman, and the Big Snake Pill, Zilaya. Several masters all arrived, and the fight was faint and dark, so that the 4th generation of AI could not get out. Even if he already knew about the betrayal of Union Village and was besieging the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow, he couldn't rush to the rescue. That's what makes people most angry. Mess with things, give me death. The 4th generation of AI was really angry, and a violent thunder and lightning was released around his body, and he quickly killed several people towards the Big Snake Pill. Kirabi followed closely and also took the 8-tailed form to help Shide AI deal with these people in Konoha. As for the Golden Flash, he also stopped playing soy sauce and kept a low profile. After all, whatever you say, Union Village is also a place to give birth to and raise itself. Even if he awakens the memories of his previous life, Jin Shining will not break off his feelings and leave Union Village alone. Of course, the most important thing is, after this period of massive looting, Golden Flash already has the amount of shadow-level chakra, and the transformed Ghidorah form has also grown to more than 10 meters tall. Even if he has the strength to initially look at all sentient beings, naturally he doesn't have to hide it too much. Roar the 3-headed golden dragon appeared in the field, and with just one gravitational ray, it swept away a large area of Konoha ninjas, and blasted them into slag. What kind of monster is this? Seeing the golden shining power, slaughtering ordinary ninjas was the same as playing. Even Jiraiya and Orochimaru couldn't help but look surprised. Jiraiya-sensei, this is a young ninja in Union Village, his name is Golden Shining, and he has a very special blood succession limit, but his transformation has not been so big before, and I don't know more specifically. While dodging the attack of the 4th generation of AI, Bofeng Shuman told all the information he knew, and honestly, the rapid growth of Jin Shui's strength was really unexpected by Bofeng Shuman, which surprised him greatly. Although I haven't fought with Golden Flash, but from the intelligence that is constantly reported, Bofeng Shuman can also roughly see the strength of Jin Shining, which is definitely not as strong as it is now. You deal with AI and YAOI, I'll fix that guy, or let him go on and our ninja will be destroyed. At this time, Zilla also said. After that, without waiting for the Great Snake Pill and the Wave Feng Shui Gate to reply, he rushed towards the Golden Flash with a jump, and used psychic techniques in the air. Just listen to the bang. A behemoth also appeared at Jiraiya's feet. Jiraiya, what the hell are you doing again? A loud voice sounded. I'm sorry Wentai, this is on the battlefield, I need you to help me deal with this big guy with 3 heads in front. Seeing that Wentai was wearing a bathrobe and knew that he disturbed Ji Lai Ye in the bath, he also apologized. Wheel Wentai spat out the smoke ring and said, it's really troublesome, then solve it as soon as possible, I can take another dip when I go back early. Good. Between words, Wentai also took action, and with Jiraiya, rushed towards the 3-headed dragon incarnated by the Golden Flash. But just kidding. A stinky toad also dares to shout in front of himself? A gravitational ray of Golden Flash struck over, directly slamming the careless Wentai into the sky. But the next second, Wentai slammed into white smoke. This is a stand-in technique that is also used by Jiraiya. Humans and frogs are one, they fight like a person, and they have long practiced these moves very familiarly. Afterwards, Wentai fell from the sky again and landed behind Jin Shining. The long knife was unsheathed and cut down like a ray of light. Bang! At the critical moment, Jin Flash used the force field defense to block Wentai's sword. Although I was still stumbled by this force, it was nothing. Turn around. Golden Flash used 2 claws to grab Wentai, human genetic mutation, and Wentai also used its claws to block Golden Flash. But don't forget, the Golden Flash has 3 heads. Just listen to the bang twice. The 2 heads on the left and right of Jin Shanshan bit Wentai's shoulder respectively, and the huge bite force also made the other party scream. And that's not all. The head in the middle of the Golden Flash also accumulated energy, and when he opened his mouth, he spewed a gravitational ray at Wentai. The distance was so close, plus he was bitten, Wentai couldn't hide if he wanted to. Fortunately, there is also Jiraiya. He used the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb to bombard the gravitational ray, but in the end, he was invincible, and he could only use the Earth Flow Wall Ninjutsu again, raising a wall tens of meters high. This is enough to block the golden gravitational rays. But after the explosion, Jiraiya and Wentai were also blown up, not to mention embarrassment. Jiraiya, it can't go on like this. After finally escaping and staying away from the golden flash, Wentai also gasped. What's wrong? Since I don't understand. I thought that this guy Wentai didn't have a wife looking for too much, otherwise how could he have fought for such a short time, and he became breathless and unable to lift up. Put away those dirty thoughts of yours, or I won't help you. I am too familiar with Jiraiya's person. Wentai didn't even have to look at it to know what this nasty guy was thinking. Then he said, this monster will extract energy, and it is the kind that even the life force will be sucked away. If I am bitten by him again, I can only return to Miyama Mountain first. So it is. Zai also suddenly realized, and his face became solemn. Then let's attack with ninjutsu first and try to avoid hand-to-hand combat. Good. With the cooperation of one person and one toad, they attack Jin Shin again. Buntai spits out a lot of oil, and Jiraiya uses fire to form a fire that is hotter and not easy to extinguish. Flashed towards the golden flash. Play with fire. The golden flash is not impossible. However, in the face of this move of Zai and Toad Buntai, he did not choose to fight back with flames. Just listen to the hula for a while. Jin Shanshan flapped his wings forcefully, and directly soared into the air, so easily dodged, and let their combined ninjutsu pounce. And after that, the golden flash continued to flap its wings, and soon a storm formed. Carrying thousands of thunder and lightning, as well as a terrifying heavy momentum, he swooped towards Toad Wentai and Zile. Worst, Zai also knew that with Wentai's strength, he could not block this level of impact at all, so he did not hesitate to use the avatar technique again. Bang! A deafening loud noise spread around. The place where Wentai was located was also smashed out of a huge deep pit tens of meters deep and nearly 1,000 meters wide. I don't know how many ninjas fell into it and suffered from being implicated. But now, I don't have time to pay attention to those. Because even if he dodged quickly, Mrs. Wen also received some shocks, and there were many wounds on his body, bloody, not to mention embarrassment. Jiraiya, do you have any other options? Otherwise I won't be able to hold on. Mrs. Wen said very unpleasantly. But it had to admit that it was indeed no match for this three-headed dragon. Because the other party's means are too much. It can fly, bite, and shoot that kind of golden lightning, extract the life force of others, and even create storm groups. This is special. It seems that you can only use that trick. I also didn't expect that a teenager in Golden Flash, the Dragon of Change, would be so difficult to deal with. He had to use the immortal mode. Mrs. Wen, you take a break first, I'll find other helpers to come over. Good. Wentai was also not verbose, and directly turned into white smoke and disappeared. Because there are many toads in Miyama Mountain, there is no shortage of such a one. Afterwards, Jiraiya was also sealed again. Not only did he summon the two immortals Fukazaku and Shima, but he also recruited two generals, Toad Ken and Toad Hiroshi, to come out to guard. Xiao Zilei, something happened, even Mrs. Wen was injured. That's it, Xiao Zilei, I was still cooking for the child and his father, and I was called by you, and those bugs are going to run away. The shrill voice of the Shima immortal sounded. Let's let go of the cooking first, Xiao Zile is also so anxious to summon us over, there must be something urgent. The Fukazaku immortal persuaded. What do you say, do you think I'm too wordy? No, how could I, that's what you mean. Seeing that the two immortals were about to quarrel, Zai could only quickly speak, boss, big sister, the situation is urgent, I need to use the immortal mode, and please help me, as for what is the current situation, I will explain it to you later. Is there an enemy? You can't see that big? The two toads of Fukazaku and Shima also saw the three-headed dragon incarnated by the Golden Flash at this time, and they suddenly stopped talking nonsense. Don't say anything else. This size, the imposing momentum, and the strength that can make Wentai injured are enough to make them pay attention to it, and they can't mess around. Let's help Xiao Zile also condense natural energy. Toad Jian, Toad Guan, you two go stop this guy and buy us time. Fukazaku Immortal arranged. Yes. Although I am very useless, I will do my best. Toad Hiroshi and Toad Ken both came down. Then he jumped in front of Jiraiya and made a defensive move. Funny. Think you'll be able to stop yourself? Jin Shuang was too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly opened 3 blood basin mouths, emitting the strongest gravitational rays. Golden light shines. 3 bolts of lightning followed. In an instant, it hit Toad Jian's shield and Toad Guang's long knife. Thundered. The power of gravitational rays is not only the damage caused by lightning, but also traction and confinement. It is also possible to disintegrate matter. Therefore, the damage caused by such rays to dead objects is higher than that of living organisms. I saw that whether it was Toad Jian's shield or Toad's long knife, they all shattered in the bombardment of gravitational rays. Then the 2 huge toads were also blown out. After crossing the sky, he fell heavily on the ground, splashing a large cloud of smoke and dust, and he couldn't get up again for a long time. I'll come. The Shima immortal made a move, opening his mouth and spitting out a tongue that was 100 meters long, wrapping around one of the golden shining heads and bodies. It also has many bulges on its tongue that can release strong acids and melt enemies. Merely. Before the Shima immortals could make this killing move, a large amount of thunder and lightning appeared on Jin Shining's body, scorching his tongue. A Shima immortal screamed and quickly withdrew his tongue. And at this moment, the Shenzuo immortal, who was concerned about his old wife and children, also made a move. It opened its mouth and spit out a column of water, which changed from thick to thin, as if flicking a whip, and cut off several heads of golden flashes. Force Field Defense, Electromagnetic Barrier. Golden Flash uses two abilities in a row. It's just that one is that his force field is not very powerful, and the other is that the water knife of the Deep Toad is not a simple energy body, and the lethality is too strong, so I still couldn't completely defend it. After the water knife cut through, one of Jin Shining's necks was also cut in half, and he almost lost another head. You guys are looking for death. The Golden Flash opened his eyes angrily, and thousands of gravities fell instantly. Rumble. The earth sank and collapsed deeply, and Zai was even more pressed to his knees, spewing out a large mouthful of blood, and the two toads on his body were also uncomfortable, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. There is no way. Who said that the gravity in this area instantly increased by more than 10 times, and it was good enough not to press them directly into meatloaf? What is it to spit out some blood? It is normal. Xiao Zilei, can you still hold on? The Fukazaku immortal felt that it was difficult to speak. Not to mention, he also showed a wry smile when he heard Shenzo immortal's question. How to say it? The Fukazaku immortals and the Shima immortals live in Myoki Mountain and are good at using natural energy. Don't look at them as toads. In terms of physique and endurance alone, it is much stronger than Selfcom. They are almost overwhelmed, let alone Jiraiya. And there's another thing, and this one is the most serious. To know. According to the plot, more than 10 years later, when Zilla also went to Yuan village to fight Pain, it would take a long time to prepare if he wanted to use the immortal mode. Not to mention now. Even if there are two immortals to help him and condense natural energy together, he wants to successfully enter the immortal mode. It's also going to take a hard time. Time, environment, are not allowed. The key Toad Jian and Toad Guang failed to block the opposite side. How could people just wait and not move? Let him condense natural energy well. Thinking of this, Zai Lai also let go of his hands. Boss, big sister, it seems that this time is not possible. You guys go back first. What stupid thing to say. What should you do when we leave? It's okay, although I can't win the other side, I won't die so easily. How can that work? We will stay and help you deal with him together. The two immortals said that they would not leave anything. This is also touching Jiraiya. It's just that now is not the time to be moved. Thousands of gravity is pressing on the body, and this alone makes Jilai have no heart to think about anything else. The good thing is, Golden Flash is also not familiar with the aspect of gravity manipulation. After a while, the heavy gravity was all lifted and returned to its original state. This also made Zai Lai also greatly relieved, and quickly left a distance in an instant, so as not to hit the same move again. The next moment, Golden Flash also shrank his figure and returned to a human body. It's not that he doesn't want to continue attacking Jiraiya. It's too much consumption. No rut. The Golden Flash is a person, not the real Ghidorah. Not that big, not that much energy. Even if he has a shadow-level chakra, he transforms into a monster more than 10 meters tall and constantly uses various abilities. It's gravitational rays again, it's gravity manipulating. He also used force field defense, manipulated the storm group, and recovered from his injuries. I can't hold out for long. And this is on the battlefield. How could Jin Shinshan, in order to kill Jiraiya alone, regardless of his own consumption, let others have the opportunity to kill him? Isn't that putting the cart before the horse and pit yourself? Sparkle isn't that silly. Thunder Eye Blast Bombs. Thundered. The fourth generation of AI went down with one move, instantly collapsed a large area of the ground, and also set off a large amount of dust. However, he did not take the opportunity to attack again, but came to Jin Shin's side in an instant. Kim, do you still have the strength to fight again? Okay, but don't stay here, go to my father's side, and if necessary, bring him back alone. Because Golden Flash can fly, Shide AI wants him to save people. Otherwise, even if his father is strong, he is besieged by tens of thousands of ninjas in Yin village, and he is alone, it is difficult to say that he will come back alive. I see. Then it's all up to you. Patting Jin Shinshan's shoulder, the tone of the fourth generation of AI was also solemn that had never been before. Because of the current situation, Union Village is indeed a critical moment of life and death. From the previous siege of Konoha, it turned out to be the object of the siege. If something happens to the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow over there, and Konoha, Cheyenne Village, and Union Village unite again, and if they rush up, Union Village will really be in danger of being wiped out. That is absolutely unacceptable to the fourth generation of AI. Therefore, let Jin Shanshan save the third generation of Thunder Shadow. This is also the only chance to turn the tide of the war, and the fourth generation of AI has to be cautious. As soon as his mind moved, a pair of flesh wings grew on his golden back. Then with a force on his feet, he took off into the air and flew into the distance. Stop him! Knock him down! Seeing that Golden Flash was about to leave the battlefield, the ninjas of Konoha were also embarrassed. One by one, as if he didn't want money, all of them were thrown towards the Golden Flash. But this is also to underestimated him. Snorted coldly. Jin Shining just rotated his lower body, and the strong hurricane he brought with him swept away all those bitter dark weapons and everything. Hidden Shadow Multi-Snake Hand. Countless poisonous snakes rushed up from the ground, suddenly extending the distance of 100 meters, and they were about to bite into Golden Flashes. However, in the face of this attack, Jin Shining just used the armor of thunder and electricity, and all the vipers that approached him were electrocuted into coke. One by one, they fell. Big Snake Pill, I'll go to you to play in the future, don't be too anxious. Give the Big Snake Pill an inexplicable smile. Then the Golden Flash fluttered its wings and disappeared in an instant. Interesting little ghost. Orochimaru licked his tongue. Although he didn't know much about what Golden Flash meant, just the blood succession limit that could transform into Golden Flash was enough to make him interested. The battle that follows. The Big Snake Pill didn't exert much strength. Nothing else, just because he is not interested in the fourth generation of AI and Kyribi, he naturally cheats and plays tricks and grinds foreign workers, but that's exactly why. In addition, Jiraiya was also injured. Therefore, the fourth generation of AI and Kyribi persevered and were not killed by the three generals of Konoha. The other side flew for more than 2 hours. The Golden Flash came to the range close to the land of grass. It's not that he's so slow, but he knew that the three generations of Thunder Shadow were not so easy to die. It is also the strongest armor and the strongest spear. The only man who could suppress Yaoi by relying on physical skills alone, how could he be led so easily? And in the original work, it is not said that he fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and he did not let Yan Shinobu break his defense, and he died of exhaustion. So what's the rush? Save people. It is also necessary to have a saving look. So, even if you know where the battlefield is, Jin Sparkle still rubbed outside for most of the day, and after his chakra was completely recovered, he flew over. 3 generations of Lord Liang, I came to save you. Where did this silly boy come from? Seeing that Golden Flash flew from the sky, and shouted loudly to attract the attention of Iwa Shinobu, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow were also speechless. Really? Just as he expected. In the next second, the rock ninjas threw out countless dark weapons, enough to kill 100 people. But what? The next thing was greatly beyond the imagination of the 3 generations of Liang, because Golden Flash transformed into Ghidorah form again, directly swept away those dark weapons, and fell heavily on the battlefield. With a bang, I don't know how many Iwa Shinobu stepped onto death. Why did it transform again? It's different from Konoha. On the side of the country of grass, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow were to cover the retreat of their subordinates, so they stayed alone to break the rear. Otherwise, no matter how many Yan Shinobi these Yan endures, it will be impossible to stop him. And this case that is. In addition to the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow here, the remaining tens of thousands of people are all Iwa Shinobi. The Golden Flash can transform into the form of Ghidorah, killing and plundering energy while fighting to support the war. Wouldn't that be cooler? Perhaps, after this battle is over, his strength will improve a lot. The Golden Flash was powerful, and a gravitational ray swept over, killing a large area of Iwa Shinobu. Boy, is this more than you can kill? The 3 generations of Lei Ying were a little stunned. However, the information of the Golden Flash, the 4th generation of AI, has already told him. Although the first meeting was still a little unexpected, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow also reacted quickly, and together with Jin Xing, they once again joined the ranks of slaughtering Iwa Shinobu. Thunder and lightning erupted all around, and the 4 books were invincible. The 3 generations of Thunder Shadows are also very powerful, often wearing one and the other, and everywhere they pass are people on their backs and their heads rolling. Even, he didn't need 4 books, just ordinary fist and foot kung fu, he could beat those Iwa Shinobi who were close to him to pieces. Picking your head is as easy as picking a peach. Of course, no matter how fast the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow kill, it is not as fast as the Golden Flash, because the size is different. More than 10 meters high Golden Flash, just a gravitational ray down, can kill dozens of ninjas. Then he inhaled harder, and then extracted all the energy from those dead corpses and swallowed it into his abdomen. This one in and out. The energy does not decrease but increases, not to mention how cool it is. It's true. This is a call without Oniki, otherwise Jin Shanshan wants to tell him and let him send more ninjas. What 10,000 is not 10,000, it is simply not enough for him to kill. Of course, that's a bit of bragging. Because there are many people and great strength, more ants can also bite elephants to death. With more ninjas, the tailed beasts can be sealed, and the 10 tails can be limited for a period of time. And the Golden Flash, the current strength is comparable to the tailed beast, far from the 10 tails, naturally it can't be too wavy. It's like right now. Every time a group of people is slaughtered, Golden Flash will flutter away and change places. It will definitely not leave those IWA shinobi the opportunity to make a trap and kill him. 2 Done, split the soil and turn your palm. Hundreds of IWA shinobi performed ninjutsu together, slapped their palms on the ground, and then the entire ground began to shake, causing a large area to collapse. But Jin Shan, who had been guarded against this, had already taken off and flew, so he was not affected by this ninjutsu at all, and there was no boom. Another gravitational ray swept by. As the golden lightning extended out, countless IWA shinobi were also blown up into the sky, shattered and torn apart. The end was miserable. But who can be blamed for this? Oniki, that guy can't come, only let these little ones contribute. How much death is also his responsibility of the Earth's shadow, but no one else is to blame. Another small half a day passed. I have to say that IWA Shinobu's ability to withstand pressure is still very strong. Even if the corpses killed by the Golden Flash and the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow were all over the field, and the blood stained the entire ground, they did not collapse. It also became more ferocious, constantly launching suicidal charges at the 2. Kill. Keep rushing. Don't be afraid, use ninjutsu together. Maybe this is the style of the land of Earth, hard as stone. No matter how strong the enemy is, he is invincible. They just die, and they have to find a way to break the teeth of their enemies. Absolutely commendable. It's a pity that Golden Flash and the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow are not people from the land of Earth, and they are still the besieged side, so naturally they will not pity these people. Whoever should kill the hand will kill him, without the slightest hesitation. Another night passed. Fast forward to the next day. The battle continues, and the pace has not slowed down. The Rock Ninja side is as many people as they die, and tens of thousands of ninjas surround them like a tidal wave, as if endlessly. 3 generations of Lei Ying and Golden Flash too, they have no problem. 3 generations of Thunder Shadow are strong enough. Except for physical exertion, everything else is not a matter at all. Because his defense was too strong, the armor of Thunder Dun was opened, and no matter how those Yanin attacked, they were helpless, and their efforts were in vain. As for the Golden Flash, it is still to fight with war. Good boy. Even the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow were impressed by the Golden Flash. Transformation is nothing. The point is that the staying power is still so strong, which is very unusual. And how old is the Golden Flash? It's just a teenager. The days ahead are still to come. If this is cultivated well, how much benefit it can bring to Union Village, do you need to elaborate? Little one, if you have a chance, go first, leave me alone. Raising his hand to kill a IWA shinobi, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow said to Jin Shining while speaking. Golden Flash did not always maintain Ghidorah form, because that consumption was indeed too large, and the load on his body was not small. To reduce the burden, from time to time, he will also return to his human form and use his local form to fight. In this way, it is convenient to rush and kill in the crowd, and it has not weak defense, and it is not afraid of the attack of those dark weapons and sharp blades. It's pretty good. Where are the 3 generations of adults? I came here to save you. The Chidori sharp spear swept over, killing all the corpses of several IWA shinobi who were besieging them, and Jin Shinobu also took the time to reply. Unlike the others, as well as Kakashi and Suzuki, the thunder and lightning used by Golden Lightning are basically golden, and this 1000-bird sharp gun is no exception. It's not that he can't use blue thunderbolts. Rather, gold is more powerful, and there are other effects. Of course, the strong ones are used strongly, and there is no reason to use those that are weaker. Tell you to leave, where is so much nonsense. If you wait for that guy from Oniki to come over, it will be difficult for you to leave. The 3 generations of Thunder Shadows said like thunder, but also out of kindness. It's not that he is arrogant and thinks he can't beat Oniki. It's that the means of the 2 sides are different. The 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow is a ninjutsu master, better at hand-to-hand combat, and lacks long-range attacks. Oniki is the opposite. Short stature, not to mention the weak close ability, but it is certainly not comparable to his long-range damage. As soon as the dust came out, even the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows had to avoid the edge for the time being. Not to mention Jinshan, a fledgling child, he was really hit, but it was difficult to have a chance to survive. Therefore, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow have this to say: just don't want to let the good seedling of Golden Flash sacrifice here in vain, it would be too wasteful. 3 generations of adults, rest assured, I know it in my heart. You have a fart, I'm really afraid of what will come. Before the words of the 3 generations of Lei Ying were finished, a prismatic pillar of light swept over, making him have to dodge the past first. Thundered. The pillar of light swept on the ground, immediately causing a big explosion. Wait for the smoke to gradually dissipate. Onaki's figure also fell from the sky. Lei Ying, you really love your subordinates, do you dare to stay alone and break off, and you are not afraid of dying here? What's so terrible about death? It's better than a treacherous guy like you, even if you live for a long time, you are rubbish, scum. Whatever you say, I'm just choosing the most advantageous. Do you want me to praise you for being realistic enough? Nonsense, aren't you realistic? Haha, I know it's nonsense, Onaki, show it if you have any skills, the old man is here to continue. Okay, then please die. Onaki made another move, and as soon as his hands were raised, another pillar of dust and light swept towards the three generations of thunder shadows. Thundered. With the sound of the explosion, the earth was also cut into a long crack, and then collapsed. However, the speed of the three generations of thunder shadow was faster, and he had already left his original position long before the dust light pillar approached. It was like lightning through the battlefield, and he also killed 7 or 8 IWA shinobi. You all dodge me. Knowing that these ordinary ninjas could not deal with the three generations of Thunder Shadow, Onaki directly ordered the scene to be cleared, and in this way, he can also use more powerful dust ninjutsu without worrying about hurting his own people. Soon, the IWA ninja scattered, leaving the venue to the three generations of Thunder Cage and Onaki. A big war began, only to hear the loud rumbling sound coming out continuously. Under the confrontation of two veteran shadow-level figures, the entire battlefield was also destroyed over and over again, and the destruction was not the same. But what about him? Anyway, the three generations of Lei Ying will not die for a while. Jin Shining didn't pay attention to that much, but concentrated on slaughtering IWA Shinobu and began to plunder more energy. After all, opportunities are rare. Tens of thousands of people piled together, this time not to cut leaks, when to wait. Gravitational rays. Gravity suppression. The Chidori sharp gun swept across. There are also various fire ninjutsu. It's all like not wanting money. With superb speed and strong defense, Golden Flash is on a rampage in a field of rock ninja, left in and right out. That rotating figure also has a bit of the style of a dance king. Ah no, poof, blood spilled, and the severed arm flew into the air. In a short time, the rock ninja suffered heavy casualties, and at least dozens of people died. Melting, the art of scorching river rock. Swoosh. Several magma balls shot straight towards the Golden Flash. This is absolutely disrespectful to the dead. Old Zi's eyes widened angrily, and he immediately launched an even more ferocious attack on Jin Shansing. Again magma balls, again magma flow, directly shrouded the whole person of Jin Sparkle, making him unavoidable. But to want to restrain the Golden Flash with this attack, that is completely thinking of fart. The Lei Dun Chakra mode turned on. Golden lightning bolts were released around the body. As if put on a solid layer of lightning armor, the Golden Flash directly rushed away from the magma flow in front of him and rushed towards the old purple in the distance. Chidori condensed in his hands. And that's not all. Remembering the three generations of Thunder Shadow's masterstrokes, Golden Flash also learned the same thing, condensing the power of 1,000 birds on his fingertips. Holding up 3 fingers, he hit Lao Zi. Molten, granite. Lao Zi stretched out his hand and slapped it, and a wall of magma rose from the ground. But Jin Shuang ignored it and hit him fiercely. Bang! The magma wall burst open instantly. Without even causing much hindrance to the Golden Flash, he let him penetrate, and the 3 books of ratchet in his hand also pierced into Lao Zi's body. The moment of truth. Another figure rushed over. The figure of the visitor is very tall, more than 2 meters tall, and he is also very strong. He wore red armor and waited for the red cloak, running, and a white stream of steam sprayed behind him. It's like a steam train. This man is fast. The distance of tens of meters is a blink of an eye. When Jin Shuang had just injured Lao Zi, but had not completely pierced him, he suddenly knocked Jin Sparkle out. Of course, Kim Shanshan was also not injured. Not only because his defense is strong enough, Ghidorah's scale armor is put on the armor of thunder, and ordinary attacks are useless to him. 1 more 1. The speed of the Golden Flash is also here. It is not so much that he was knocked into the air, but that with the help of the other party's strength, he dodged to the side. Another person Zuli, what's the matter, your Union village is all out to open a gathering of tailed beasts? After landing on the ground, he steadied his figure, and said with a slight smile, Old Zi, are you all right? The person who came was the 5-tailed man Zuli, a man known as a steam ninja, who first cared about Xiao Lao Zi's injury. It's okay. Covering his wounds, Lao Ziman waved his hand indifferently. Little ghost, I do underestimate you, but if you want to live, I advise you to leave early, lest you die here at a young age, it will be too unworthy. Old Zi said with a look of thought for the Golden Flash. It's rare that you can still think about me as an enemy. Well, after the fight starts later, I will start a little lighter, and try not to kill you. Jin Shanshan said. Speak loudly. The words are not speculative for more than half a sentence. Seeing that Jin Shining was this attitude, Lao Ziyi didn't bother to talk nonsense anymore, and between the seals, he launched a new round of attack. Although it is a human pillar force, but old Ziyi's melting is not borrowed from the Four Tails, but his own blood inheritance ability, so this power is also less. At least compared to the degree of the tailed beast, it must be much inferior. Again magma flow cover. Jin Xuan easily dodged the past. But in the next second, the five-tailed man Zhu Lihan rushed over again and punched Jin Shan. It's different from Old Purple. Han, who is proficient in boiling, is a very pure physique ninja. He doesn't know how to use any ninjutsu, but he is very fast and surprisingly powerful, which is quite like a force down 10 times. Just listen to a loud bang. The ground where the golden flash was located was all hammered down by this man's punch. But this still didn't hurt Jin Xuanshen, and he dodged it effortlessly. Next, the three engaged in a dogfight. Maybe I also think that two big men deal with a child together. Therefore, whether it was Lao Ziyi or Han, the two of them did not use the tail beast state, and only relied on their own abilities to fight. But a siege is a siege, there is nothing to talk about. And they didn't do their best. Did they have a golden flash? Joke. Ghidorah's form is useless, a bunch of tricks are useless, and the golden flash has not even played 1/10 of its strength. And even so, he was also comfortable under the siege of the two people. Not only was he not injured, but he also had a little upper hand. Nothing else. It's because he's fast enough, faster than the steam ninja. No matter how Han urges the steam, he can't catch up with the lightning-like golden flash, let alone old Ziyi. Suddenly, Jin Shanshan came in front of Lao Ziyi, kicked him out, and crashed into the Han who rushed over. One hit. However, Jin Shanshan did not continue to pursue. No need. Not to mention, the human pillar force is not so easy to deal with, and if you want to completely defeat them, how much price and energy do you need to consume? The point is that it's not worth it. What plundering energy! Before the two people Zuli came, Jin Xingshan had killed at least 600 or 700 yen shinobi, and the energy swallowed was a little too much, and he was almost indigestion. After all, he is not yet a full-fledged Ghidorah, plus the human body is too small. This digestion of energy is indeed a bit slow. So, right now, Golden Flash didn't think about plundering the energy of the tailed beast, and after repelling old Ziyi and Han, his wings behind his back flapped out. 3 generations of adults, your subordinates have already retreated, let's leave too. Ai and Kiribi are still fighting with Bofang Shuman, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. I'm afraid that if it's late, there will be another bad pool on their side. Well, let's go. Without too much hesitation, the 3 generations of Lei Ying responded. If you can survive, who would be willing to sacrifice in vain? In the original work, the 3 generations of Lei Ying died because he couldn't fly, and he had been entangled by Oniki to death, and he had no chance to leave. But right now, with the help of the Golden Flash, the matter is another story. Moreover, the 3rd generation of Lei Ying is also very worried about the situation on his son's side, so naturally he will not stay hard and fight with Oniki to the death. Where to go? Oniki used the dust ninjutsu again, and with one hand, a white cube condensed. Dust, the art of stripping the original realm. Airplanes. The cube expanded rapidly, trying to envelop the 2 of Golden Flash and the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow and separate them into atomic states. Flash away. In the face of the most lethal ninjutsu of dust, even the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow have no good way to deal with it, and can only focus on dodging. The same is true for the moment. However, if he can't stop the dust, it doesn't mean that he can't discuss the big Nogi. Wang Xiaoting. No, it should be said that it is Vientian Tianyan. As a humanoid Ghidorah, Golden Flash can also manipulate gravity. With just a wave of his hand, he pulled a few IWA shinobi over, and threw them into the dust cube made by Oniki. Poof! They were decomposed into flying ash, and even the bodies could not be found. Macroscopic. Oniki's face also darkened instantly. Damn little ghost, the old man wants your life. Haha, let's chase me first, I'm still charging at an age, so angry, be careful to flash your old waist. Between words. Golden Flash also soared into the sky with 3 generations of Thunder Shadows and flew away directly. Oniki is naturally in hot pursuit, but it wasn't long before he had to stop again. One is that the gold is flying too fast. With a flap of wings, coupled with thunder as a thrust, the speed is almost breaking through the sound barrier and rising to the Mach level. Just a few seconds. He quickly left with the Thunder Shadow, leaving only a small black dot. And what about Oniki himself? It just so happened that he had low back pain again, and he grinned in pain, and this chased a fart chase. There is nothing wrong with that. Oniki would never admit that he didn't chase because he couldn't fly so fast, absolutely not. Damn stinky imps, and 3 generations of Thunder Shadows, don't let me catch you next time, otherwise the old man will have to break you down into ashes. 8 quacks, 2 damn bastards, fly so fast to reincarnate. Scolding and cursing for a long time, Oniki stinked with a face and slowly descended from the sky. Sachikage-sama, how, the loss is not big. If you have something to say, just say it. What does it look like? Yes. The ninja did not dare to be vague anymore, and quickly said everything. Lord Sachikage, we have suffered more than 4,000 casualties in total, and there are more than 1,800 people who have been confirmed dead. This, what? Oniki screamed, startling the ninjas. But there is no way, the result is this result, and what should be reported still has to be reported. Lord Sachikage, I have already checked it twice, and it is indeed this number. Who cares how many times you verify? I want to know why there are so many casualties. Oniki asked with anger suppressed. He didn't understand. It's just a siege of a thunder shadow, at most counting a little ghost head. How can nearly 2,000 people die? Isn't this horse a joke? To know. In total, there are more than 10,000 ninjas in the Iwahide village. At once, it lost 1/6 or 7th, how long it would take and how many resources it would take to make up for it. It's strange that Oniki is not heartbroken. Sir, the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow are too strong. There are 1,000 ninjas who died in his hands. As for the rest of them, yes. What do you mean? Don't tell me, the remaining 800 people have all let that little devil head be killed. This, indeed it is. Oniki people are numb. Exuding a terrifying aura, it took a while for him to slowly suppress it. Check it for me. I want to know all the information about this little ghost. What are you all eating for? And this kind of guy doesn't know to report earlier. Oniki was really furious. One is because of the incompetence shown by his subordinates. One. In fact, the major ninja villages have a tradition of assassinating other ninja village geniuses. It's because it's too scary for geniuses to grow up, leaving one with endless troubles and not responsible for the ninjas of their own village. It's clear. At this age, he slaughtered nearly 1,000 ninjas in their Iwahide village, and successfully rescued 3 generations of Thunder Shadow's Golden Flash in his Oniki hands. It is a genius among geniuses. But, for this kind of enchanting teenager, before this, Oniki had not received the slightest information, or even heard of it. To know. Uane Village and Union Village have never dealt with each other, and they can unite to attack Konoha, and that is only because of interests. And this time, Oniki took the initiative to break the agreement, stabbed Union Village in the back, and sent tens of thousands of ninjas to besiege the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, almost leaving the other party behind. This feud is also great. There is no room for détente. He naturally didn't want to see Union Village become powerful and any demon talents appear. If there is one, he will send someone to kill one, and he must not let the other party grow. That's the case right now. Oniki was already thinking about how he could kill Golden Flash. Of course, because Jin Xingshan's strength is not weak, it can even be said to be extremely outrageous. He also has to ponder and think of a perfect strategy. If you don't shoot, you already have it. It's going to be fatal. Otherwise, instead of killing, it will give away people's heads again. Not to mention Oniki's thoughts. The other side. It took a few hours to come, and returning with 3 generations of Thunder Shadows, Golden Flash only took half an hour. Seeing that Jin Shining really brought back the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, the 4th generation of AI, and the ninja of Union Village, are called happy. On the other hand, look at Konoha's side. They are not the slightest bit happy. Even those who didn't even say hello, they just retreated. It's not hard to understand. The return of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow added strong combat power and morale to Union's side, and Konoha and the others naturally had to avoid the edge for the time being and go back to discuss countermeasures. Otherwise, it will continue like this. They will be the ones who suffer. Don't chase, let's go back to the camp first. Seeing that the 4th generation of AI still wanted to pursue the enemy, the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow ordered. Because of the days of fighting, the ninjas of Union Village were also exhausted, and there were many dead and injured. Even the 4th generation of AI and Kiribi, the 2 of them are not much better. After all, the 2 of them have to deal with 2 of the 3 ninjas, as well as the newly promoted powerhouse of Bofang Shuman, and it is inevitable that they will suffer. Keep fighting. Not only the people of Konoha can't stand it, their side is also about to collapse. Troops withdraw. Return to the camp. The people below go to the repairs on their own, don't worry. In the boss's big account, the 3 generations of Lei Ying sat on the first place, held a meeting with a group of high-level ninjas, and exchanged information with each other. It was the second half of the meeting. The 3rd generation of Lei Ying spoke again. I can come back this time, thanks to the help of Yujin, and he killed at least a few hundred Union Village, and he made great achievements for our Union Village. In this way, Jin is hereby promoted to the elite Shangnin, and serves as the captain of the Thunder Shadow Guard, and can command a 10-person squad alone. AI, what do you think? I agree. For this arrangement of the 3 generations of Lei Ying, the 4th generation of AI also expressed support, because the talent of the Golden Flash is too strong, plus meritorious service is also a fact. Even if it is not counting the slaughter of Yen Shinobu, just saving the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow is enough to make the 4th generation of AI owe a favor and be grateful. How could he object at such a time? Let's talk about talent. From a shinobi to where it is today, the Golden Flash took only a few months. Just this kind of genius boy, saying it can scare people to death, well, which ninja village will not be offered like a baby? I'm thankful. Of course, Union Village must improve Jin Shingshin's treatment and status, strengthen the co-optation and care of him, and Shibai can't seem to push out. I agree. Jin Shining has made great achievements, and he should indeed be rewarded, and his current strength is enough to serve as the captain of the escort, so I also agree. The remaining high-level ninjas also spoke up and recognized the Golden Flash. Well, from today onwards, Golden Flash, you are the captain of the Thunder Shadow Guardian. As for the team members, you can choose by yourself. Is there a problem? The 3rd generation of Lei Ying said with a smile. Nope, the captain is the captain, and Jin Shanshan doesn't care about this. Because in his opinion, only strength is the most important. The strength is enough, and whatever status you want is within reach. Conversely, if the strength is not enough, it will be a dead person to be a subordinate. Of course. It was one thing to understand in his heart, and Jin Sparkle did not refute the face of the 3 generations of Lei Ying. After all, becoming this captain is also beneficial to him. The next period of time. Sand Hidden Village, Yuan Village, Union Village, and Konoha didn't make much move. On the contrary, it has always belonged to the Foggian Village that plays the role of soy sauce, and it is quite joyful. Of course. Others don't know. Can the Golden Flash still not know? The current Mist Hidden Village should be under the control of Uchiha Madara, because he wants to use Nohara Rin as a game to further blacken Obito. How could a person like Madara let the Wien Village mess around and get out of his control? But what? This has nothing to do with the Golden Flash. Uchiha wants to resurrect and get the Eye of the Moon plan, and that is also a matter for later. Jin Shanshan can't make a mistake and jump out now and wrestle with Uchiha. No rush. Uchiha is making a game. Why isn't the Golden Flash improving itself? More than 10 years later, he didn't know how far he had grown. Union Village did not continue to attack Konoha. First, it needs to be trimmed. Another is that the situation has become somewhat unfavorable for Union Village. Needless to say, Sandyan has already defected to Konoha and become someone's dog. It's nothing, because Union Village itself did not take Cheyenne seriously. I'm all a mess, and I have a spanking, so leave the group early. Sand is not a concern. The key is still what? Uwahide Village. Although, Uwahide Village did not indicate that it wanted to unite with Konoha, but their sneak attack on Union Village has become a fact. Therefore, before figuring out what Onikigai thought, Union Village could only stand still and stabilize the situation first. Lest this side just start a war with Konoha, Onokina brought people to fight again. Let Union Village suffer from enemies on many sides, but it is not very good. There is no war. Jin Shanshan did not go out to carry out the mission again. It has nothing to do with identity. It's not that after becoming the captain, he began to carry it up and stay at home. The biggest reason is that there is too much energy plundered before the Golden Flash. Hundreds of ninjas. Even if it is all forbearance, this plus one piece is comparable to half a tailed beast. What's more, Jin Shanshan was still specially selected by Zongnan at that time, and the energy he got was even more. It took about 10 days to digest. He used all this energy for himself. And here it is. His physical fitness and chakra have grown a lot, and he is really about to turn into a humanoid monster. Of course, this is all a good thing. Jin Sparkle was not dissatisfied in any way. Monsters are monsters, as long as the strength is strong enough. Who cares about him so much? Lord Kim. The 3rd generation of Lei Ying asked Jin Shanshan to choose the team members by himself, then he would not play flying. Samili and Azabi, who are only 11 years old this year and have just graduated, were all selected by him. Don't ask why. The foundation is good enough and there is a lot of room for growth. It's a pity that Yuji has become a pillar of human power. And because of his young age, he was still practicing on the other side of the village and did not come to the front. Of course. Even if she comes, it is impossible to join the Golden Squad. After all, it is a human pillar force. The village must be strictly guarded and treated as a special case. Although Jin Shanshan has made meritorious achievements, his status has also improved. But at his current age, he still can't interfere in the affairs of Renzhuli. Of course. It's nothing anymore. Jin Shining simply felt that facing some unsmiling ninjas all day long must be not as comfortable as a few little beauties. That's why he captured Mavi and Samui's Zhuangding, and as a backup. After all, with their current age and strength, how could they serve as the Thunder Shadow Guard? Isn't that a joke? Full members. Selection is normal. 2 upper shinobi, 8 elite shinobi, all of them have a unique skill and can fight in cooperative battles, and there are both men and women. Say convoys. In fact, there is no need to guard Lei Ying every day. At the very least, Kim didn't need to do those things himself. In addition, the 3 generations of Lei Ying are confident in their strength, and he also has exclusive left and right hands. So, in general, as long as the escort team is responsible for patrolling the perimeter, doing the next inventory work, and preventing people without authority and unidentified people from approaching the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, these tasks are all the responsibility of the members of the escort. Jin Shanshan only needs to arrange their work, and at most deal with more tricky problems that ordinary members cannot solve. But it's generally nothing tricky. At least on their own turf, there is no need to worry about those at all. Therefore, these things do not take up much of his time, and he can do whatever he wants, which basically has no effect. Captain. Seeing Jin Shanshan coming over, Samui and Azabi both hurriedly said hello. Actually, for the Golden Flash, this is only 12 years old, but he is already powerful, and he has also made great battle achievements for the village, and even saved 3 generations of Lei Ying. The ninja of Union Village are also very optimistic and admired. Especially those who are relatively young, there are many people who admire Jin Shining and regard him as an example of struggle. Of course, this is also a situation that the high level of Union Village is happy to see. One is that the Golden Flash is indeed very good, and the meritorious service is also true, which is worthy of admiration. On the other hand, Union Village has not had such an excellent talent as Jin Shining for a long time. There really needs to be such a presence. It can arouse the emotions of ninjas, make them yearn, long, cheer up, and twist all the power into a rope. So, shape the Golden Sparkle into a hero and idol. This is not only harmless for Union Village, but also has great benefits. The 3 generations of Lei Ying and other high-level people are also enjoying their success, and even contributing to it, and have made a lot of efforts behind it. Let's go back to Azabi and Samui. Obviously, they were also influenced by this atmosphere and developed a lot of worship for the Golden Flash. And because of this, when Jin Shin summoned them to join the team, the 2 girls did not hesitate and agreed very happily. Now that they see Jin Shining again, they are even more happy, and even a little nervous. Is it the mentality of fans seeing idols, which is normal? Practicing ninjutsu? Jin Sparkle asked with a smile. Yes, Captain. Samui is still a bit of a royal sister, but unfortunately he is too young at the moment to stand up in front of Jin Shining. Very good, you guys continue to practice. If you don't understand anything, you can also ask me, my training venue is next to it. Thank you, Captain. You're welcome. I didn't talk much to the 2 girls. Waving his hand, Jin Shanshan went to the training ground next to him and cultivated alone. I didn't expect the captain to work so hard. After Jin Shanshan left, Azabi couldn't help but sigh, because in her opinion, Jin Shuang is definitely a genius who is extremely talented, and can have such strong strength at this age. But what she didn't expect was that with this kind of talent, Jin Shanshan still came to cultivate every day, and she was simply more diligent than them. What is this? The more genius the character, the more he knows how to make good use of his advantages, otherwise how can he surpass others so easily? The captain must be like this. Without thinking, Samui helped Jin Shanshan speak. What is this, little fangirl? Azabi was about to laugh at his friend's performance. But what? She also had to admit that Jin Sparkle was indeed very good, and she was so handsome, she couldn't help but think. Inexplicably, 2 red clouds also appeared on Azabi's face. Fortunately, her skin color is darker, and it is not very obvious at first glance, so she did not let Samui next to her discover this little secret. The other side. Golden Flash is indeed cultivating. Because there are too many ninjas to plunder, he is now also full of 5 attributes and can use any chakra nature ninjutsu. It is natural to take advantage of this advantage. Too done, too long gun. Water escape, water dragon bomb. Wind escape, big breakthrough. Union Village does not lack ninjutsu, as well as secret arts. Because they will rob as long as it is eye-catching, it will try to get it. Regardless of the means, this kind of behavior is not evil. As a beneficiary, there are so many golden flashes, can he use it? Moreover, he thought it was good. The ninja world is a place where the jungle preys on the strong, either you go to plunder others, or others come to plunder you. That's the rules of the game. Then why not be a superior person, hunter? What kind of humanistic spirit, to be an exploited prey? Isn't there something wrong? Thundered. Under the bombardment of a series of ninjutsu, the field in front of Jin Shining was also broken in potholes. Chakra properties. In fact, it can also be cultivated the day after tomorrow. Therefore, those upper ninja basically have ninjutsu with more than 2 attributes. But what? The day after tomorrow is definitely not congenitally good. It's good to say in terms of power. It does not necessarily mean that the acquired must be weaker than the congenital. After all, there are always some hard-working people who come later, or have good talent, but they don't know how to work hard. Guys who waste their talents and can't play out. The gap between acquired and congenital. The key is still in the difficulty of cultivation. It has itself, and it can be used when you pick it up, which is definitely much simpler than starting from scratch and groping a little bit. The other is the blood succession limit. The inherited blood inheritance is the same as developing the blood inheritance yourself. Can the difficulty be the same? What is blood succession? It is the product of the chakra of the two attributes fusing with each other. Fire plus wind equals scorching. Fire plus water equals boiling. Fire plus earth equals melt. Wind plus water equals ice. Thunder plus water equals Lan Duen. Earth plus water equals Mu Duen. Add the Yang attribute and the Ajura chakra, and it is the wooden done between the 1,000 hand pillars. In fact, the blood succession limit is not a secret to the major ninja villages for a long time, and it has been studied very thoroughly. What attribute chakra is fused from, it is even more clear. But even so, it's not that they can come up with whatever blood inheritance they want. Contrary, even if they know the principle, it is difficult for them to figure it out. That's because, if you want to cultivate into a blood inheritance the day after tomorrow, it is also more difficult. Theoretically, as long as it is a chakra with the three attributes of wind, earth, and fire, it has the opportunity to cultivate into dust. Oniki was not born to be dusty, but followed his teacher, the second generation of Tokage. But how many years have passed since then? How old is Oniki? He hasn't found a suitable inheritor yet. Is it because there are too few people who have the three chakra attributes of terror and fire? There are reasons for this, but they are not the main ones. The ninja world is big. There are also hundreds of thousands of ninjas. Even if the three chakra attributes are very rare, not a few cannot be found. The crux of the matter is also here. Can it be recognized by Oniki, and the difficulty of cultivation of this blood succession elimination? These two items alone have raised the original probability of 1 in 10,000 to 1 in hundreds of thousands, or even more remote. Let's go back to the blood succession limit. The situation is similar. Although the difficulty of cultivation is lower than that of blood succession, it is not easy to practice. It should be said that it is difficult and difficult. Like what? Everyone knows that the wood between the 1,000 hand pillars is powerful, and they have also studied it, and they know that it is formed by the fusion of the two attributes of water and soil. Don't say it's really as powerful as the 1,000 hand pillars. After all, people are open, there are immortal bodies and Ajura chakra. But, normal version of Mu Duen. It's one level lower than Yamato, and I can't make living trees, I can only make some wooden wood, and I haven't seen a few people make it. There is no other reason, that is, the cultivation of the chakra attribute the day after tomorrow, and the further blood succession limit, are too difficult and difficult. Non-perseverance, and extremely talented people cannot do it. And this, you can see how lucky people are born with a variety of chakra attributes. Directly omit the first step. Not to mention those who are born with the blood succession limit, they are definitely the envy of ordinary ninjas, and they can make people jealous. Because the gap is really too big. Ordinary ninjas struggle all their lives, it is difficult to say that they can learn several chakra attributes, and there are changes in nature, and they can't even touch the threshold of the blood succession limit, compared to people who were born with blood succession limits. This is not just a little gap, it is definitely the difference between clouds and mud, and the injustice of fate. The good thing is, Golden Sparkle doesn't have that kind of trouble, because, with Ghidorah's genes, he can make other people's things his own, even the blood succession limit. It's more than that. After completing the 5 attributes, he can also develop the blood inheritance on his own. Although it is not easy, it is also a way to improve your strength. When you are idle, you can also ponder. Fast forward another few months. The situation in the ninja world has also changed in a new way. Iwahide village, as well as Kirihide village, signed an armistice agreement with Konoha one after another. So far, in addition to the fact that Union Village has not yet expressed its position, this third ninja world war can be regarded as coming to an end and is about to end. The reason why Union Village did not express its position, the biggest reason is that I didn't get enough benefits, but I suffered a small loss. On the one hand, after receiving the support of Tsunehide and Iwayne, Konoha also took the opportunity to regain a large area of lost land and almost drove Union Village out of the country. Another is the betrayal of Iwayne Village. If it weren't for the Golden Flash to come to the rescue, maybe the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows would really not come back. There is this festival in. Before Union Village paid the price, how could Union Village take the flag and sign any truce agreement? The losses in terms of strength were not large, but they did not take advantage and suffered small losses. Therefore, the call for war within Union Village was also very high. Even the low-level ninjas below are like this, let alone the high-level figures. In a word, it is simply impossible for them to withdraw from the battlefield of the Fire Nation and go back to their homes in the current situation. In this regard, Konoha's side is also very troubled. Because, compared to the strong enthusiasm and fearless attitude of Union Village, the ninjas of Konoha have long been tired of war and do not want to fight anymore. Ninjas below the middle level are not very motivated. In this situation, Even if Ape Fei slashed their high-level people and wanted to fight Union Village, this could not mobilize the emotions of his subordinates, and it would also affect the battle situation. Ultimately, they can only come up with a solution that is not a solution. Drag. Try to avoid a frontal confrontation with Union Village, expand the scale of the war, and drag it out as long as you can. It is best to drag it out. Union Village does not want to fight anymore, and it will be war-weary, and then come to talk about the truce at that time. That's pretty much it. So in the ensuing engagement, Konoha is mainly dragging. Don't be tough with Union Village. Wherever the people of Union Village hit, they withdrew in advance. And when the people of Union Village left, they would find a way to go around and regain the lost land. Anyway, there are only a few thousand ninjas on Union's side, and they can't occupy the entire territory of the Fire Country. Moreover, because of the previous war, the outer perimeter of the Fire was all empty and cleared, and the people were transferred. I am not afraid of sabotage in Union Village. Lapey is quite rapey. But I have to admit that Konoha's move really made Union Village disgusting, and he didn't even want to fight anymore. Because, there is no benefit to be made. Xingshi moved the crowd to fight over, but only occupied some empty houses, and there was a fart. As for saying, why not keep pushing forward and hit Konoha? This is the same as marching and fighting in ancient times. Why not walk around the city? You don't destroy all the enemies, pull them out, just know how to rush forward. Wait until you run far. What if people copy your back road and catch turtles in an urn? The deeper you go into the hinterland of the enemy country, the more you can't be careless. There are also logistics routes of retreat, which cannot be occupied by the enemy. Otherwise, no matter how strong the army is, after being wrapped in dumplings, it will only be slaughtered. So, I know what Konoha's idea is. At this time, Union Village is not good to continue to go deeper, so it can only stabilize the place it has occupied first, and consume it with Konoha. See who consumes more than whom. In fact, it would be fine if only the Konoha family was hit. Doesn't this have a little brother? The village of Tsunehide had already defected to Konoha, and he was fooling around behind the human drum. Plus there is also Union Village watching from the sidelines. Don't think that after signing the armistice agreement, Uane Village will completely turn off the fire and stop doing things. There is no such possibility. What kind of birdman is Oniki? Union Village knows too well. What's more, the truce agreement of their Uane Village was still signed with Konoha, not Union Village. Even if they raise troops again and stab Union Village from behind, it is normal behavior, and there is nothing surprising. The situation was so deadlocked. Union Village does not attack, and Konoha does not raise troops to counterattack. The two sides are facing each other in the outer territory of the Fire Nation, without intruding on each other. Seemingly harmonious. In fact, it is also walking on thin ice, hiding a lot of competition in small means. For example, spy infiltration, spying on intelligence or something. But this is all harmless, and it is not a small matter that affects the overall situation, and the top officials on both sides do not care much. And during this time period, Konoha also underwent a change of power. The Wave Feng Shui Gate is in place. With the huge battle achievements accumulated in the 3 wars, he became the 4th generation of Hokage. The reason for this kind of thing during this period. In fact, it is also very easy to analyze. One is that the merit of the Wave Feng Shui Gate is indeed great, and he is the biggest contributor to Konoha's victory in this war, and he cannot but give him the opportunity to take the throne. No one can hold back. Because he represents a civilian ninja, Konoha's greatest power. If you don't give civilian ninjas a way to advance, this kind of thing is not to mention Tenzo, even if the ape flying sun slash will be criticized. Can water carry a boat, but it can also overturn a boat? One more one. Or Wave Feng Shuman has a great reputation among the ninjas at the bottom. Putting him on the throne can unite people's hearts to the greatest extent, reduce war weariness, and allow Konoha's ninjas to recover their combat effectiveness as soon as possible. Anyway, even if the Wave Feng Shui Gate is made of fire shadow, the transfer of this power will not be completed in a moment. Konoha's words are still Sarutobi Hinata, and a few helpers around him. It doesn't matter to them, it's not a big deal. These things about Konoha, outsiders don't know yet. Because they were announced in a low-key manner, even the Hokage inauguration ceremony was not held. When the news reaches the outside, everyone in the big countries will know about it. It had been a month, and the internal turnover of Konoha had been completed and stabilized. Damn Konoha, even Hokage can hide such a thing, what else can't they do? A great offensive opportunity was missed. The 4th generation of AI was also very annoyed, and hammered the newly replaced table with one punch. Yo, my brother, please put away your anger, the table is innocent and should not be hammered apart by you, like a broken fool. Oi, Kairabi improvised a rap. Shide AI also sent him a word. Get out, wait until Kirabi is thrown out. The fourth generation of AI said again, Jin, have the people of the Earth Spider clan found it? He was still obsessed with the ninjutsu that could destroy tens of kilometers and kill thousands of ninjas with one blow, and wanted to get his hands on it and use it against Konoha. Not yet. Shaking his head, Jin Shanshan said again, the other party did not leave any clues, and there is a lack of tracking ninjas on my side, and I have not been able to find out their traces for the time being. Then continue to search, I will adjust it to you if there is a lack of people. In a word, you must find these guys and take their ninjutsu over. Okay, I'll arrange it. After discussing this matter, Jin Shin came out of the council chamber. It's been a few months. He didn't even plunder the energy again, or stay in the camp to practice various ninjutsu. The results are also remarkable. After this period of training, he not only learned a lot of ninjutsu, but also learned the nature changes of the 5 chakra attributes, and I can use it skillfully. In addition to this, Golden Flash also ran to the grass country a few times. According to his ideas, it is to build a new city around Kusanagi village. In this new city, there must be gambling streets, entertainment streets, logistics centers, underground trading venues, banking facilities, goods inventory and distribution services, and so on. In short, it is to create a modern city full of business opportunities. As long as the plan is successful, the country of grass can even become the center of operation of the entire ninja world. That Golden Flash can also grasp the economic lifeline here. There is a printing machine that lays golden eggs, and there will be no shortage of money to spend again. Although said, money is not so important, and it is even less comparable to strength. But take a step away. Jin Shanshan only did this in his spare time, and let his subordinates do it, and he himself put forward an idea and plan. I didn't do it myself. And this will not delay him to improve his strength and become stronger. So what else can't be done? As for saying, when he builds the country of grass, will he let the 5 major countries pick peaches? They also have to have that ability. Anyway, this plan will also take a long time to complete, at least 10 years to start. And when the time came, with the golden growth rate, I don't know how strong it will become, and it is good that he does not rob the things of the 5 major countries. Dare to come and rob him? It's really the old birthday star who eats arsenic, and the joke is big. Captain, where are we going? Following behind the Golden Flash, Samui asked. The land of craftsmen. After more than half a year, the customized weapon of Golden Flash was finally ready. There must be a reason why it took so long. Because, the decapitation of the big knife, the thunder-tooth double knife, and the long knife and stitch, these 3 are rare good weapons in themselves. And to play to its characteristics, it is necessary to refine hundreds of pounds of metal into a knife. The difficulty is indeed too great. It is also normal to use more time. Even with the help of Golden Sparkle, using the magnetic field ability to help those craftsmen compress the knife embryo, this is really done. It's also today, but it's all worth it. Because of a good weapon, the increase in a person's combat power is still very large, and the Golden Flash he made this is not an ordinary weapon. It's all comparable to an artifact. Stop! It's off limits. At the intersection, several Konoha ninjas blocked the way. It's the guys from Union Village, kill them. Seeing that the 3 of them were wearing the forward protection of Union Village, the ninjas of Konoha were also resentful, and they drew their swords and rushed over. But isn't it looking for death? Golden Lightning appeared in Golden Lightning's hand, and with a move of the Chidori sharp spear, it swept over, cutting off all the several Konoha ninjas who rushed over. Oh no. There is also a little boy. Even if he was swept by the Chidori sharp gun, he did not die, but transformed into multiple figures. Withdrew again and went some distance. Instantaneous art. Uchiha stopped the water? Looking at this little boy who didn't look very handsome, Jin Shanshan also had a calculation in his heart. It's not how good Uchiha is to stop the water. It's that his instantaneous technique is too distinctive. There is reality in the void, and there is a virtual in the reality, making it impossible to tell where his essence is. This is Uchiha's self-created phantom instantaneous technique, and the rest of Konoha can't, and it's still so young. Let's be honest. Uchiha's talent for stopping water is really a unique existence. I don't know how old I opened my eyes, but when he was in his teens, he had 3 jade chakra eyes, and even a kaleidoscope, and he was able to develop a phantom teleportation technique, which can be called an incomprehensible ninjutsu, plus the one-eyed Kaisuza. The high level of talent can be seen. It's definitely above Uchiha. If you come to a Uchiha talent ranking, not counting the old man like Uchiha, just the young, Waterstop is certainly the undisputed first. Uchiha Itaki is second. Uchiha takes the soil a little worse. After all, he loved deeply to hate deeply, and because of the strong mental stimulation, he jumped from Urgyu to the kaleidoscope. If you want to talk about your own talent, it must be inferior to the weasel. Further down the row, there may be a few more rounds before it is Suzuki Uchiha's turn. The whole clan was killed, and a hook of jade was opened in anger, and there was really no one to know. Uchiha Weasel opened his eyes at the age of 8, and also came up with a double-hook jade. He died a companion. Can he compare with the whole clan? The kaleidoscope of awakening at the age of 12 or 13, Uchiha stopped the water, and Uchiha brought the soil. Almost all of them awakened at this age. What about Sasuke? It's all 16 years later. Therefore, compared with his 3 predecessors, Sasuke Uchiha's talent is really not good, it is too much worse. But even so, Sasuke was also the first student in the class, the first place, suppressing his classmates for several years, so that they could not turn over. It can also be seen from this. I don't know how much stronger than Sasuke, and he is still above Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi, how high his talent is. It's no exaggeration. If Indra Chakra and the power of the 6 paths were given to him, the world would soon be at peace, and there would be no need to fight the 4th war. What Uchiha spot, and it is Kagaya's big tube, he can handle it alone. What's your name? Uchiha stopped the water. Do you know who I am? Golden Lightning, the newly promoted elite Sharingan of Union Village, the captain of the Thunder Shadow Guardian, nicknamed Golden Lightning, 3-headed dragon. It seems that you Konoha have put a lot of effort into investigating me clearly. Too lazy to spit on those nicknames. After laughing, Jin Shanshan said again, so, are you sure to deal with me? Nope. Uchiha stopped the water and told the truth. Although, he was also active on the battlefield of the 3 wars, and also mixed with the title of Instantaneous Water Stop. But your family knows what you're doing. Uchiha Shui has a clear understanding of himself, and he knows that with his current strength, he is indeed not the opponent of Golden Shining. This can be seen just by looking at the results. Uchiha stopped the water in the second half of the 3 battles, and his biggest achievement was only to kill 1 upper shinobi and several elite middle shinobi. And it is still a trick and a trap. What about the Golden Flash? Although not much older than him, but the revenants under Golden Flash are more than 1,000. Oniki let people pass on the information. The purpose is to make the major ninja villages alert, and then send someone to kill Jin Shining. It would be better. It's more than that. The news that Oniki let out also said that after defeating the 2 human pillar forces, Jinshin saved the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow from his hands. Although this is also true, but it was undoubtedly exaggerated by Oniki. The point is that after getting this information, what will others think? Some believe, some do not. But at least, Konoha, who was killed by the Golden Flash and suffered greatly from it, must have believed most of it. And believe it or not, the major ninja villages will definitely pay special attention to the Golden Flash. If you don't have a chance, it's just that. When there is a chance, it is absolutely necessary to kill with 1 blow and eliminate the future troubles forever. Let's talk about Uchiha stopping the water. He asked himself if he was not the opponent of the 2 pillars of the 4 tails and the 5 tails, and if he couldn't kill thousands of people, then he would definitely not be able to defeat the Golden Flash. Uchiha stopped the water. Do you think the village is important, or the family is important? Although I don't understand the purpose of this question, but thought about it. Uchiha still said both things are important, regardless of each other, but if you say that you can only choose the same, then it is still the village. After all, there is no village, where is the family? You're right, but it's not all right. Why? Because in my opinion, it is not important. There is no shinobi village that is the most important. What is the truth of this? Uchiha couldn't help but frown, feeling incomprehensible. Can't figure it out. Yes. Uchiha Shisui admitted directly, and also wanted to know the answer. After laughing again, Jin Shanshan said, being able to say that the village is more important than the family proves that you are also a person with a pattern, but this pattern is not big. Don't worry about denying it. In your opinion, the family is an integral part of the village, a part, and something that can be discarded, right? Sort of. Uchiha nodded. It's not that he doesn't get close to the family. Instead, he looked further and felt that at certain moments, it was true that the ego could be sacrificed to save the overall situation. His ego, the ego, is more inclined to the individual than to the family. But the meaning was almost the same, so he didn't deny it. So what does a village seem to you to be to the whole world? This Uchiha was stunned, and he was indeed asked, because he had not considered the problem from this point of view. After all, it's young, the vision is limited, and of course it is easier to be fooled. Can't answer? Then I'll tell you directly, for this world, the current ninja village is a cancer, the root of the disaster, and the object that must be eradicated, Jin Shanshan said in an indifferent tone. What? Uchiha was taken aback, and the whole person froze. There were also Samui and Azabi who were also surprised, but they didn't expect Jin Shanshan to say such words. It's a big contrarian, is there any? After all, he said that Shinobi Village was a cancer, which included Union Village. And this. It was also the most incomprehensible place where Uchiha stopped the water, and he couldn't help but say, aren't you from Union Village? The same can be done for your own village? Are you not afraid that they will kill you? What's the pattern? Even from the top down, to achieve the equality of all sentient beings, Union Village is not much different in my eyes from Konoha and Sand Hidden Village. Boy. Uchiha was really a little convinced. Because Jin Shining dares others to do what they dare not do, this boldness alone is far above him. Then why do you say that Shinobi Village is a cancer? This kind of opportunity to ask is not often, and Uchiha Shueishui also put aside those hostile relationships and began to ask shamelessly. Isn't that easy? Looking up into the distance, Jin Shanshan said, the world is originally peaceful, and it is precisely because of the existence of the Shinobi Village that various wars have broken out, resulting in chaos in the world and the people's livelihood. That's the root of the problem. So if you want to cure the world, you must eradicate all these cancers. Then the problem is again. In your opinion, you can give up the interests of your family and individuals, even your life, for the sake of the village. So can you give up the village in order to bring the world to peace? It's the same spirit of giving up the small for the big, but the pattern is completely different. Can you understand? Uchiha stops the water. This Uchiha stopped the water and everyone was numb and fell into deep thought. And the reason why he is numb. It's because I feel that Jin Shuang is so right. Compared with the peace of the whole world, what are the interests of a village? That is the real big picture. What a man should strive for. Brother Jin, I can understand what you said, but it is definitely not so easy to make the world move towards peace. What are your thoughts on this? Thinking about it, Uchiha didn't think of any good ideas, so he couldn't help but ask. Moreover, he also changed the name of the Golden Flash. It is because, in his opinion, the Golden Flash who taught him these truths can also be regarded as half of his leader. It makes sense to call a big brother, there is nothing wrong with it. Of course you have the idea, but are you ready to rebel against the village? Do you want to be so exciting? Although he was a little mentally prepared, Uchiha still couldn't stop this question. Jin Shanshan didn't care about that, and said to himself, if you want to get true peace, you can't have the existence of forces like Shinobi Village, you can only annex them one by one and build a larger empire. After all the reunification, without each other's targeting, everyone is a family, then naturally there will be no more wars and fights. I am ready to use Union Village as the foundation to complete this huge plan, and I also need more capable people, as well as companions with the same philosophy, to join in and create miracles together to complete this immortal inheritance. Uchiha stopped the water. Do you want to come together? Follow me and I can lead you to witness miracles and achieve true peace. Stretching out a hand, the golden flash of invitation with a gentle face. Go without saying. Uchiha stopped the water and was numb again. Uchiha Shisui can also be regarded as a young and old person, with his own ideas. He can barely resist this confusion in front of him. Brother Jin, I have a question. You say, according to what you said, using a ninja village as a foundation to annex other countries and ninja villages, is this really not an invasion and a war? Look what you think. If you feel like it's an invasion, then it can only be an invasion, and if you have your own beliefs, you feel like you're fighting to accomplish something great. What do others say heavy? How heavy is the process? When the goal is completed and all people live a happier life, I think people will be able to understand us later, you say. Uchiha nodded, feeling that he was really touched by Jin Shan. Oh, yes. What if others don't understand? Is the truth of the world always in the hands of a few? Most people can't see that far away just by looking in front of them. So, in order to achieve world peace, even if the ideal goal is scolded and misunderstood, then you have to grit your teeth and stick to it. Otherwise, if you don't do it, I won't do it. All mixed food and waiting for death, get by. Who will overcome the difficulties to bring true peace and peace to this world? Brother Jin, thank you for telling me so much, please take care of it in the future. Uchiha stretched out his hand and shook it with Jin Shan. Well said. Jin Shanshan also smiled. In fact, what fooled Uchiha to stop the water was just his temporary intention, but without paying anything. Flickering is not calculating, flickering is earning, why not do it? And he didn't expect it either. Things will go so smoothly. I don't know if it's because Uchiha is too young and has too little knowledge, or if he is so naive and easy to be fooled. Of course, it may be both. Young and not very knowledgeable. Coupled with a somewhat naive personality, he does not treat people with evil, thinking that people's hearts are mostly good, and they can understand each other and empathize. When I heard it, I took it seriously in my heart, and there was no one, but don't say it yet. Uchiha is indeed rich in this kind of talent. Uchiha with soil, Uchiha stopped the water, Uchiha ferrets, and even the guy from Uchiha Spot, which one is not a dead place that is fooled? Not to mention the two pillars. The group that was deceived by his brother was about to be played to death. To know. Even when he died, Uchiha Itachi didn't tell Sasuke the whole truth, and still lied to him. In the end, Obito told the truth. It made Sasuke have the idea of revenge against Konoha's high level. It is said that Uchiha Itachi is a discoper. That's true, but it's not entirely true. Because in Uchiha's heart, Konoha is the first, more important than Sasuke. There are two pieces of evidence. The first one. Afraid that Sasuke would take revenge on Konoha, Uchiha Itachi arranged a backhand with Naruto, intending to change Sasuke's mind with the other god of stopping water and let him continue to protect Konoha. The second. It is also related to Naruto. Uchiha Itachi personally told Naruto that if he really couldn't pull Sasuke back, then let Naruto kill Sasuke, and he couldn't let him destroy Konoha. Can do both things. It is necessary to say which is more important than the other. It can be seen that in Uchiha's heart, Sasuke is indeed not more important than Konoha. Of course, he certainly still loves Sasuke, and there is no conflict between the two. It's just that if I had to choose one of the two, Uchiha Itachi would still abandon his brother and choose to keep Konoha. It was the same as his idea of choosing to slaughter the family and save the village. The end is not for the son of man. What a big picture, that is, to deceive fools. In Jin Shinshin's opinion, the guy who even dares to kill his biological parents is no longer worthy of being called a person, and he still talks about the great cause of the family and country, ideal ambition. It's just ridiculous. Sacrificing the ego for the national galleom is indeed a hero, but not sacrificing oneself, but sacrificing others. This belongs to the category of shamelessness. It is only in a small life that I feel that this is a spirit of self-sacrifice, and it can be blown up. Anyway, normal people will definitely not understand, and they cannot understand. The 8 virtues are filial piety, faithfulness, propriety, righteousness, and integrity. Filial piety comes first. It's all gone, virtue is gone, and there's nothing else to talk about. Captain, are you really going to do this? Samui and Azabi were also shocked. After Uchiha stopped the water and left, Samui couldn't hold back anymore and asked directly, "True or false?" "What do you mean?" "It's true that I want Union Village to annex countries and achieve ultimate unification, but the starting point is not so noble, and I say so much, just to coax that kid." "Oh, let Kim Sparkle say so." Samui and Azabi both quickly nodded their heads to show their understanding. That is to say, Union Village is the home of Jin Shin, the place where he was born. How could he not love Union Village and want to eradicate it? It turned out to be just to deceive that child. In fact, it all means the same thing. But as long as the excuse is good and understandable, then there is no problem. Uchiha stopped the water like this, and Samui and Azabi were not like this. They thought they understood the meaning of the golden flash. The 3 returned from the craftsman's country, and on the golden waist, there is also a straight long knife. It is similar to the style of Tang Hengdao, with almost no curvature. The appearance is black, and the handguard is small, about 1 meter in length. The reason why it is designed as a straight knife is not only because Jin Shin likes it, but also because this knife is fused into a long knife stitch. The piercing ability is unmatched. Naturally, it is also necessary to play to its advantages. The general scimitar is good for chopping, but not conducive to piercing, so it is better to make a straight knife style. Just right. On the way back, I met another Konoha ninja squad. Jin Shanshan didn't let the 2 girls do it, but tested his new blade. Brush. A flash of light. Neither of them felt any obstacles. It was like hot knife cutting cheese, and together with Kuwu and Ninja, it all turned into 2 halves. Then, Golden Flash turned and stabbed again. Also unhindered, he stabbed a ninja with a weapon to the heart. The 3 died in an instant. The remaining Naka Shinobu also collapsed, and without saying a word, turned around and fled. Jin Sparkle didn't chase after it. He just lifted the long knife in his hand and waved it gently. Just listen to the sigh. A crescent-shaped knife chi more than 2 meters long, composed of lightning energy, flew away, and in a blink of an eye, it caught up with the middle ninja and passed through his back. The ninja's eyes widened. But he still didn't say a word, just fell to the ground, silent. It's okay. Although it was just a small trial of the ox knife, and it had not yet exerted the true power of this knife, Jin Shining also felt quite good. It's very easy to use, and it's also very sharp to kill. Is this okay? Captain, your knife is so powerful. It's really okay. For Samui's, Jin Shanshan accepted it all calmly. The other 2, sent to you. Although the golden shining knife weighs several hundred pounds. But he added some other materials, and did not run out of materials for the decapitation knife, 2 thunder knives, and long knives and stitches. There is a lot of scraps left. Not only did he create 2 more knives that were slightly inferior, but they were also much stronger than ordinary weapons, and the decapitation knife was restored. The shape and appearance are still the same as before. It's just that the ability to suck blood to recover, as well as the ability to restore the strength of the knife-wielding human body, are all halved, not as fast as before. But it's okay. It would be nice to be able to stay. What more bikes? Decapitating the big knife, the golden flash is prepared for Loquat Juzo. After all, this guy himself is one of the 7, the first user of the decapitation knife. This has no weapons, and his strength is about to decline seriously. As the first little brother to turn to himself. Even if Jin Shining doesn't help people improve their strength, they can't make him weaker, so it's better to return the weapon to him. And so it goes. Can you also let the other party do things better for themselves? As for the remaining 2 offcuts, it's not an important thing anyway. Samui wanted it, and Jinshin gave it to her, even with Sabi. Men just want a bowl of water to be even, rain and dew to be wet. And after getting new weapons, Samili was also very happy, and he was chattering all the way back, from royal sister fan to a small talker. Time flies quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the 51st year of Konoha. The post-chronology year is used, and the timeline is pushed back 3 years. In June, Gardenia Uzumaki gave birth to a daughter, named Phosphorus. But Kim didn't pay attention to those, because he's really busy. Busy improving your strength. Cultivate various ninjutsu including the 8 gates of Dunjia, and even figure out how to develop the blood succession limit. And also, he found the traces of the Earth Spider clan, and not only snatched away the forbidden art of the people, but also snatched the patriarch of the Earth Spider clan and the granddaughter of the servant Walker. Who told him to seal the forbidden technique on his granddaughter. Jin Shanshan said that this was not his pot. A 2-year-old girl. It must not interest him. Even if this Hodora grows up quite beautiful and has a great figure, it is impossible. Little girl. Let the Uzumaki Gardenia help bring it. Jin Sparkle just took the time to go over and study the forbidden technique behind this firefly. Angry Day. The secret forbidden technique of the Earth Spider family. It can absorb the energy of nature into the body, store it, and then burst out at once. Actual power. It has to do with the time of gas storage. If you want to destroy the range of tens of kilometers, you must store gas for at least half an hour. Theoretically, as long as the caster can withstand it, he can store gas for more than an hour, and even destroy an area of hundreds of kilometers with one blow. But that's also too slow. It is destined to be used only as a means of sneak attack, and it is okay to attack the city, and it cannot be used in battles and on the battlefield at all. One is that the launch is too slow, and the other is that there is no distinction between enemies and friends. If you go down with one move, your own people will also die, then make a yarn. So, Golden Flash is also only studying the theory of the use of this forbidden technique, such as the method of absorbing and storing natural energy, and the rest is not valued. Nothing else. It's just too rough. It's like a person who obviously has nuclear weapons, but only uses them to set fire to mountains, don't mention more waste. The Golden Sparkle certainly can't be like that. That's why he wanted to split this forbidden technique, use the good things in it, and then recombine and correct it to come up with a secret technique that suits him. Konoha. After the war ended, the village was once again in a peaceful state. Although Union Village has not yet signed an armistice agreement with Konoha, it is still waiting to be deployed on the border. But on the whole, the 3 battles are indeed over. Even if Union Village moves again, as long as other villages do not follow the blind mix, Konoha will still be able to compete with it and hold on. Plus the upper position of the Wave Feng Shui Gate. It also restored some confidence and fighting spirit among the middle and low-level ninjas. Not to mention those ordinary people, they don't care what the process is, how many people die. Just knowing that Konoha won the war, it is worth celebrating and rejoicing. But Stop Water understands. Just like Jin Shanshan said, this kind of peace is false. As long as the system of the 5 great ninja villages does not die, it continues to target each other. War is just a common occurrence. It can happen again all the time. Brother Shui Shui, what are you thinking? Uchiha Itaki, who was only 5 years old and was still a small Shota, asked with his head tilted. Nothing. Coming back to his senses, Uchiha smiled gently, touched Itaki's hair again and said, Itaki, you also went to the battlefield before, how do you feel? There is nothing else, I just feel very miserable, and there are many people who have died, and I don't quite understand why those people are working so hard. There are many reasons. Interests, hatred, and of course protection. For example, we Konoha, as the invaded party, if you don't fight hard, you won't see this scene in front of you. Standing on the peaceful street full of laughter, Uchiha said. Let's be honest. Shui Shui has not really made up his mind to complete the unification plan with Jin Shansing. Previous promise. First, he was indeed moved, and he yearned for the kind of bright future that Jin Shanshan talked about, and this point is not denied. But there is also part of the reason. Shui Shui wanted to know more about Jin Shin's personality and see how he carried out this plan. Undercover can't be called. But if Golden Flash is too rough and wants to use a method similar to destruction to achieve the purpose of annexation, then he will definitely break with Golden Flash, and stand on the opposite. There is no other reason. It's that the water stop doesn't want to cause too many casualties. If he had to rely on the same means as massacres to achieve peace, then he would rather not do it than stop the Golden Flash. This is also a question that Shui Shui has been thinking about recently, and has just figured it out. Brother Shui Shui, you also killed people on the battlefield, right? Yes, our hands are not clean anymore. Uchiha smiled. But what he thought was that even if his hands were not clean, his heart should be clean, and he could not ignore the lives of others in order to achieve his own goals. Even if the purpose is good, it can't be. The other side. Juzine, who already has a big belly, is not good to go out shopping, so he can only water flowers on the balcony and breathe fresh air by the way. Suddenly, She saw a boy downstairs and waved at her with a smile. "Hello, is something wrong?" Juzine asked kindly. "Nothing, just take a look." That's right. It also made Juzine speechless. The key is what is called casual look. When she is a monkey in the zoo, an ostrich. Can you enjoy a visit? Hurry home, there's nothing you want to see here. I didn't want to get angry, but Juzine still said with a black face. The appearance is strange and good looking, but it's a pity that I have a long mouth. It's really not too infuriating. My home is far from here. What does that have to do with me? As Lady Hokage, a representative figure of Konoha's women's group, when you see a poor boy who is away from home, don't you know to open the door and invite him in to sit down, and then invite him to a meal? By the way, I don't even know these most basic etiquettes. It seems that your Hokage lady is really not very good, and your character is too bad. The people of Juzine are numb. A pair of fists is also clenched to death. If it weren't for the distance and the fear of moving the fetal gas, she really wanted to jump from the stairs and punch this unscrupulous teenager in the head. It's really not so infuriating. What is said also has a bad character, not worthy of being Lady Hokage. Old lady, I don't deserve your face, okay? Little ghost head, don't go if you have a kind. Do you want to treat me to dinner? That's right. Gritting his teeth, Juzine continued, you just stand here and wait. I will come down immediately and invite you to the most expensive luxurious meal. Really? Lying people will lose their hair, and they will not twitter when they give birth to a son. Oh, my God. Where the hell is this scourge? Juzine really couldn't stand it, and didn't even say a word, so he threw down the kettle, turned around and went downstairs. Doesn't matter. Kim said he wasn't afraid. Because he is just a doppelganger, even if he is beaten by someone, it will definitely not hurt him a single hair. Soon, the door on the first floor was opened, and Juzine, who had a big belly, also rushed out. Little ghost, how do you want to die? Clenching his fists, Juzine said viciously, and his hair was about to fly. Death? The people of the Uzumaki clan are indeed dying, but you are here as Lady Hokage, living a privileged life, and leisurely raising flowers and grass, raising children. I don't know if those people of yours have knowledge under the spring, will curse you for giving birth to a son without a skin yanner. Jin Shanshan said with a slight smile. You, what the hell are you? Juzine changed his face, and did not shout to kill. You should be a nosy idler, and you want to say 2 words when you can't see it. Look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Jin Shanshan continued with a very pretentious attitude. A few days ago, I picked up a poor mother and daughter, they were treated as blood packs, and they were all killed happily. When I asked, I learned that this mother and daughter turned out to be the clansmen of the Vortex clan who were majestic in the world, and even the 1,000 hand pillars were clearly married. I can't help but think, wasn't the Whirlpool clan very good back then? Why has it become so pully now? Is it because the clan has been exterminated, and people are dying, so they are bullied? And even dogs are not as good as dogs. But when I think about it, it doesn't seem right. Doesn't Konoha also have a surname Uzumaki, and she is still Lady Hokage? Doesn't she know the situation of her own clan? Come out and take care of it. Before coming, I think you should be quite busy kind of person. After all, it is Lady Naruto, time does not belong to you, and it is understandable that you have no time to take care of other things. It's a pity, as the old saying goes, it's better not to see it than not to see it. Seeing that you are living so happily, so comfortable, and about to have your own children, I don't think you should come and disturb you. Well, so be it, I'll take my leave first. Wait a minute. Although, listening to Jin Xing's words, especially the sentence of Mrs. Hokage, it made Juzine feel as uncomfortable as a needle prick. However, there was something about her own people, she couldn't help but ask. You, the mother and daughter you are talking about, what are their names? Where are you now? Lord Juzine still cares about this, Jin Sparkle said with a strange expression. If you don't be sarcastic, you will die, right? Holding back the anger in his heart, Juzine said, of course I care, and besides, how do you know that I haven't looked for my clan? Have you looked for it? That's weird. What's so weird? Although the Vortex clan has perished, there are not 1 or 2 people who escaped back then, at least there are more than 2 digits. Why haven't you found any of them? Isn't this strange? This, Juzine blushed, and didn't know how to answer for a while. Actually, when the village of Uzumaki was destroyed, it was not only those who fled were greatly disappointed with Konoha, but also became suspicious and distrustful. Even Juzine is the same, because there are indeed some places that are too much to say. The matter itself reveals strangeness, and the reasons for exterminating the clan are untenable, so let's not talk about them. Clearly, the Uzumaki village had already sent a cry for help to Konoha, but they were still late, and by the time they reached the Uzumaki village, it was all in ruins. This is one of them. One more one. Whirlpool Village plays ceiling. Can there be no enchantment outside the village? It's not easy for outsiders to attack it, but it was so funny that the enemies easily entered and slaughtered the entire village. Finally, it is a lot of Uzumaki's secret techniques that Yoshina does not know, and then appeared in Konoha, and was used by those ninjas with roots or dark parts. Ape Flying Sun Chopper claimed that these secret techniques were excavated and rescued by them from the ruins of Vortex Village. But Ju Xin'e knew. As a whirlpool family that plays with the sealing technique, those precious secret techniques are specially stored and protected by many seals. Don't say that the village was destroyed. It was to dig 3 feet into the ground and level the entire village. It is also impossible for outsiders to discover the place where they are hiding their secret arts. There is only one way to get it. That is found in the mouths or heads of people of the whirlpool. Sum up. There are problems on all 3 fronts. Naturally, Jushina did not dare to bring her few remaining clansmen to Konoha again. Little ghost, what do you know? I don't find them out. I'm thinking about them. This world is not as simple as you think. Ju Xin'e was also forced to be anxious and said a little truth. Oh, Jin Shanshan replied with a long voice, and said with a smile, then you are quite smart, but you just don't know to pull a team in private to rescue them, right? Ju Xin'e was asked to vomit blood. Because she really didn't consider this aspect, and she didn't expect that her clansmen would have such a miserable life and be squeezed and pressed as blood packets. Okay, it's not your fault that your head is not good, I can understand it, so be it, then you don't have to worry about the mother and daughter, I will take care of them. Jin Shanshan waved his hand and said, what is this called? Stinky little devil, won't you talk well? Yes, but I don't usually tell stupid people. Okay, be careful with your fetal gas, in case the child is gone, blame me again, then I can't bear this responsibility, let's go, comrade Ju Xin'e, let's save the meal for next time. Ju Xin'e called a gas. But Jin Shanshan did not give her this opportunity to get angry, and before the words fell, he had already turned around and Shishiren left. Leaving Ju Xin'e standing alone in place, he shouted a few times without stopping Jin Shan, and finally he could only roar incompetently and angrily, and stomped his foot again. Actually, come over this time. The golden flash itself has no purpose. Just look at Konoha. By the way, give Jushina another eye drop, let her recall Konoha's badness, and see if there is a chance to rebel against this woman in the future. It's good to be a success, it's earned. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work, it's just a Ju Xin'e, and he doesn't have much weight here, it doesn't matter. Walk through 2 streets. I saw Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. It's a pity that it's not from the body, and the doppelganger can't taste it. I'm about to leave. Don't want to meet another acquaintance. Yo, stop the water. Jin Shanshan raised his hand to say hello. Itake, you go back first, I'll talk to my friend for a while. Oh, then I'll go first. After waiting for Uchiha to turn back 3 times, he left. Uchiha stopped the water before he came to Jin Shinshan's face and whispered, why are you here? Isn't the water stop sauce welcome? It's not that problem, you know, if someone finds out, it's impossible for the people of Konoha to let you go. Onla, if you want to arrest me, you must have that ability. After waving his hand, Jin Shanshan said with a smile, in short, as long as the water-stopping sauce is not welcome to me, the rest is not important. What a word, this is all. Don't get people wrong, okay? Uchiha was almost blushing, and couldn't help but say, this is not the place to talk, I'll take you elsewhere. Okay, you lead the way. Jin Xuan did not refuse. After that, the 2 of them came to a small river one after the other. There are not many people here, the environment is nice and very quiet. Brother Jin, what do you want to do in Konoha? It's nothing, you don't have to worry, I'm just a doppelganger. After laughing, Jin Shanshan said again, it's just that I heard that Konoha has a lot of fun things and the environment is also very good, so I want to come and take a look, it doesn't have to be with any purpose. Hear this. Uchiha was also really relieved and no longer so nervous. What does Big Brother Kim think of Konoha? Uchiha asked again. It's really good, laughter, live and work in peace, but unfortunately I can't hide the darkness in my bones, it's almost rotten. Why do you say that? How to tell you, sit down first. Jin Shanshan sat on the grass next to him with his head. After waiting for Uchiha to stop the water and also sit down, he looked at the small river below before he said slowly, you said, since the creation of Konoha between the 1,000 hand pillars, until now, how has Konoha developed, is it faster or slower? It should be slow. Uchiha is not quite sure. To be precise, it's fast and then slow. In the early days of its creation, Konoha's development rate was still good, and various departments were established, as well as educational institutions, that is, ninja schools. In addition, the economic development of the village is also okay, and the more houses are built, so that ordinary people have their own homes, and life is getting better. But everything is afraid but. I listened to Jin Shanshan continue, after the 2nd generation of Hokage dies and your 3rd generation Hokage takes the throne, decades have passed, and the village's economy and system have not only not developed forward, but should still be regarded as retreating. Don't believe me asking you, are there many new houses or old houses in your village? The textbooks in the ninja school haven't been updated for a long time, and those who are the will of fire don't count. Are there any adjustments in various departments? Has the treatment of ninjas improved? Has the rising channel widened? Is there a pension? Is there a housing fund? How much has the quality of life improved for ordinary people compared to 20 years ago? Is it easy to get around? Have the roads been repaired? Is there a subsidy for having a child? Uchiha stopped the water and was numb, and he couldn't answer these questions. It's not that he didn't pay attention. It's really the same as what Kim Sparkle said. Konoha's development has entered a stagnation stage, and it has not been a step forward for a long time. Whether a ninja lives well depends on the number of tasks performed, whether it is enough to work hard. Whether ordinary people are doing well depends on their own skills, and the village basically cannot help anything, and will not help. What this fund, that subsidy, you don't have to think about it. Nothing like that at all. And doesn't this mean that Konoha has entered an old state and has no vitality? As the saying goes, one soldier will be a nest, and what kind of leadership there is, what kind of governance environment there is. The 3 generations of Hokage have no ambitions, they will only be complacent, content with the status quo, and even eat the old book. As long as he reigns for one day, Konoha will always be like this, and nothing will change. But 4 generations of adults have already taken the throne. Uchiha couldn't help but stop the water. Oh, then he has to live a long time. Of course. There is no need to say this kind of thing to stop the water. Jin Shanshan just nodded and said, Bofeng Shaman is indeed not bad. There are thoughts, and there is vitality. If he can stabilize his power and innovate from the old, maybe he can really lead your Konoha to develop and become bigger and stronger. Yes, I think so too. Uchiha smiled, and it was very heartfelt. It's a pity. His expectations were doomed to not be fulfilled. Because, in a few months, even if Uchiha took the guy to Konoha to make trouble and kill the Wei Feng Shui Gate, Jin Shin would come over. Revenge. It's also time. Otherwise, it has always dragged so long, resulting in incomprehensible thoughts, but it will affect the speed of their progress. Well, that's it. Shui Shui, have you ever thought about being a Hokage? Hey, Uchiha also didn't expect that the topic suddenly shifted to him, so that people were a little confused. But what? To say that you didn't think about it is also a lie. So, in the end, he nodded his head and admitted sincerely, I thought about it, but that's not realistic. Because you're Uchiha. Yes. There is nothing bad to admit, Uchiha continued. Our family and the Konoha high level have never been very compatible, conflicts often break out, and there are not many ninjas who will support us Uchiha as Hokage. You can't beat yourself up. It's not self-defeating, brother Jin, it's that I know it's hard to achieve. It is precisely because it is difficult to achieve that you should strive to prove your worth, and let others impress you. Jin Shanshan said with a smile. Me, can I really? For this matter, Uchiha is very unconfident. Of course you can, forget what I told you before, everyone is equal, no one is more noble than anyone. What's wrong with Uchiha? You can also be a Hokage. Whoever dares to say no, it only represents his personal point of view, narrow and biased, does not represent others, let alone yourself. Brother Jin, thank you for telling me this. Uchiha stopped the water and thanked him sincerely, and he was also moved. Uchiha. It is a sensitive race, a little favor can make them remember it for a lifetime, and of course hatred is the same. I don't have to say thank you, because I'm not just for you. Jin Sparkle waved his hand. What else? Uchiha stopped the water and said puzzled. Let's wait until you become a Hokage, otherwise it won't work. Well, I see. Although Jin Shanshan did not say it explicitly, with Uchiha's intelligence to stop the water, he probably guessed that it should be related to the unified plan. But that's nothing anymore. One is because the purpose of the Golden Flash is good. Again, he also said it very openly and directly, not entirely to stop the water. Absolutely bright, frank. Therefore, for Jin Shinshan's gratitude, Uchiha not only did not decrease, but also admired him even more. This is the way to speak. If you want to use the other party, you can also make the other person read your good. Of course. This is also because Uchiha has a high IQ, but his emotional intelligence is not good, and it is indeed easy to be fooled. Otherwise, if you change someone, this routine may not really work. But what about him so much? Just be useful? By the way, I think you should plan ahead. What? Prepare for the worst. If the conflict between your family and the village really cannot be reconciled, when it is necessary to start a war, what are you going to do, and on which side? This, no matter which side you are on, for the sake of the family, you'd better find a way to get some clansmen to leave Konoha and go to live outside. Uchiha stopped the water and was silent. It's not that he can't understand the words of the Golden Flash, but he understands it in an instant. After the contradiction reaches its peak, it is nothing more than 2 outcomes. Uchiha wins and ascends the Hokage. Then just call back the clansmen who got outside, it's very simple. But if Konoha wins, Uchiha is likely to decline, or even die. The clansmen who remain outside will become tinder, and they will not really destroy the clan. Jin Shinshan's proposal can definitely be regarded as pushing the heart, from the perspective of the Uchiha family, for their sake. Therefore, Uchiha is also extremely grateful. Well, thank you brother Jin, I'll seriously consider it. Uchiha said solemnly. It's okay, I'm just giving some advice, it's up to you how to do it, but if you need help, you can talk to me. Patting Shuishui's shoulder, Jin Shanshan said with a smile. Well, I'll say it if I need to. Uchiha didn't refuse. First, Jin Shining did gain his trust, not 100%, but more than half. The rest of the part, or because of the identity of both of them, Konoha and Union Village are still at war. However, out of admiration and gratitude for Kim Shinshan, Uchiha also regarded him as a senior and friend. Plus, with his current age and ability, he really couldn't move his clansmen outside. If you want to do it, you have to have someone outside to pick you up. And the outsiders who can help him and make Shui Shui trust are currently only one Golden Flash. This is natural, and he will not refuse the kindness of Jin Shining and say something that does not need a kind of thing. Okay, let's talk about it here today, I should go back. Patting his butt and standing up, Jin Shanshan said as he spoke. I'll send you, brother Jin. Uchiha also stood up. No need, I'll just disarm the doppelganger directly, which is so troublesome, just stop the water like this first, and we'll talk again when we have the opportunity, and go. Jin Shanshan smiled a little. Then with a bang, he turned into white smoke and disappeared. The other side, hundreds of miles away. Receiving the information transmitted back by the doppelganger, the Golden Flash body also showed a sudden look. Split Uchiha. If it succeeds, you can too. Anyway, it's a coolie for nothing, no need to use it in vain. Jin Shin, who had the plan in mind and pondered it again, did not care too much about it. Because success is good, it can allow him to have some of Uchiha's subordinates and increase his power. But it's nothing if it doesn't work. Without Uchiha, there are other blood heirs, and there is no one to worry about. Captain, can you teach us ninjutsu? What do you want to learn? We don't know. What about chakra? Tested it. Tested, I am wind and thunder, and Azabi is water and thunder. Well, I want to think. Just when Jin Shin and the two little beauties cultivated their feelings, time slowly passed. Of course. In addition to Bubble he also has a lot to do. Cultivate ninjutsu, develop secret arts, and plunder energy. No way. It is enough to die once. Maybe this is post-traumatic sequelae, and the phobia of insufficient firepower? Anyway, in terms of improving strength, Jin Shanshan has always spared no effort and will never be careless. Before I knew it, it was October. Konoha. Juzine is about to give birth. In order to prevent the Nine Tails from escaping, Ape Flying Sun Chopper and Wave Fang Shuman and others also made a lot of preparations. Not only did he move Juzine to a safer location half a month in advance, but he also set up a protective enchantment outside the house. And it was the wife of Saratobi Hinata, Saratobi Baiwako personally delivered the baby for Jushine. How at this time? In the Hokage office, looking at the information in his hand, Bofeng Shuman's face was also not very good looking, because Union Village launched another large-scale attack. However, it is only a few days before Juzine gives birth, and if he goes to the front, the village side will not be able to take care of him. What the? Send 3 shinobi over? It's totally impossible. Since the surrender of the Sandahide village, and the Iwahide village and the Kirihide village also signed an armistice agreement with Konoha, the 3 shinobi have all left with their picks. Tsunade and Jiraiya don't know where they're going. Although the big snake pill is still in Konoha, he is also the divine dragon who has not seen the end of the head, and has not appeared once in several months, and no one knows where the others are. It's not easier to find him now than to find Jiraiya. And in addition to the 3 shinobi, Konoha also has no generals who can get their hands on it, and the ordinary Shangnin can't beat the brothers, and if they go, they will be sent to death. He can't send these old cotters like Ape Flying Sun Chopper and Tuan Zhang over. Can't help it, Bofeng Shuman turned his head to look at the Ape Flying Sun Chop sitting on the sofa on the side. Although it was the resignation of Hokage, but the Ape Flying Sun Slash did not lose the authority in his hands. Instead, on the grounds of Wave Fang Shuman's lack of experience, he still holds most of the power that belongs to Hokage. I came to the Hokage office every day, sitting next to the Bofang Shui Gate, and the previous generation of Hokage was actually similar to the posture of the Emperor Taizhang. Help Bofang Shuman deal with various problems. Ahem. Pretending to cough twice, it also seemed to be signaling the Wave Fang Shui Gate to let him not think too much, and the Ape Flying Sun chopped before he spoke. It's sudden, there's no way, but don't worry, Watergate, I'm watching here in the village, and nothing will happen. Then, it's up to you. There is also no way to do it, so I can only agree to come down. After all, Konoha really has no one left, as the shadow of a village. If he does not stand up and set an example at this time, who else can wait? Don't talk about grudges. In terms of character alone, Bofang Shuman is indeed very good, knows how to consider others, and is also very responsible. But alas, who let him have a feud with Golden Sparkle? That's right. The reason why Union Village would attack at this time was all because Jin Flashing provoked it, and the purpose was to make Bofang Shuman dilemma. See if he chooses a daughter-in-law or chooses righteousness. And no matter how he chooses, after the 9 Tails comes out, he still can't escape death in the end, because the situation is urgent. Union Village's offensive was fierce. Bofang Shuman also didn't have time to delay, quickly gathered the ninja troops, and let people send a message to their homes, and they didn't have time to go back to say goodbye to Juzine. He hurriedly set off with his troops. Soon it was the day of delivery. Bofang Shuman also rushed to the front line, fought with Union Village twice, and confronted each other again. Let's talk about Konoha. Although Sarutobi has done a good job of protection, not only setting up an enchantment, but also sending a lot of dark ninjas patrolling the periphery. But this still did not stop Uchiha from taking soil. In front of his spatial pupil technique, any patrols and enchantments were like a fiction, and they did not have the slightest effect at all. Killed a midwife ape flying Lake Biwa with one knife. Obito, wearing a mask, kidnapped Naruto, who had just given birth, and after using the child to force Sarutobi to retreat, he took Uzumaki Jushine with him. The next thing is the same as the original. Because of childbirth, the seal on Juzine's body was already unstable, and after being robbed by Obito, it didn't take long for the Nine Tails to escape. The tailed beast escaped, began to wreak havoc in Konoha. The rumbling sound kept coming. It is not known how many houses were destroyed and how many people died. Sarutobi beheaded the head and handed Naruto over to his ninja to settle, and then he changed into his combat clothes and led his men down to resist the Nine Tails. And with soil. After the goal was achieved, he did not care about the loss of the Nine Tails and was doomed to death, and also went to Konoha, focusing on controlling the Nine Tails to cause destruction. Field. Only Juzine was left, lying on the cold stone, and he didn't even have the strength to move. I haven't seen you in a few days, and you pulled it too, comrade Juzine. A figure came out from under the shade of the trees. It was none other than Golden Flash. Why are you here? Juzine asked weakly. What about worrying about me? Now that the Nine Tails are back, why don't you think about Konoha and your family first? What do you really know? And who is that masked man? Does it have anything to do with you? Juzine couldn't help but think about it. No, it's not so much that he has a relationship with me, but rather with you and your husband Bofang Shuman, and the relationship is not ordinary. Jin Shanshan said with a slight smile. Not ordinary? Who the hell is he? Don't talk about this yet, Juzine. I'll ask you if you want to die or live. By the way, before you choose, I can show you something, maybe it will change your mind. A smile full of evil amusement, and then without waiting for Juzine to agree or not, Golden Jade appeared in Jin Xing's eyes. Under rotation. It also brought Juzine into an illusion space. The outside world is just a few seconds. A long time has passed in this illusion space. And here, Juzine also sees the future. Of course, the future picture created by the golden sparkle. But it's not much different from the original book, that is, in order to seal the Nine Tails, the Nine Shin'e couple all died, and Naruto's tragic childhood. While still in infancy, he was subjected to all kinds of abuse. Drink piping hot milk, be beaten, scolded, and even almost killed. In 2 years, I changed 5 or 6 families, and the situation was similar every time. At the age of 3, he was thrown into a welfare institution. The 5-year-old lived alone and often did not eat. Every time he walked on the street, he would be disgusted, abused, reprimanded, ostracized, and cursed behind his back by the people of Konoha. Haven't seen the back yet. In reality, Juzine was already in tears, and his heart ached and he couldn't help himself. Is this all true? Don't lie to me. Believe it or not, it's up to you to judge. I just let you see a possibility. After all, the future has not yet happened. Who knows what will happen? Jin Shanshan said very indifferently. But Juzine understood that the chance of this future happening was not very small, but very large, and it would almost certainly go in that direction. Because the character of the ape flying Sun Chop is like that, exactly the same as it is shown in Illusion. In order to keep the Nine Tails pillar force, it was not snatched away by people from other villages. And in order to calm the resentment of the villagers, let them vent. Concealing Naruto's background, making him the embodiment of the demon fox, the target of the villagers, this kind of thing that old guy can really do. What the hell do you want to do? After finally calming down, Juzine asked again, because she knew that Jin Sparkle would definitely not let her see this for no reason, and she must have her own purpose. Simple, it's revenge. Revenge? To whom? Your husband, of course. There was nothing to hide, Jin Shanshan said directly. He killed me on the battlefield. I didn't die by luck, and it is reasonable to seek revenge on him. It's very reasonable, but this kind of thing really makes Juzine unable to say after all, Bofang Shuman is her husband. So you made a plan for revenge? So to speak, that masked man isn't your person? No, his grudge with your husband has nothing to do with me. I just happened to take advantage of his behavior. So what are you going to do? Kill Bofang Shuman, and then snatch his daughter-in-law over? The people of Juzine are numb. How big is the key Golden Flash, and he actually thinks about these things? But Jin Shanshan didn't care about that, and said to himself, you can think about it, without me saving you, you will definitely die, and you will not be able to take care of your child, so you can only let him grow up in the worst environment according to the situation in my illusion. Madam, you don't want little Naruto to have such a hard time, do you? Ju Zin-A. And from me, I can save you and let you grow up with Naruto. You choose two paths. Is it a qualified wife or a qualified mother? Think about it, I'll come to you again before you take your breath. I hope your final choice won't disappoint Naruto that kid too much. Leaving an inexplicable smile, the golden flash turned into a wisp of blue smoke and disappeared. Without waiting for Ju Zin-A to react, another figure appeared in front of her. Watergate? How did you come back? After seeing the person coming, Ju Zin-A was also surprised. Union Village has temporarily retreated, although it is not clear why, but finally let me have time to come back to see you and the child, Bo Feng Shuman said. But his words made Ju Zin-A think a lot. It's clear. This is also what Jin Shanshan did. The purpose is to let Bo Feng Shuman come back so that he can complete his revenge plan. Regardless of how a teenager in Jinshin commanded the Dongyun hidden village, let them attack when they attack, and let them retreat when they retreat. The reason is no longer important. The point is, since he can do this and has such great skills, does that also mean that he can intervene in Konoha and do something he wants to do? For example, little Naruto there. Ju Zin-A was already a little afraid to think about it. This time, she wasn't afraid of how Sarutobi would treat Naruto. No matter how miserable she was, at least she didn't have to worry about safety. But if he provokes Kim Sparkle and doesn't do what he wants, then will he kill Naruto? Ju Zin-A did not dare to gamble on this kind of thing. After all, Golden Flash is an Avenger, and in the case of not being able to take revenge on the two of them, it is not impossible to go to Naruto to vent, and the odds are very high. In addition, there is also that Masked Man, and I don't know what kind of grudge he has with Bo Feng Shuman, if he also makes a move against little Naruto. Wouldn't that be? The more I thought about it, the more afraid I was, and Ju Zin-A was in a cold sweat. Wife, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Ju Zin-A was trembling, Bo Feng Shuman hurriedly asked. Sorry, Watergate. Why say sorry? Yes, I didn't protect little Naruto and let him go through this when he was born. It's okay. Seeing that Ju Zin-A said this, Bo Feng Shuman also breathed a sigh of relief and persuaded, if you want to say wrong, it is also my fault, it is that I did not protect the two of you. Maybe. Ju Zin-A did not blame Bo Feng Shuman's heart, but she also had to admit that it was indeed her husband who caused the matter that made little Naruto have to bear so much. The road ahead is even more dangerous and unpredictable. From his wife's point of view, Ju Zin-A can understand Watergate. But from a mother's point of view, simply for the sake of the child, it is also untrue to say that she does not complain about Watergate. Where is Naruto? Let's go, I'll take you to him. Picking up Ju Zin-A, Wave Feng Shui gave a Flying Thunder God technique, and came to a house. Then he gently placed Kushina on the mouse again, next to Naruto. And the moment he saw little Naruto, Ju Zin-A couldn't stop his tears anymore, so he cried out silently. Wife, you talk to your son, take a break first, I'll help everyone deal with the 9 tails, and I'll come back to see you later. Well, be careful on the road. With Ju Zin-A's consent, Bo Feng Shuman also used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. Needless to say, it was Bo Feng Shuman who arrived at the battle area and used the Flying Thunder God to transfer the tailed beast Jade, saving the village and a vote of ninjas. And in the room, on Ju Zin-A's side, the golden sparkle appeared again. How are you going to save me? Ju Zin-A took the initiative to ask, obviously having made up his mind and made a choice. Still that idea. She wasn't afraid of death, but she couldn't let Naruto have an accident. How simple it is to die, as soon as the eyes are closed, nothing is known. But after the couple left, what would Jinshin do to Naruto again? As a mother, Kushina couldn't let that happen. Therefore, she can only live, she comes to bear the revenge of Golden Shining, and find a way to protect the safety of little Naruto. Looks like you've figured it out. Jin Shanshan couldn't help but laugh. Also, as a mother, how can you know that your child will have a hard time in the future, and leave him alone? That is too unworthy of being a mother. It doesn't matter anymore. Be sarcastic for a few words. Kushina didn't say how mean Jinshin was, threatening her with little Naruto. One is that it is useless. Again, from beginning to end, Jin Shanshan never said so. Why did she bring it up and put these things in plain sight? Torn face. It didn't do her any good, especially Naruto. I can't let go of my own child, so I agreed to your conditions. How do you plan to save me? It's easy to save you, but do you really understand my conditions? Of course, isn't it too? From you. Even if they were mentally prepared, when he said these words, Ju Zin-A inevitably blushed. Thinking that Jin Shanshan is still a little brat, he should not be able to do those things, Ju Zin-A stabilized his mood again, and he was not so embarrassed. Just coax the children, go over the family, what's the big deal? Well, it seems that you do understand and are very good. Jin Sparkle smiled. He naturally saw Ju Zin-A's perfunctory, but it didn't matter. In his hands, he was not allowed to pinch and rub round. Do whatever you want. What repentance and escape? There is absolutely no such possibility. Step forward. Jin Shinshen put his hand on Juzine's body and directly gave her some life energy. These energies can keep you alive, and when the time comes, you only need to let the wave Feng Shui Gate seal half of the nine-tailed chakra on you, and you will survive. There is nothing wrong with that. The nine-tailed chakra is what Jin Shin wants. Otherwise, just a Juzine would be worth his effort and saliva. Women or something. After having strength, it is not how much you want. To tell you the truth, if Juzine didn't cooperate, Jin Shin would definitely kill her without hesitation, plundering energy and blood. It's just that hard-hearted. Perhaps it was still influenced by the Ghidorah gene, and Kim Shin's personality became more and more indifferent, and he was no longer so sentimental. Jin Shanshan himself noticed it, but he didn't care. Because it's in the ninja world. A world full of intrigue and framing, cannibalism. Sympathizing with others and being kind is all about getting by with yourself. On the contrary, the more ruthless and do not care about what others think, the more comfortable and long-term you can live, which is not good. Jin Shanshan himself is a person who compares himself and does not like to be kind, so become indifferent and indifferent. This is more in line with his heart, and I think it is quite good. Can the nine tails be sealed back again? Juzine was also a little surprised. She really didn't know about this. In fact, don't say it's her, few people in the entire ninja world know that the tailed beast that is drawn out can be sealed back into the human pillar force. Because, in the past, the situation was basically that the moment the tailed beast was withdrawn, the human pillar force died immediately, and it was simply too late to reseal it. Only the people of the Vortex clan, relying on their strong life force, can hold out a little longer after the tailed beast is withdrawn. But, in the entire ninja world, only Konoha's side used the people of the Uzumaki clan to seal the tailed beast, and it was only changed for 2 generations. Other shinobi villages are unconditional. As for Konoha, it was also because of the 2 generations of pillar force, and he had never tried to extract the tailed beast and seal it back. Naturally, there is no chance to understand. Why not, as long as you have enough vitality to suppress the chakra of the 9 tails? After patting the key point of Juzine, Jin Shanshan withdrew his palm and said, "Okay, I left a confinement technique on you. If you don't want Naruto to have an accident, don't play so many tricks on me, my patience is limited." Not to mention the sense of shame and indignation of being attacked. The key is whether to be so comprehensive, and what kind of confinement technique is added. To be honest, Juzine felt that Jin Shanshan did not look like a normal teenager, did things too sophisticated, and did not leave her some breathing space. Even the method of confinement has been used, what else can she do? It's hard to do. In the future, I really have to be crushed to death, and I can't turn over. Not to mention Juzine's boredom and unhappiness. Jin Shanshan didn't care about those, and after explaining the rest of the matter, he left in an instant. After a while, the wave Feng Shui door reappeared in the room. "Wife, I'm sorry, that's how things worked." Understanding the intention of the wave Feng Shui gate, the same as the result seen in the illusion, Juzine also sighed. But that's the end of it. Plus she also made a choice, so there is nothing more to say. Anyway, as long as she can protect little Naruto, she can pay everything for it. The other side. Among Konoha. Jin Shanshan stood on the roof of a house, also watching the power of the 9 tails. This monster is indeed powerful. With a height of nearly 100 meters, his huge size does not count. The key is a stronger attack. With a casual pull, you can destroy a house. Hitting the ninjas who rushed over is like hitting a fly. Then, the 9 tails condensed chakra and launched several small-tailed beast jade. Just listen to a series of loud noises. Countless buildings were also destroyed and burned again, falling into flames. Ugh! A girl can't dodge and is about to be smashed by a collapsed house. But the next second, she felt like she was being taken flying. Land, open your eyes again. Shirihong only found out that she was rescued by someone, and the person who saved her was a handsome boy who was a little younger than her. Thank you, it's okay, it's better to be careful alone. Let go of the sunset red, Jin Sparkle said. Well, a little unresponsive, Sunset said with a red face. Okay, but it's better to pay more attention in the future. After all, life is only once. If you don't cherish it, can you still count on others? Education is red. Then the golden flash turned and left. Where are you going? Following the footsteps of the golden flash, Shirihong said again, I don't mean anything else, it's so chaotic now, it's very dangerous to run around. Like you? Can you still have a good chat? Sunset Hong was so angry that her mouth couldn't help but bulge. Ha, you don't have to care about me, let's hurry up and stay in the shelter, the outside is not suitable for a half-hanging ninja like you. What, I'm also very strong, okay. Yes, it is very strong and can be pressed by the house, you say I believe it or not. It's really not a pot to mention, it's endless, right? Sunset Hong said that she must let Jin Shuang see if she is really that weak. What's your name? How come I've never seen you? This is what I said, there are so many people in the village, have you seen every single one? And what's your name? Sparkle. What a strange name, how weird. It's not like a personal name, but like a description of some jewelry, shining and shining. Then what's your name? Sunset Red. It's not like a human name. Why? Sunset Red, as if describing the sunset scenery, old-fashioned, not trendy at all. This is the way of the other. Although it was not Mirong Fu, Shirihong still felt the power of this move, and almost smoked without anger. Why are you like this? What's wrong? It's not a good deal with a girl. Funny, I don't think you look like a girl, you don't know each other, just follow me so far, aren't you afraid that I will abduct you and sell you? Humph, I won't fall for you. Sunset looked up and said, indicating that she was smart. Yes, don't regret it. What do I regret? I'm not done yet. Jin Sparkle went down with just a hand knife and knocked her out. Bastard, let go of Red for me. A half-grown boy ran over from the street. It was Asma, the youngest son of Ape Flying Sunko. But this guy is too old. At the age of only 15 or 16, he actually grew a beard, and there was no one left. What did you say? Holding Sunset Red on her shoulder and holding her back with one hand, Jin Shanshan turned around and asked. I said let her go, didn't you guy hear? Oh, sorry, I heard it, but I won't do what you want. Bastard! Asma was anxious, and rushed over to grab the Sunset Red. However, Jin Shanshan just flew up and kicked him out more than 10 meters away, and finally smashed into a ruin. You still want to rob a girl with someone if you don't have the ability? Go back and practice more, it's just someone who lost your father. Shaking your head. They were too lazy to slaughter Asma, mainly because they were dirty hands. Turning around, Jin Sparkle just carried the Sunset Red and left. But what? After thinking about it, he still didn't plan to take Sunset Hong away. What's the use? At Jin Shinshan's current age, if you want to really eat meat, you will have to wait a few more years. Took Sunset Red away, this guy is crying and making trouble, he wants to find his father and mother, who will coax her? The golden flash will not be anyway. Just one word, annoying. And leaving her in Konoha, the benefits are a little more. One is raised by Konoha, plus training, saving one's own business. One more one. Can you still brainwash Sunset Red into a little spy, let her lurk here, and report to herself? Well, that's it. Leaving a confinement spell on Sunset Red, also sensing coordinates, and then Golden Flash threw her into a shelter. Woke up groggily. Sunset Hong found out where she was, and couldn't help but complain about Jin Sparkle again, but her heart also felt sweet. Because Kim sent her to the shelter. Isn't this proof that Jin Shanshan cares about her safety? What abduction? Stunned. It is estimated that it is all a frizzy problem of young boys, because they have little experience and do not know how to get along with girls, so it will be like this. Don't let me see you next time, otherwise I must make you look good. Sunset Hong raised her small fist and muttered. The other side. The matter of the 9 tails is also coming to an end. By the Flying Thunder God technique. The Wave Wind Watergate took the 9 tails out of Konoha, and took Kushina and Naruto over, ready to reseal the 9 tails. Watergate, seal the 9 tails on me again. No, wife, your body is already very weak, and you can't withstand the chakra of the 9 tails at all. Isn't that right? If I die, you and the child will be safe? No, I can't do that. Bofeng Shuman said that he would not agree to anything. Watergate, don't blame me. Seeing that Bofeng Shuman was so stubborn and did not change his mind, for the sake of little Naruto, Juzine could only be ruthless. Because that's what it is now. Either she died in Juzine, or Bofeng Shuman died. One person had to die to seal the 9 tails and protect Naruto, since Bofeng Shuman refused to let her die. In addition, Bofeng Shuman also used ghoul sealing ninjutsu. I am afraid that I will not be able to live. Watergate, listen to me, seal half of the 9 tails on me. This, with my current life force, plus the 9-tailed chakra as a support, I can live another 20 years and watch our little Naruto grow up. Well, I see. As soon as he heard this, Bofeng Shuman would refuse. He quickly increased the output of chakra, and even did not hesitate to spend his own life force, and finally split the 9 tails in two. Half of it was sealed into Jushine's body, and half was sealed into Naruto's body. Watergate, thank you, what's polite with me? After sealing the 9 tails twice in a row, the Wei Feng Shui gate was also very weak, but he still forced a smile, just didn't want Juzine to worry about him. No, I'm sorry for you. Juzine's tears couldn't be stopped. Why do you say that? Bofeng Shuman was surprised. Before Juzine could answer, another voice came from next to him. Of course it's because she's going to abandon you and be my woman. The person who came was the Golden Flash. What enchantment does not enchant, cannot stop his footsteps at all. What? Bofeng Shuman's eyes widened, and he was also shocked. Golden Flash? Why are you here, and what do you mean by what you just said? Bofeng Shuman couldn't help but ask. It's rare that you haven't forgotten me yet, Bofeng Shuman. After laughing, Jin Shanshan continued, as for what I just said, it is literal, why don't you understand? Come, Mrs. Jiaosine, tell him if what I said is true. Is it necessary? Zhu Zine clenched his palms, and tears flowed all over his face. Of course it's necessary, don't forget what I'm here for. If I can't vent this anger, I can't guarantee that I won't do something again, understand? Zhu Zine was really angry. But after finding that the golden sparkling gaze was looking at little Naruto, she unconsciously slumped down and gritted her teeth and made a decision. That's right, Watergate, I betrayed you. Wife? Stop calling me wife, from now on we will cut it off. I am no longer your person, but belong to him. Juzine looked at Jin Shanshan next to her, and then turned her head sadly, just not wanting Bofeng Shuman to see her tears. It's really touching, but what about it? Not to mention, as a ninja, the murderer will always kill. From a civilian to this step, becoming a fourth generation of Hokage, the feats established need to be killed to accumulate. There are more people who want to find Bofeng Shuman to avenge the blood and see revenge. It's just that they don't have that ability, it's just golden. One more one. Sparkle doesn't look at that. He takes revenge, only to make himself happy, to do with others, with who the enemy is, how much merit, what kind of character he has. It didn't matter to him anymore. Therefore, no matter how loving and pitiful the Wave Wind couple is, they have nothing to do with him and can't affect him. Steaming. Bofeng Shuman took several steps back before he steadied his body and looked at Juzine with incredible eyes. He couldn't believe it. His wife, who has always loved him so much, would say such a thing. Lie to people. Or is it persecuted? A little hope rose in his heart, and Bofeng Shuman's eyes lit up and said, Wife, I know that you have no choice, right? Is it for our son? Sure enough, it is worthy of being a sister forever. The brain is smart enough to think about it. But this kind of words Juzine did not dare to admit it. Because of the use of ghouls to seal it, the Wave Feng Shui Gate is dead. And she herself, she had just tried several times, but she could never break the confinement technique that Jin Shining left on her. In this case, the two of them combined couldn't deal with Golden Flash, and one repeatedly provoked each other. What if he let him attack little Naruto? There's really no way. Therefore, Juzine can only continue to be ruthless, and one way to the dark. You think too much, there is no such thing. But, there is nothing good, Bofeng Shuman, the fate of the two of us is over, let's get together and scatter, don't make it so procrastinating. Talking. Jushina reached out and picked up Naruto again, and then walked to Jin Shinshan's side, which can be regarded as indicating her heart and position. Jin Shanshan also followed the trend and put his arm around Juzine's waist. Regardless of whether it fits or not, there is no height difference. As soon as the picture of this family of three came out, it really made Bofeng Shuman hold out internal injuries, and a mouthful of blood spewed out when he opened his mouth. He, laughing and laughing. The Wave Feng Shui Gate, which had run out of oil, fell directly on his back, and his breathing became inaudible, until he was silent. Is this obedient? In other words, Jin Xuanshan also did not expect that robbing people's daughters-in-law and children still has such a great lethality, so it is impossible to say that it will be used more in the future. The key is to be cool enough and energetic enough. What is the best way to take revenge on the enemy? Nothing more than really relieve hatred. From this moment on, Jin Shanshan said that the grudge between him and Bofeng Shuman was unilaterally written off. Will this crawl out of the belly of the god of death, and then seek revenge on him? Let's talk about it then. If he can solve the Wave Feng Shui Gate once, Jin Sparkle can also solve him twice, 3 times, until his soul is wiped out. Come with me to Union Village, Jin Shanshan said. Originally, he had planned to let Kushina and Naruto stay in Konoha, but now, Bofeng Shuman is dead, and the old accounts have been turned over. Targeting Jushina and Naruto again, it seems a little too petty. Therefore, Jin Shanshan thought of taking Juzine and his wife to live in Union Village, which can be regarded as good for them. After all, Konoha has the presence of F4. Staying here must be a sin, and it is definitely better to go to Union Village. Are you serious? Juzine also felt the sincerity in Jin Xing's words, so he was very surprised. Of course, there is no benefit in lying to you. Then I'm not going either. Without much hesitation, Juzine refused. Quite normal. Jin Xuanshan forced to die Bofeng Shuman, and it was also an enemy for Juzine. How could she think of going with the enemy? One more one. Even if there were no such things, she had to stay and hold a funeral for Bofeng Shuman. How could she leave without a word? What's more, she also wanted Naruto to stay away from the Golden Flash, and after going to Union Village, wouldn't it be a throwing herself into the net? Whatever you want, I don't force it. The Golden Flash did not come hard. He was able to mention it, just out of kindness. But Juzine didn't accept it, so it didn't matter. Can't you hurry to curry favor? Golden Flash is not that kind of person. If you don't want to leave, then you can handle the rest yourself, I'll go first. Sensing that a large number of ninjas were coming and did not want to meet them, causing unnecessary entanglements, Golden Flash turned and left. It wasn't a moment after he left. The ape Flying Sun Chop appeared with people. Juzine, how is he at Watergate? Dead, ha! Not to mention the performance of the ape Flying Sun, and how to deal with the aftermath. When passing by a ruin, Kim meets two more well-known people, the 5-year-old Uchiha Itachi, and his infant brother, Suzuki Jr. You're that friend of brother Shui, right? The last time we met, Uchiha remembered it. Well, you can call me Kim. My name is Itachi, and this is my younger brother Suzuki. Today's Uchiha Itachi is not so cold-blooded, and when he is more talkative, he will talk with a smile. The names are all good. How old is your brother? Jin Shanshan reached out and nodded Suzuki's little face. It's been 83 days. Uchiha looked at little Suzuki with a fond look and replied with a smile. It's almost 100 days. The first time we met, I didn't bring anything, so I gave this to him, hoping to bless him with a safe and secure growth. As he spoke, Jin Shanshan took a talisman from his neck, folded it, and put it in little Suzuki's swaddling. Let's be honest. He did like Suzuki a little more than Naruto in the sun. There is no other reason. It's that Suzuki is more real, like a normal person. In order to take revenge, desperately, courage and daring are not lacking. Although the talent is a bit poor, not as good as Uchiha Itachi and Shisui and others, but that's another matter. And Naruto. The sunshine is a bit fake. After experiencing so many bad things in his childhood, being spurned by others, and still thinking about understanding others and saving Konoha, isn't there something wrong with his pure brain? One more one. All day clamoring to get Suzuki back. Saying that he was Suzuki's friend, he couldn't watch him fall into darkness. Even if it broke Suzuki's limbs, he would bring him back to Konoha. What a thing to know what Suzuki went through and what he wanted to do. He wants to avenge his family. Put yourself in your shoes. If Jin Shin is Suzuki, who dares to stop him from avenging his family, he has already unloaded the other party, and the dog's brain has been beaten out. It's true. Suzuki was still too benevolent to kill Naruto for a chance. If you try again, if you switch to Golden Flash, 10 Naruto will let him kill it too. If you can't beat it, you will poison, set fire, sneak attack, pour sulfuric acid and see if he can hold on. Tenten said to understand Suzuki. Actually, shit is neither. Naruto, who had never met his own parents, nor had he tasted the loss of his family, what could he understand? However, because of the lack of love since childhood, after having the 7th class, it is equivalent to having a home for Naruto. He didn't want to lose this home. I don't want to lose Suzuki as a companion, brother. That's why I chased so hard and refused to give up. But the problem is, he didn't stand in Suzuki's shoes and think about the other party. If Suzuki had stayed in Konoha and played the family game with Naruto, he would never have been able to kill Uchiha Itachi and avenge his family. The laughter of the 7th class. For Suzuki, it was like a knife piercing. It would remind him of what he had before, and every laugh could hurt him. In this case, how could he not leave? Rather, brothers, they should support him at such a time, really understand him, and if Suzuki unfortunately dies in the end, there is no need for pain. Just go and avenge him again. Helping Suzuki tuck up his swaddling, Uchiha also thanked him. It's okay. Jin Sparkle waved his hand. Although he also didn't see Uchiha's behavior in the future, he didn't think about it with a little fart child. What's more, he is not surnamed Uchiha, so he can't worry about that heart. By the way, help me pass a word with Shui. You say. Just tell him that although the 9 tails are sealed, after tonight passes, the situation of the Uchiha clan will be more difficult. Let him be mentally prepared. Is it gone? Yes, that's all. The rest he will understand. Okay, I remembered. Uchiha nodded. Well, then goodbye Itachi, and little Suzuki. Waving his hand, Jin Sparkle turned and left. A trip to Konoha, of course, can't come for nothing. Taking advantage of the chaos, it has not stabilized. Jin Shanshan walked around again, scavenging for some ninjutsu and belongings, all sealed into the scroll he carried. In addition, he went to the Kurama family and snatched the 2-year-old Yakumo. It's not the same as Sunset Red. This Yakumo has a very powerful blood succession limit, not only can control the 5 senses, but also can transform illusion into reality. Well worth cultivating and plundering. Therefore, this is still polite. Naturally it is the first to grab the end. To know. Jin Shining is a person from Union Village, and if he comes out without bringing some good things back, he is inevitably too disgraced by Union people, so how can it work? Stop, put the person down. Damn guy, dare to come to our Konoha to rob the child. I see you are impatient, let's kill him together. A vote of ninjas chased after them, following closely. Annoying. Jin Shanshan frowned, and then disappeared in an instant. I saw a golden light flash through the void. A total of 6 pursuers, all separated corpses, blood splattered more than a meter high. Afterwards, the golden figure reappeared, stepped on the grass in the woods, and slowly walked towards the outside of Konoha. No more annoying flies. This journey was also much smoother. After a few hours of travel, Jin Shanshan came to an inn and handed Sao Yakumo to a female clerk here. This inn was opened by a ninja from Kusanagi village. It is a stronghold installed in the land of fire. And the entire Kusanagi village is a golden asset, and the people here are naturally no exception. Coupled with the presence of the ghost lantern confinement technique, these people are also very honest and can be regarded as qualified tool people selected. If you hand over little Yakumo to them, you can still rest assured. Send her to Kusanagi village and hand her over to Yakang. Pay attention to safety on the road. Even if you die, you can't let her make a mistake, you know. For the five senses illusion, Golden Flash still attaches more importance to it. Yes, my lord, we will swear to the death to complete the mission. Several Kusanagi knelt down and said, then go ahead. Under the golden flashing wave, several Kusanagi also left with Sao Yakumo in an instant. It's more than that. For the sake of safety, Jin Shanshan also sent one of his own doppelgangers over, which is almost guaranteed to be foolproof. Because his avatar can also use partial transformation to grow wings. At the critical moment, just abandon those grass ninja and leave with Sao Yakumo. With his speed, not many people in the ninja world can catch up with him. A few days later, little Yakumo successfully arrived at Kusanagi village and was placed by Hakura and asked Uzumaki Gardenia to help take a picture. She has children herself anyway, and she is still taking care of Hotaru. 2 is also a look, 3 are also carrying, not worse than such a one. This side of Union village attacked Konoha again. Bofeng Shuman died, and the news was transmitted back by Jin Flash. Rare opportunities. How could Union Village not grab it and bite Konoha fiercely? Jushine, I know this matter is a bit excessive, but who left us in Konoha with no one to send? It can only depend on you. In the spiritual hall, the two advisors, Mito Minion and Shun Koharu, are constantly persuading Jushine. This also made Juzine feel very ridiculous. Her husband died and is not yet buried. These old guys at the top of Konoha wanted her to go to the front line and fight the people of Union Village. Let's not say whether she has such great skills to win this war. The point is that this is also too much, too impersonal. Can't help it. This also reminded Juzine of what Jin Shin had said to her before leaving. He said that Konoha does not need uncontrollable power, and without the wave of Feng Shui gate to maneuver around, Juzine is a person who has no position and no side in line. Whether it's the Hokage vein or the Tenzo vein, they will definitely set her a trap and want to control her. If she doesn't make a choice, that will become the object of eradication on both sides, and the life will be more sad and the end will be more sad. Sure enough, Jin Shanshan was right. No, the funeral of Bofeng Shuman has not yet been completed, and the people on both sides can't wait to make a move. Yesterday it was the Root Ninja who sent a message asking her to join the Root. Today, 2 advisors came to her door and asked her to go to the front to fight. Then tomorrow, shouldn't the 3rd generation of Hokage come over in person and ask her, the undead person, to go to the pillow seat and go to sleep with her? It just doesn't make sense. If you don't want to be beaten, get out of here quickly. What did you say? Both consultants widened their eyes and couldn't believe their ears. Juzine, we kindly came to advise you. How can you do this? That is, as a member of Konoha, isn't it supposed to contribute to the village? What kind of attitude are you? After reacting, the 2 consultants couldn't suppress their anger and accused Juzine one after another. If only the 4th generation of Izumi had known, it's okay not to mention this. As soon as he mentioned this, he immediately detonated Juzine's temper. Before Xiaochun could finish her words, she saw Bainan's fist hit her and printed it fiercely on her face. Bang! Koharu flew out screaming. The man spat out a few teeth in midair, then turned into a parabola and fell heavily outside the door. Juzine, you're crazy. Of course, Mitomanitis is no exception. The old guy still wanted to be powerful and reprimand Juzine, but he was sent out the door by her merciless punch. Also hit several rolls. Rolling until he reached Koharu's side, he stopped, not to mention how embarrassed. Tell you, before the funeral of Watergate is completed, whoever dares to come and disturb me, I will beat whoever it is, and let me go away. After scolding these words, Jushina turned and went into the house to take care of little Naruto. Only 2 of the advisors, whose cheeks were swollen and had lost several teeth, lay on the ground grinning and gasping for air. It's the tears of pain that are coming down. But no way. Even if Wei Feng Shui Men dies, Jushina is also Lady Hokage, plus the identity of the human pillar force. With the 2 advisors alone, they really can't move Juzine, so this fight can be regarded as a vain beating, and they can't be found at all. Of course, even if you can't get it back on the surface, it's still okay to trip up a little behind your back. I don't know the general body, rude and uneducated. Juzine, you are finished. Humph, let's go. He glanced at the door of the spirit hall in annoyance, and then turned to sleep Koharu before flicking his sleeves and leaving, and Mito Minion naturally followed. Otherwise, can you stay here and let people watch, continue to lose people's eyes? Not to mention Konoha's affairs. Anyway, in the case of Juzine not cooperating, in order to block the attack of Union Village, Ape Flying Sun Chopper could only personally put on the battle, leading a large group of family ninjas to rush to the front line to meet the enemy. It wasn't he who came up with it. It's that Konoha is really gone. As soon as Bofang Shuman died, the three ninja were all gone, and they couldn't find anyone. The ape flew and did not move again. But he will be beaten to the door of his house by Union Village, and he will completely lose the opportunity to resist. For the power-hungry Ape Flying Sun, how could he accept that kind of thing? But what? Union Village wants to defeat Konoha, and it is indeed not easy. It's not because of how strong Konoha is or how powerful the Ape Flying Sun slashes. On the battlefield, he is not as good as Bofang Shuman. Well, he will only stab with a stick, and he will not be able to hit the fourth generation of AI, nor can he solve Kairobi. What is the key? The other ninja villages would not watch Union Village annex the territory of the Fire Nation and remain indifferent. So to put it bluntly, it is. While fighting Konoha, Union Village also had to guard against the Union Village, Weian Village, and the slightly more remote Cheyenne Village next door. Can't let go of your hands and feet. This fight is naturally slow and the progress is not much. It's good. Seeing that Union Village's offensive was not strong, he started a war of attrition with Konoha. The other shinobi villages were also happy to see this, and they all stood still, so they let Union Village and Konoha continue to fight. Because it's good for them, that's not a mess. Stupefied. Another few months have passed. My lord, the man has been found. Then let's go. Within the territory of the Land of Water. Under the leadership of Loquat Juzo, the two quickly found the target of this trip as if they had entered a no man's land. Nakayoshi. Shangshin of the village of Kirito. A fat man with red glasses and blue stripes painted on his face. But don't look at this person's not good looking, but his ability is very good. Not only does it have a strong perception ability, but it also has a blood succession limit. Although Golden Flash can plunder the energy of others, the body can also absorb a part of the energy attack. But compared to the blood succession limit, which can completely absorb the other party's ninjutsu and can be released again, it is still inferior. The rate of absorption, as well as the generalization, is the same. Therefore, he planned to capture this guy back, plunder the other party's blood inheritance little by little, and make up for his ability in this regard. Loquat Juzo? How dare you come here? Seeing Loquat Shizo, Zonji was also very surprised, and then saw the golden flash, and he couldn't help but say, "Who is this little ghost? Is your new follower?" Very good. People who owe too much in their mouths, this is not a burden to deal with. Juzo, it's over to you. Golden Flash waved his hand. No problem. With a grin, Loquat Juzo, who was carrying a large knife with a decapitation, walked forward. Oh, it seems that I guessed wrong. You guy is the follower, but Loquat Juzo actually followed a little ghost. You are really getting worse and worse. Nakayoshi, your mouth is still so owed. I hope that you will be slashed by my decapitation knife later, and you can continue to laugh. You dare to make a move with me here? What do you say? Loquat Juzo told the other party with practical actions. He sprinted forward, then turned around and slashed at Nakayoshi with the large knife in his hand. A howling wind. Zonji also did not dare to be careless, and quickly turned over to avoid the past. Just listen to the boom. The place where he used to stand was directly smashed out of a big pit. Hey, I was a ninja in a village before, you guy really wants my life. Jumping onto a tree, Nakayoshi said unpleasantly. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with you, and I've never used you as a companion. It's too hurtful for you to say this. That's the way it is. Okay, in that case, then I don't have to be polite to you, right? Look at my frost concealment technique. Talking or something, it's just to delay time and perform ninjutsu. People from Weian Village. During this period, there were really few people who treated their companions as people, because the policy was so, they were all used to it, and Zonji was no exception. Saw. With Nakayoshi as the center, a layer of white frost is attached to the surrounding things, and the environment is changed because of this, and it becomes a white field, very influencing people's vision. Nakayoshi, on the other hand, wears special glasses and is not affected by this. Hurry up, there is no other movement too big. Jin Shanshan frowned and spoke. Because this place is already very close to the mist-hidden village, if he attracts too many ninjas, even if he wants to get out, it will take a lot of effort. Yes, I see. Loquat Shizang saw sweat on his forehead, and quickly answered. It's not that he is not sure about taking this Nakayoshi, but I'm afraid that the movement is too big, and Jin Shuang will not be happy, and then come with him to fire that electromagnetic cannon, he can't catch it. Of course. Jin Shanshan is also aware of the current situation. Loquat Juzo's strength is indeed above this Zonji, but it is also very limited. Because this Nakayoshi is also an elite shinobi, he still has the kind of sentient ability and blood succession. Even if the means of attack are not strong, but his figure is not slow, and he can absorb ninjutsu, and if Loquat Juzo wants to defeat him, he must also work harder. Therefore, when Jin Shanshan said those words, he was just conveying wrong information to this Zongji and making the other party relax his vigilance. In fact, he has long been ready to do it himself. Time slowly passes. A few minutes later, Loquat Juzo finally suppressed Nakayoshi, and at this moment, Jin Shanshan also made a move without hesitation. Like lightning, instantly appear behind each other's backs. Without waiting for this Nakayoshi to react, his palm had already slapped down. Ghost Lantern Confinement. After hitting this trick, Zongji also immediately stopped moving, as if he was petrified, and could not move. There is nothing wrong with that. Golden Flash has already developed this trick, and it has not taken too long. Take him back. Slapped his palm, Jin Shanshan said to the Loquat Juzo, who was already stunned. Of course I will be stunned. Loquat Juzo really didn't expect that in addition to the kind of ninjutsu with particularly terrifying lethality, Golden Flash would also have this kind of demon method. Just a pat, you can make people stand still. This is not a demon law and what it is. It is said that a ninja who has been doing it for so long has also performed so many tasks. Loquat Juzo can also be regarded as a well-informed, very senior veteran Shangnin, but he has really never seen a ninjutsu like Golden Shining. It's more terrifying than illusion, and I can't say it. The fear deepened again. Don't want Jin Shanshan to look unpleasant, take a hand to punish, Loquat Shizang also quickly answered, and then carried Zongji. A momentary body left. Jin Shuang did not leave immediately, because he has another goal. Take Torai family. The blood of the corpse is also a good thing. It's not easy to come to the country of water, so how can you not go over and see it? The figure disappeared instantly. By the time Jin Shin appeared again, he had already arrived at the residence of the Take Torai clan. It's similar to Uchiha's situation in Konoha. Because of the personality of the clansmen, they are reckless and stupid, and they can hardly communicate normally, and they are all mentally ill Take Torai people. It is also very unpopular with the high level of Wuyan village. This can be seen just by looking at the location of their station. Not inside the misty hidden village, but outside. Directly kicked out of the village, it can be seen that in the eyes of those high-level people of Mistyin, the Take Torai family is not on the table. But what? This also happens to facilitate Operation Golden Flash. Not to mention that he made trouble in the Take Torai clan. Even if he killed everyone here, I am afraid that the Wuyan village side will not notice anything. How empathetic. Therefore, in order not to live up to the kindness of Wuyan village, Jin Shanshan also immediately took action and began to hunt the people of the Take Torai clan. Little Neza. Whisper. Ate a barbecue and slept. Sleep until the enemy comes, purr and lose your head. This is the true picture of the present. Although the people of the Take Torai clan have good physical skills, they dare to kill and fight, and they are not afraid of death. But in the Golden Flash, there is no shadow, there is no trace. It wasn't until he didn't know that dozens of clansmen were killed and smelled the smell of blood in the air that the upper shinobi in the Take Torai clan reacted. Quickly roared, kicked all the surrounding clansmen awake again. But this time, Jin Shanshan has long since retired and has already left. The blood of the corpse has arrived. Plunder again. With the bloodline qualifications of these ordinary bamboo people, they have no other effect except to give Jin Shining some life energy. He couldn't continue to strengthen his corpse bloodline, so why stay? If you want to plunder energy, you can do anything, can't you stay here and expose yourself? But before actually leaving, Golden Flash also went to a place. In a dim dungeon, Junmaru, who was only 3 or 4 years old, poked the wall with the bone knife in his hand, making a croaking sound. It's not that he likes to do this kind of thing, but apart from this kind of thing, he didn't know what he could do. The dungeon was empty, it was dark and cold, and he didn't move much, venting and venting. He didn't know if he was alive or not. Like this place, who? The sudden strange voice made Junmaru immediately alert. He looked up outside the prison and saw a black dress that looked a mysterious Golden Flash. Who are you and why did you come here? Junmaru asked, and slowly stood up at the same time. You still haven't answered my question. Do you like this place? I don't hate the dark, but I don't like it either. Junmaru said. He doesn't hate the dark, he gets used to it. Because the blood inheritance ability awakened too early, he was thrown here by the clan a year ago, and after such a long time, he was also accustomed to the environment here. And he also felt that darkness could bring him a sense of security. It's just that he doesn't like the loneliness and silence here, and feels very meaningless. Well, children in the ninja world are generally very precocious, and at a few years they will think about the true meaning of life. Then do you want to see the outside world? Can you take me out? Yes. What do I need to pay? No need. Don't need to be the biggest price, because the whole person is golden, and what else does he need to pay? Why are you helping me? Junmaru didn't quite understand. God has mercy on the world, and I don't need any reason, I just provide you with an opportunity to show a more wonderful life, instead of wasting your life like a bedbug in this dark and damp dungeon. God? is there really a god in this world? Junmaru's eyes fluttered, showing the uncalm in his heart. Maybe there is, maybe not, it's up to you to judge. You don't believe because you haven't received God's feedback, you can't see or touch, so you doubt him. But now I have come to save you, and you say that this is not God's guidance and the salvation that has come down on you. Jin Sparkle smiled. It should be. Junmaru wasn't quite sure. But looking at the smiling golden face, he felt that God's salvation should be like this, and he couldn't help but show a smile. Okay, let's go. Just listen to a few brushes. Without seeing the golden flash pull out the knife, the railing in front of him was cut into several segments and fell to the ground. After that, Jin Shanshan turned and walked out. Junmaru hesitated, but still plucked up the courage and took a step forward and followed behind. What kind of person are you, dare to trespass? The words are not finished. Seeing the golden gujad and the golden flashing eyes, the two guards stood on the spot and fell into an endless illusion. This magical means. It also made Junmaru, who followed behind, believe that Jin Shining was really a god. Kids. No matter how mature he behaved, he actually had little knowledge and even less cognition, and it was normal to mistake illusions for miracles. However, as long as this seed is planted at a young age, it continues to be cultivated. In the future, when he grows up, he can also make him regard the golden flash as his god. Leave the Take Torai clan station. Two people, one big and one small, slowly walk towards the water abroad. Jin Sparkle is not in a hurry. It is not easy to come to the country of water, and it is not bad to see the scenery by the way. And it is precisely because he has this kind of leisure and elegance that he picked up another treasure. There was a small figure lying in the snow. Not far away, there was a house that had been turned into a hedgehog by ice. Junmaru, take him. Oh. Junmaru obediently stepped forward and carried the child about his age in the snow. The corpse bone vein is good at this, the body is strong, and the strength is also very large. Even if he was only 3 or 4 years old and still carrying a person on his back, Junmaru did not walk slowly, and he kept up with the footsteps of Jin Shining. Turn the day. 1 or 2 small 3 people came to the seashore and left the country of water by boat. After a few days of rushing, finally, they came to Kusanagi village. Well, let's let Gardenia Uzumaki take care of it. 3 children are also raised, and 5 children are also brought with them. Sir, I have joined the Xiao organization. Loquat Juzo came over to report. Xiao organizations still need to pay attention. It is now the 52nd year of Konoha. Yahiko has been dead for a few years, and Nagato Konan, who has grown to 20 years old and started a new Xiao organization. Talent is being absorbed everywhere. That just happened. Jin Shin let the Loquat Juzo wearing the renegade vest apply for the conscription, and it didn't take months of hard work. Finally it worked. Then go and stay safe. Yes, when the words fell, Loquat Juzo disappeared in an instant. There is no need to worry that he is the same as the original, casually hanging. How to say that he is also the first little brother he received? As the boss, Jin Shanshan still opened the back door for Loquat Shizo. Certainly not that back door. If you want to be crooked, please seppuku yourself. This went through the back door, and it was Jin Shingli who gave Loquat Shizo some life energy, helping him improve his physical fitness and chakra amount. Endure from the original elite. It was pulled to the level of the shadow level. In addition to the lack of attack methods, when it comes to physical skills and chakra, Loquat Juzo is barely qualified. Although not yet the opponent of those old shadow levels, as well as blood successor figures, but it's still okay to fight a tailwind war, and it's certainly not so easy to die. Of course. Help Loquat Shizang, Yakang he did not miss it. It has also been improved, and has the strength of the shadow level. In this way, if Yakang manages the stall in Kusanagi village, she can do it more smoothly and don't have to trouble Jin Shining with everything. Actually, Kusanagi village is still quite valuable. First, there is a dragon family in the village, with a special blood lineage. Secret mysteries, the art of dragon life rebirth. You can share your life with others, and the effect is similar to the rebirth of your own developed by Cho's mother-in-law. They are forbidden techniques that can save people at critical moments, and even revive others. Moreover, this dragon life rebirth is to share life, which means that as long as it is not given to each other at once, the spellcaster does not have to die. Of course, there is so much vitality for a person. How much you share, how many years less you have to live, this cannot be changed. But even so, the value of this secret technique is still very high, and it is not comparable to ordinary ninjutsu. Especially when used by Golden Lightning, it can bring out the greatest value of this secret technique. Because he is Ghidorah in human form. The lifespan is calculated in 10,000 years, which basically belongs to the creatures that will not die. There is also much more vitality and faster recovery than humans. Even if you divide a little, casually, you can make up for it by drinking a sip of air. It didn't affect him at all. 1 more 1. Golden Flash does not often plunder energy, and after he digests it, it will be transformed into pure life force, so it basically will not lose. Although, Jin Sparkle himself can also use energy to save people, but his method is relatively crude, and it is difficult to resurrect the dead. The effect of this secret technique is not only to maximize the use of his energy, but also to cause extraordinary waste. The key is to resurrect the dead, and that's awesome. Think about it. Can casually perform the same forbidden technique as reincarnation and resurrect whoever wants to be resurrected, as long as there is a fairly complete body, not dead for too long. How does this compare to God? Back to the point. There is another treasure in Kusanagi village, that is, the ultimate weapon handed down from the 6th Dao Immortal era, the Chest of Bliss. Legend has it that this is a treasure that can grant wishes. The former Kusanagi village almost controlled the entire world by relying on this thing, although the rumors are not credible. Especially Jin Shining, who has seen the theatrical version of Blood Hell. Of course he knows what the Chest of Bliss is, the device used to make monster weapons. But don't say it yet. If it is done well, it is still very simple to use to occupy a few small countries. Don't think about the big five. Although the box of bliss can become stronger and stronger, it constantly devours people into it, and then makes weapons to spit out, which can be called a magical version of assembly line operations. But the 5 great powers all have tailed beasts, as well as sealing. Even if you can't defeat the monster legions created by the Chest of Elysium, you can seal them. But even so, Jin Sparkle is still quite interested in this box. Moreover, he has occupied the Kusanagi village. How can he tolerate other forces next to him? Kusanagi village. There are 2 factions. The grass of the main war faction, and the grass flower of the pacifist. It's just that compared to the main war faction, the strength of the peaceful faction is much inferior. Not only on the side of Kusanagi village, the main battle faction is in charge, but on the other side, that is, the Ghost Lantern City where the box of bliss is stored, it is also the main war faction in charge. The peaceful grass flower, even with the help of the dragon family, is a suppressed dead place, and there is almost no chance to turn over. Of course, none of that matters now. Because the Golden Flash is coming, here it can only be his decision. An isolated island surrounded by the sea. It is rich in sour berries called ghost lamps. It's okay to eat it in general, and the taste is quite good. However, if the white variant is eaten, it will paralyze the whole body and make it impossible to move, and these mutant fruits are also the raw materials for making poison. It can be regarded as a kind of economic source for Kusanagi village. Ghost lights aside. There is also a city on the island, called Ghost Lantern City, which is a large, fairly modern prison. The area is very large, and the buildings inside are also imposing, stacked and staggered. And in the very center, there is this square building that is hundreds of meters high. With the financial resources of Kusanagi village, it must not be able to build such a city. And so it is. This prison city was funded by the 5 major countries and built by Kusanagi village. Not spending your own money. Of course, how tall and tall came to it, and the cub seller Yeshin is not distressed. Of course, the 5 powers are not fools either. The reason why I spent money to build this prison for Kusanagi was to hold some prisoners with sensitive identities that were difficult to be handled by the 5 major powers. This is the result of the joint discussion of the 5 major powers, and it can be regarded as a confrontation in game. Ghost Lantern City has a special geographical location. The sea around the island is very turbulent, and it is also full of undercurrents and whirlpools, and ordinary people fall into it as a death. Plus, guarded by a Kusanagi ninja village ninja who specializes in confinement techniques, he manages the operation of the entire Ghost Lantern City. Therefore, the 5 major countries put prisoners here, and they are still very relieved, and they are not afraid that they can run away. Take a boat to the shore. Both Jin Shanshan and Ye Kang disembarked. Nominally, Ye Kang is the leader of Kusanagi village, and there are not many people who know that Golden Shinobi is there, and it is limited to the inside of Kusanagi village. Like the Ghost Lantern City, I don't know that there is a Golden Flash. Karara. As the gates of the city open, 2 teams dressed in gray-green uniforms, composed of jailers and flintlock spears, also rushed out and stood on both sides of the road. There is nothing wrong with that. This prison has thermal weapons. But the technology of the Hokage world has always been very mysterious and normal. Your Excellency is the Ye Kang who captured Kusanagi village and proclaimed himself a shadow, right? A tall man wearing a dark coat, long black hair, combed behind his back, and a tall man walked out and spoke. It's me. Ye Kang is also as stable as Mount Tai, and his momentum is like a rainbow, and he has not been affected in the slightest. Then what is your Excellency doing in Ghost Lantern City? We in Kusanagi village have always been non-interfering with each other, let alone have no subordinate relationship. Are you Liu Vai, the city lord of Ghost Lantern City? Yes. Well, I'll inform you now, Ghost Lantern City will be ruled by the Grass Ninja Village in the future. There are no conditions to talk about. If you dare to resist, then there will be no amnesty, should you or shouldn't. Ye Kang took a step forward, and the powerful aura was also instantly suppressed. except for inaction. Those jailers were all frightened by Ye Kang's momentum, and involuntarily took a few steps back, and the formation became scattered. This is also normal. Because Ye Kang was already a shadow-level powerhouse, and those jailers were just middle and lower patients, how could they withstand her oppression? Even in action. Even if he didn't retreat, but feeling Ye Kang's momentum, he couldn't help frowning. Ghost Lantern City was funded and established by the 5 major powers. Isn't your excellency afraid of provoking the wrath of the 5 major powers by doing so? Can say such things. In fact, it has been proved that inaction is weak. But there is no way. The momentum revealed by Ye Kang is too strong, and it is not something that he, the elite Shangnan, can solve by force. That can only be a tiger's skin, using the 5 major countries to say things. Pity. Ye Kang didn't eat this set at all. Not to mention, after being betrayed by Cheyenne Village and attacked by Wuyan Village, she already understood what the 5 major powers were. Not trustworthy at all. Even if she didn't have those things, she had enough confidence in her current strength, especially for Golden Sparkle. The 5 major countries have opinions, then let them come to me. These don't need you to worry about. I'll ask whether Ghost Lantern City is obedient or not. If you obey, put down your weapons and accept the rule and arrangement of Kusanagi Village. If you don't submit, then I will kill you all, and then find a group of obedient people to manage here, and it won't take much trouble. Ye Kang said with a wave of his hand. If one does not comply, he will kill all the substitutions. Hear this. Liu Bai also means that there is nothing to say, because at the moment, he has not yet sent his son to the box of bliss, making him unlovable, and feels that even the shinobi village is not important. It is itself from Kusanagi Village, and he is still a forbearant over there. He still has a lot of feelings for the village, and he doesn't want to do things too hard. Not to mention, it's not Ye Kang's opponent, then he still resists a fart. Is it possible? It is really necessary to let people kill more than half of the people, knowing that it hurts. They are willing to let go. That is not cheap and what it is. I have one last question. I want your excellency to let me know, otherwise even if I die, I can't surrender to you. Say, your excellency has taken the position of Kusanagi and wants to rule Ghost Lantern City, then what will you do next? Whether to turn Kusanagi Village into a war machine? Kusanagi Village also matches. What? Liu Bai was stunned. With a wave of his finger, Ye Kang said, I'm saying that Kusanagi Village is not worthy of being a war machine at all, without that strength, let alone that population and heritage. Although this is not good, but knowing what kind of an action the Grass Ninja Village has, he also approves. So, you want to take a side and become a mountain king. Don't define me by your shallow vision. What I want to do, you are not qualified to know now. If you want to understand this, it is better to reflect your value first. Okay, I see. This is the end of the negotiations. The scene also quieted down. City Lord, the people behind asked for an opinion on Liu Bai. Let's all lay down your weapons and welcome the arrival of your excellency Kusanagi. Liu Bai waved his hand and said, yes. The jailers also did not want to fight. After hearing the order, they all put down the spears in their hands. I see who dares. Suddenly, 4 men wearing masks jumped from the city wall. Cows, sheep, leopards, monkeys. 3 men and 1 woman, and they are also the leaders of the Kusanagi faction, the controllers of Ghost Lantern City, and their power is no less than that of the city lord of Liu Bai. Usually hide behind the scenes, secretly plot some things, and hardly show up in front of people. But seeing that Liu Bai was about to hand over Ghost Lantern City, they couldn't bear it anymore, and could only jump out. A group of jumping beam clowns have been waiting for you for a long time. Ye Kang stretched out his hand, and several red fireballs appeared beside him. Don't wait for the 4 animals to land. Her fireball flew out, enveloping all 4. Phew, together, the 4 masked men are not waste. They leaned against each other and supported a circular defensive shield composed of flames, keeping all of Ye Kang's burning fireballs out. Thundered. Exploded past. All 4 of them rushed out of the flames unharmed and went straight to Ye Kang. Sealed. The 4 stood in 4 corners, raised their sword and pointed at Ye Kang, wanting to seal her physical mobility with the confinement technique. But, for the confinement technique of Kusanagi Village, Ye Kang also knew a lot. Moreover, she still has the strength of the shadow level. How can she be imprisoned by these 4 guys? Isn't that what she wants to eat? Scorching, heat energy waves. This is under the guidance of the Golden Flash. After Ye Kang's own efforts, he developed ninjutsu. Saw. With herself as the center, a circle of red ripples spreads out. The intense high temperature instantly opened the skin and flesh of the 4 masked men, and it was almost ripe. Bastard! The 4 masked men screamed. This trick is similar to the internal radiation in the form of Godzilla's Red Lotus. It is to spread the energy out and form a huge lethality. Anyway, after using this move, there is no strong enough defense, and ordinary people can't enter Ye Kang's body. Because the heat wave formed by the scorching is too hot. It's hundreds of degrees, even thousands. Even steel of poor quality can be melted, let alone a living person. More critically, Her heat wave is not just one wave, but one wave after another, and she can't stop. Even if you can carry the front, you can't prevent the behind. When the heat wave is all over, no matter how strong the physique is also baked dry in moisture, it is nothing. Bang, 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 bang. Before they could hide, the four masked men fell down in unison, all burped, and wisps of smoke were still bubbling on their bodies. See this scene. Especially the smell of meat wafting in the air. The jailers of Ghost Lantern City were also frightened, and while they retreated, some people directly vomited. This has a chain reaction. More people joined the vomit bandwagon, about to vomit their jaundice water. Liu Bai also frowned, but for the sake of the big picture, he still didn't say anything, just let the vomiting jailers go. Please, my lord. After cleaning, Liu Bai stretched out his hand and invited. Mia Kang nodded, but did not immediately set out to enter Ghost Lantern City, but turned his head to look at Jin Shining, who was standing behind her. Even if the strength becomes stronger, killing Shinobu is like slaughtering a chicken. But Ye Kang did not forget who saved her life and gave her all this today. It can be said, without the golden twinkle, there would be no her now. Therefore, no matter what she becomes, and what outsiders think, Ye Kang will put Jin Xuanshang first and take action. Let's go. Jin Sparkle didn't care about that. It doesn't matter what is exposed or not. If you have enough means, you will not be afraid of those little. At that moment, he crossed Ye Kang and walked towards the Ghost Lantern City. What's going on? Seeing that Ye Kang was so respectful to a teenager and took the initiative to give up his position, Wu Wei also felt very strange. However, smart people can live long. Or just like the four stupid forks just now, the opponent didn't know what the details were, and he couldn't wait to jump out. What's the difference with looking for death? Therefore, knowing that he should not ask, Liu Bai did not inquire blindly. Just followed behind, leading the way for Ye Kang and Jin Shining, and also introduced the situation of Ghost Lantern City. Sir, there are a total of 453 prisoners here, including 13 A-class criminals, 96 B-class criminals, and the rest are C-class criminals. How is it divided? It is the upper shinobi, the middle shinobi, and the lower shinobi, as well as their strength and the size of the things they committed, for a comprehensive assessment. Boy. Nope. With so many prisoners, do you take care of it? It's okay, with my heavenly dungeon technique, these prisoners can't condense chakra, and like ordinary people, it's not difficult to govern them. Well, take us somewhere else. Yes. Ghost Lantern City is still very big. Under the leadership of Liu Bai, he turned around for a short time, but he couldn't see the whole city, but only a small part of the area. For the rest, Jin Shining didn't bother to look at it anymore. Because they are all similar, there is not much difference. Liu Bai City Lord, where is the chest of Elysium? Jin Sparkle spoke. This, although he had already expected it, Liu Bai still glanced at Ye Kang first, and saw that she didn't object, so Liu Bai had nothing to say. Anyway, Ghost Lantern City has already been submitted, so it is more thorough to obey, and it can be regarded as a surrender. Today's Liu Bai is still young, not long after giving birth to his son, he still has a happy family. Plus there is not much research on the chest of Elysium, so, he didn't indulge in it and felt how important that thing was. Sir, the chest of Elysium is under the City Lord's mansion, I'll take you there. Under the leadership of Liu Bai. The group came to the City Lord's mansion again, entered through the secret entrance of the office, and walked no less than dozens of stairs. Ultimately, only then did I come to the underground space that was 100 meters deep and saw the box of bliss. Although it is not the whole picture, it is just a smiling face, but it can also make people feel the strange atmosphere coming from the box of bliss. Adult, if you want to open this box, you must invest a lot of energy, normal people can't do it, maybe you can use those tailed beasts. Have you opened it? Of course not. Liu Bai quickly shook his head. Then count yourself lucky. After laughing, Jin Shanshan said again, okay, in the future, you don't need to intervene in the matter of this box, and manage Ghost Lantern City well. Yes. Anyway, everything that should be said has already been said, and it is nothing without touching the box of bliss, and Liu Bai directly agreed. You guys go out first. Yes. After waiting for Liu Bai and Ye Kang to leave, Jin Shanshan closed his eyes and opened them again, and 4 golden jades appeared in his eyes. That's right. That's 4 gujad, a total of 8 in the 2 eyes. The reason why this is so is because of the relationship of Ghidorah's genes, and the Sharingan blood inheritance that he plundered has also changed a lot. In fact, when the 3-hooked jade, Jin Sparkle also thought that he could awaken the kaleidoscope. It's a pity that it's not like that at all. When the 4th Guyu came out, it startled him, but fortunately, the 4 Gujad riding wheel eyes are also okay, not too bad. Although there is no Susanoo, there is only one Hitomi technique. But the awakening is simple, not so difficult, and it is easy to upgrade. The pupil power has also been strengthened a lot, and I can see things more clearly. And it's all trifles. Think about it. The number of 4 is certainly not the end. If you can awaken all the way to the 9-hook jade writing wheel starting from the 4th, each additional hook jade has a pupil technique. So how much should there be? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Exactly 6. If that's the case, it's not a big deal. The other is, this pupil technique that awakens now is not bad. On the contrary, it is very powerful. Golden Flash gave it the name hyperdimensional. What is hyperdimensional? It is to be able to transcend the original dimension and reach a higher dimension. The effect applied to himself is far more exaggerated than the divine power of Uchiha Obito, and it cannot even be compared with each other. Because, the divine power with soil is only a spatial pupil technique, and it does not involve time. But hyperdimensional is different. It allows the Golden Flash to enter the 4-dimensional space. In terms of defense, if you can't break the 3-dimensional space, you can't touch him, let alone hurt him. Other than that, what does 4D mean? It's the addition of the time dimension. Although you can't exert influence to manipulate this timeline, but in this state, he can see the past and the future. Entering this state in battle, isn't it equivalent to being invincible? The most important thing is, who says 4-dimensional is the limit? When the pupil power becomes stronger in the future, will it still be able to enter the 5-dimensional, 6-dimensional, or even higher dimension? Kim Sparkle didn't know, but there are great expectations for this. Therefore, he was also very satisfied with his pupil technique, so he didn't care about the little thing of the kaleidoscope. As for saying, it's not a kaleidoscope, how can you awaken such a strong pupil technique? In Jin Shinshen's own opinion, it should be 2 reasons. The first one, Star-Eating Ghidorah is a high-latitude creature, and he, who inherited all Ghidorah's abilities, has the potential to enter the high-dimensional world in his own right, which can be regarded as laying the foundation, not rootless. Second point, what is Sherinon? The embodiment of yin, the pupil of spiritual portrayal. The ability to awaken will also shine into reality according to one's own deepest needs. Basically just say what you want to do, it will evolve what kind of pupil technique, at least it is also related, and it will not be lost for no reason. First of all, Jin Shanshan is a traverser who knows the concepts of space and dimension after being bombarded with network information, and has this consciousness. Another is that he really likes and envies Obito's Kamui pupil technique, as well as Ghidorah's high-dimensional setting. Want to have. The ultra-dimensional pupil technique is indeed very in line with the idea of Golden Flash. This made him feel that it was better than giving him a pupil technique with very powerful attack. Then again, it is precisely because of this pupil technique. Golden Flash can come and go freely in Konoha, and see the enchantment set by the Wei Feng Shui Gate as if it were nothing, and enter if you want to. Otherwise, it's really not that easy to do. After all, he also can't use time and space ninjutsu, and it is okay to break the enchantment, but if he wants to enter quietly, he doesn't let people know. That's not going to be the whole thing, it's not going to be done. Back to the present. After Golden Flash entered the 4-dimensional space, he also saw the past of the Chest of Elysium. It's just that the further back you look, the more pupil power is consumed. Moreover, the Box of Bliss existed thousands of years ago, and with the pupil power of the Golden Flash, it could not be traced back to such an ancient source. So, in the end, he still had to stop first. If you can't see it anyway, don't waste pupil power. 4-hook jade, after all, is not a kaleidoscope. This pupil power is indeed weaker. It's not that there is so much golden spiritual power. It was Sugoyu's chakra that limited his play. It's like installing a spicy chicken graphics card. No matter how fast the computer runs, this thing can't be converted. If you can't get it to play and burn it again, it will be even more troublesome. It's good. After watching the timeline of the Chest of Elysium, it is not for nothing. One is figuring out how to use it. Again, the operating principle of this box, as well as the conversion process of swallowing energy, is also worth learning from. In fact, even if you don't look at these, don't look at the role of this box either. The materials of this box alone are also scarce and precious. Let's put it this way. As far as everything that exists in the ninja world, including weapons, ninjutsu, and forbidden arts, it is good, and it cannot cause even the slightest damage to this box. This shows how strong it is. It's better than vibranium in the Marvel world. This thing, even if it is used as a shield, can play its value. Therefore, this trip to Ghost Lantern City is not a loss. No matter how to say it, it is earned. Time flies. A year passed quickly. While Golden Flash was researching the Chest of Bliss and developing ninjutsu, news came from Konoha's side that Orochimaru had defected. Immediately afterwards, Jin Shanshan received information from Loquat Juzo, saying that Orochimaru had joined the Xiao organization and became a colleague with him. The big snake pill still has a certain value. For example, his research ability, the art of soil rebirth, and those experimental materials in his hand, intercolumn cells, and whatnot. The Golden Sparkle wants both. But don't worry, it's only now where to go. When the big snake pill can't grab the number, and then delete the number from the Xiao organization, and run out to be isolated, it's not too late to contact him again. Now, people have just made the big thick leg on the list, and it's time to be in a mood and ready to do a big job, go and make up for that lively thing. But what? Even if this is the case, the resources that should be robbed with the big snake pill still have to be robbed. Jun Maro counts 1, and so does Xiangfo's. The rest are also the weight of the immortals, the crystal blood and the red lotus, which are all very good experimental materials and plundering objects. No matter how bad it is, it will be possible to get a subordinate. If you can't find it, forget it. But if you can find it, the golden flash will definitely not be left to the big snake pill. I have to say that the big snake pill is really a talent, don't look at anything else, just for him to abduct children, it is also the first in the ninja world, no one can compare. Therefore, it is right to follow his vision, it can definitely be rewarding and enjoyable. And it's a hassle-free. You don't have to go all over the world to find it, just follow his route, how simple. Yuyin Village. A certain snake pill classmate who had just joined the Xiao organization, did not know that he had been targeted by someone and lost a lot of trumpets, suddenly trembled. Why, you snake will also be cold. In the dim room, the red sand scorpion said in an icy voice. This is just a natural reaction, who let your malice be so heavy, even people like me who are not very strong in perception feel the piercing chill. Orochimaru smiled. I hope you won't hold me back, otherwise I will really slaughter you and make you into a puppet snake. This is really scary enough, so Mr. Scorpion, should we go? Although it was scary, the expression of the big snake pill was still calm, and no one could find the slightest sense of fear. The scorpion doesn't care about these either. Without saying a word, he left the room so slowly. The big snake pill stretched out his tongue, first bursting out with a strong killing intent, and then instantly retracted, as if nothing had happened. Also followed behind and walked out together. The other side. The chest of Elysium and Golden Flash themselves are both big food-swallowing households, and they need super energy to open and use and improve their strength. So he's also looking for ways to get more energy. The simplest is natural energy. This one is ubiquitous and the highest in stock. It's just that it's not simple to absorb natural energy, it's not impossible, the forbidden technique from the Earth Spider family can do it. It is that natural energy is more violent and too dangerous. If you absorb too much, even with the current physique of Golden Flash, there will be a risk of being petrified, and it's hard to store. If you want to store it in a container, you must make something very strong, and you must filter it several times to remove the berserk factor in it. Otherwise, if there is an explosion one day, the entire Ghost Lantern City will be razed to the ground. And in addition to the natural energy in the air, Golden Flash also thought of two places, that is, the Dragon Vein in the ancient country of Lulin and the Stone Vein of Greer in the ancient ruins. Both places have a lot of energy, which he can ask for at will. It's not so easy to find these two places. The former is slightly better, especially the Nagrel Vein, which has been rumored many years ago, and there is no information circulating at all. If you want to find the specific location, it takes a lot of manpower and material resources and time to investigate one by one. In the blink of an eye, it came to Konoha 54. Kim Shanshan is also 16 years old. What the hell do you want to do? Sitting up from the sit and covering his scenery, Juzine asked as she looked at the Golden Flash who was wearing her coat. Why, you still have expectations for Konoha? Jin Shanxian turned his face sideways and said with a smile. Hearing this, Juzine also shook his head. Let's be honest. After all these years, she was also completely disappointed in Konoha's high level. Because Root had already made several shots to snatch Naruto from her, and if she hadn't tried to stop it, she would have made a big deal out of it. Maybe it's going to be really going to get their hands on it. And in this case, Sarutobi Hinata, that guy, is still talking to Thin Mud, helping Danzo to speak, saying that he is also for the good of Konoha, and has no bad intentions. I want Juzine to forgive the other party. Shit. Whoever dares to move Naruto, Jushina dares to fight with the other party. What about Tuan Zhang? What about Ape Flying Sun? Isn't it just isolated and helpless? Anyway, Bofeng Shuman is also dead, and Juzine doesn't care so much. What Konoha is not Konoha, in her eyes, it is not as important as her own son. People change, especially as a mother. The mother fell in love, it was really not afraid, and she had the courage to pull the emperor off the horse. This does not. For the sake of Naruto's safety, Joshina contacted Jin Shinshan, wanting to get help from him. She even made a greater effort, directly to the stomach, which shows how determined she is and how deep her feelings for protecting her son are. That kind of thing has long been gone. I just want to say, those old guys are not easy to deal with, all of them are old and cunning, calculating to calculate, don't be too careless. In fact, it can make Kushina so resentful and completely lose trust in Konoha, far more than the fact that Danzo wants to snatch Naruto. And there is. Sarutobi Hinata wanted her to fake her death and leave Naruto. There is nothing wrong with that. Because the Nine Tails Rebellion caused great casualties and property damage to Konoha, those villagers had nowhere to vent, so they could only show it in their daily lives. It has already affected the normal operation of Konoha. Therefore, Sarutobi also wanted to use the method in the original book to make Naruto become the incarnation of the demon fox and be the target of the villagers' anger. This stabilizes the situation in Konoha. But the problem is, now Juzine is still alive. How could she watch her son being treated as a demon fox, either beating or scolding all day, and cursing him behind his back? That's what it did. Does she deserve to be a mother? This kind of thing is completely non-negotiable, at least not here in Juzine. Not only that, she also had a big fight with Ape Flying Sun, and finally ended in displeasure. It was precisely because of this incident that Juzine completely lost trust in Ape Flying Sun and the others, and even wanted to kill them. Women who dare to bully me, of course I won't make them feel better, the rest of you can relax, don't think about it so much, take good care of Naruto at home, pinched Juzine's face, smiled and finished saying this, and then Jin Shanshan turned and went out. What? When you are a child? The key is how old you are, isn't it reversed? Looking at the back of Jin Shanshan's departure, Juzine couldn't help but puff out his mouth. But it is really good to have personal care and let yourself rely on it, and I can't help it. A smile still appeared on the corner of Juzine's mouth. I'm just a little sorry for Watergate. But for the sake of the children, I believe that Watergate will definitely understand and forgive her. Remembering the cute little Naruto who was only a few years old, Jishine, who did not want him to be hurt a little, also cheered up his spirits and encouraged himself to be courageous. In the living room, Uncle, what are you two doing inside? Don't take me with you. 3-year-old little Naruto hugged Jinshuang's leg and asked while tilting his head. What is the name, Uncle? Called Godfather at home. Golden Flash educated. That's right. With the support of Jishine, he had already recognized Naruto as his godson, and it was a few days ago. Oh, Godfather. Little Naruto exclaimed obediently. There is a mother, it is indeed different from the wild children in the original book, and now the little Naruto is much more well-behaved, and he is still very obedient. Good. Rubbing Naruto's head, Jin Sparkle said, I play adult games with your mother, of course you can't participate as a child. So when will I be able to participate? When you grow up and have your own daughter-in-law. Then I want to grow up quickly and have a daughter-in-law quickly. Yes, eat obediently in the future, listen to your mother and me, and you will be able to grow fast. Well, Naruto got it. After solemnly confirming the matter, little Naruto said again, then Godfather, do you want to leave in the future? Can you stay and play with me? Doesn't Naruto have friends? Yes, it is. It's just, Naruto couldn't describe it either. Although there is the existence of Juzine, he is not as disgusted as in the original work. However, with the old guy in Danzo, Naruto wanted to live a good life, like a normal child, that was also unrealistic. There is Jousina. Ninjas also know that Naruto is the son of 4 generations, the descendant of heroes. But it can't stop the ignorance of those villagers, their brains are not good, and they are easy to be controlled and fooled by rumors. Plus, Ape Flying Sun Chopper did not come out to refute the rumors, and Naruto's face does have beard marks, like a fox. This couldn't help but make those villagers think about it and be taken in, although they don't say it on the surface. But behind the scenes, I don't know how many people talked about it, and they all treated this matter as if it were true. And those parents will definitely instruct their children not to let them play with Naruto. So as a result, the current Naruto is indeed much happier than in the original book, because there is Jushina accompanying him. But under the arrangement of that old guy in Tenzo, he still had very few friends. Basically, they just met for a few days, and then disappeared without a trace, never came to play with him again, and none of them could exceed a month. In this case, of course, little Naruto was also disappointed and wanted someone to play with him. Of course, Golden Flash definitely wouldn't stay as Naruto's playmate, he didn't have that leisure, let alone that time. But what? Naruto is also a good leek, worth cutting. The 9 tails and the Azura Chakra are both good things, it's a pity not to plunder them. Of course, even if he wants to plunder, he will have to wait until he grows up. Now it is too small, and the young body cannot withstand the plunder. In case he dies, Juzine will waste good leeks if he doesn't say anything desperately. Golden Flash calmed Naruto first. Godfather doesn't have time to play with you, why don't you do this, next time I come over again, bring you a new friend and let him play with you, okay? Really? Listening to the first half of the sentence, it also disappointed little Naruto, but as soon as he heard the whole paragraph, he immediately became energetic, and his eyes lit up. Of course, Godfather won't lie to Naruto. Aha, I knew Godfather was the best for me. Little Naruto jumped up happily, also very excited. Okay, new friends will have it, but Naruto also have to be a little better to know. You go play by yourself first, don't disturb your mother to rest. Well, I'll be very well behaved, Godfather. Go ahead, go ahead. After sending away little Naruto, Jin Shinshin also came out of Jushine's house and walked down the street of Konoha. Teach Ape Flying Sun chopping and others, and there is no rush, because right away there's a great opportunity. Now that the tale of the 3 battles has been hit, Union Village has finally let go and wants to sign an armistice agreement with Konoha. Of course. Same as in the original. The signing of the agreement was fake, and Shide AI wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to snatch a Hyuga clan member from Konoha and go back. During the 3 world wars, the White Eye shone brightly, making great contributions to Konoha, and effecting many changes in the situation. It plays more roles than the more famous Sharingan, because on the battlefield, intelligence is more important than individual combat power. If the enemy grasps the situation one step ahead, there will be more room for operation. Not only come and go freely, you can walk if you want, and you can stay if you want. You can even set traps to annihilate most enemies with a small number of men. It's a big deal. In this regard, the 4th generation of AI is also envious tight. Therefore, he also specially appointed Jin Shanshan as the secret leader of this operation, which is to improve the chance of success. It can be seen how coveted he is for White Eyes, and he is bound to win. Not to mention the mind of the 4th generation of AI. For this operation, you can make good use of it. Spinning around, Jin Shanshan came to a training ground. There is a child here, 4 or 5 years old, as if there is something to worry about, is crackling a steak, although the other party is young, but he looks like a steak, obviously also a genius. Kid, your dad is going to die. Here say. Hinata Ninja's figure was also stunned, completely out of rhythm, and then he turned his head again and looked at Jin Shin with annoyance. How do you talk? Do you want to be beaten? The meaning is ruthless. It's a pity that it's too young, regardless of body shape or tone, it can't form much deterrence. Why, you don't believe it? Jin Shanshan smiled slightly. Nonsense. Only fools believe in this kind of thing, okay. Thinking that Jin Shanji was some kind of psycho, Hinata Ninja didn't want to talk more nonsense, turned around and was about to leave. This matter will have a result in a few days. If you don't want your father to really die, after he commits suicide, come here to find me again. It's really a mental illness. Hinata Ninja, who didn't want to say a word, also quickened the pace of leaving. It doesn't matter anymore. The seeds have been planted. I believe that when things really happen, this kid will be able to recognize the reality and come here to find him again. Jin Shanshan smiled and turned to leave. The next few days, he still lives in Jousune's house. Educate Naruto during the day and Kusuna by night. Besides, Golden Flash also looked for several undercover candidates in Konoha. Sunset Red, Calamus, Moonlight Sunset, Moonlight Wind, these are the names that can be called, and the rest are some unimportant dragon sets. Some are mainly emotional, supplemented by writing wheel eyes. Some have to use the Sharingan as the mainstay, supplemented by feelings, or simply use the Sharingan directly, such as those dragon sets. Although it is all brainwashing, but for different people, the way is different. For example, Sunset Red. On the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion, her father also died. During the downturn, the mind is fragile and desperately needs comfort. In addition, she still has a good impression of Jin Sparkle. This can be used to magnify this favorability infinitely, and then assist the ability of the Chakra Eye to change her mind. Of course, this is a watermill. Fortunately, in the past few years, every time Jin Shin came to Konoha, he would have contact with Sunset Red, which was deepening day by day, which was quite effective. As for the rest, because there is no foundation. Therefore, the Golden Flash is mainly based on writing wheel eyes, and the conversation is used as an aid. So, the people he was looking for were not very old. For example, Calamus was only 7 years old, and Yui Uzian was only 12 years old, and they were all children. The outlook on life and values are not sound, and it is simpler to control. Think of it as a chess move. Jin Shanshan didn't expect these little undercover agents to help him, but wasting time is also a waste. It is better to do something interesting. Maybe you can use it in the future. Even if it's not good. These 3 girls are not bad looking, and it is okay to use them to nourish their eyes. Juzine, is your cousin gone? An aunt who buys vegetables asked. Nope, Juzine replied with a smile. The identity of Golden Flash Konoha was her distant cousin, and it was the kind that was far, far away, and even the Vortex bloodline was almost non-existent. Does he have a daughter-in-law then? I look at the young man is very good, polite and handsome, and yesterday he helped me carry things. If he doesn't have a daughter-in-law, I'll help him with one. Auntie said very enthusiastically. There's no need for that. What's wrong? Don't you want your cousin to find a daughter-in-law? Of course not. Juzine denied it, and added, he is still young, so don't worry too much. What is there? Can you talk about it first? It was hard to cope with Auntie. When he turned around and went home, Juzine was also tired, and sweat appeared on his forehead. But let's be honest. For this guy Jin Sparkle, she doesn't know what to think. It must have been resentful at first, because he not only threatened Juzine, but also let Bofeng Shuman pass away in that humiliating way, which is a hatred. It's really touching, not to mention the gentle side of the Golden Sparkle. The key is that when Jushina is alone and can only face the oppression from Kanaha's high level alone, only Jin Shanshan stood up and promised to help her, so that she also had a shoulder to rely on. It would be a lie to say that you are not moved at all. Why did Ju Zine commit himself to Jin Xing? It's not just about protecting children, there are also reasons for this. Even if she didn't want to admit it herself, the truth remained. Because she herself has been carrying it in Kanaha for 3 years, she has to guard against this, and that all day. She is already physically and mentally exhausted, very tired. And at this moment, the golden flash that received her letter came. How could she not be moved? Women, it's sensual animals. In addition to being moved, it is not strange to do anything. Not to mention, Juzine still carries a huge pressure and wants to vent a bit, so there is a later result. Regret it? Juzine asked herself no. So let it be. She didn't think about marrying Jin Shanshan and starting a new family or something, and it felt good to maintain the status quo. Naruto has a godfather and does not lack fatherly love. And she also has a shoulder to lean on, not lonely. Is this okay? What kind of bike? I'm back. Jiaosune opened the door and walked into the house. Mom! Little Naruto ran over and hugged Jushine's leg. Be careful. Touching the top of Naruto's head, seeing that Jin Shina also came out of the back room, Jushina also smiled, and the sweetness revealed a sense of happiness. Want something to eat today? Whatever, I like what you do. With a slight flush of her cheeks, Juzine hurriedly carried her things to the kitchen. I still can't help but provoke. But it's also a bit more charming. Jin Shan, who was still quite satisfied with this, smiled slightly, and then called Naruto together and went to the living room to play a ninja game for the day. The mission from Union Village came to Kanaha. Under the personal reception and arrangement of Saratobi Riko, he stayed in the highest standard guest house. It can be seen that Ape Flying Sun Chopper really attaches great importance to this diplomatic incident and wants to reach a settlement with Union Village and sign an armistice agreement. This is not surprising, because the tale of the 3 wars dragged on for too long, and the battlefield is in the territory of the Land of Fire. Union Village cannot be affected. How should their country develop or how to develop? Agriculture, commerce, and the military all went hand in hand, and they all went up. But Kanaha can't. Affected by the war, agricultural income in the Land of Fire has fallen by as much as 30% in the past few years, and commerce has been reduced by more than half. I heard that there is a war going on here. The people of those merchants and peddlers are not coming. What can be done? Plus military spending, the resettlement of citizens, the reconstruction after the disaster, and the soaring prices. It can be said that in the past few years, the economy of the Fire Nation has not only not grown, but has also regressed a lot. Even the good-natured daimyo was not lightly angry, and ordered Kanaha to settle the war this year and reach a reconciliation with Union Village. Otherwise, it will be robbed. He was about to cut back on Kanaha's military spending. There is an order from the daimyo, and there is a ninja who is tired of war. The pressure on Ape Fei Chop and the others was indeed great, and they offered the embassy of Union Village with good food and drink, as if they were serving the uncle. It's not surprising, because they want to sign an agreement? Jin Shanshan came to the state guest house. Lord! Several members of the mission, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately knelt down after seeing the golden flash, and respectfully died. Well, you are all heroes of Union Village, so don't give such a big gift. Jin Shanshan waved his hand and said, Yes, thank you, my lord. Several members of the mission sat up straight. What did Kanaha do during the day? My lord, it is. At that moment, the team leader said everything about the day's affairs, including the attitude of Ape Flying Sun Chopping and others. It seems that they are in a hurry. Jin Shanshan said with a slight smile. It should be so. I think they really want to sign an agreement with us, and they already have a feeling of impatience. Make the team long. Normal. Kanaha's ninjas don't want to fight anymore. What else can those old guys do? In this way, it's not in a hurry anyway. You guys stay here for a few more days and have a good sneak of these old dogs. Jin Shanshan said indifferently. Sir, won't it affect the plan? Don't worry, it's not us who are in a hurry. As long as you don't go too far and kill their wives, can they still drive you out? Oh. That's what the adult said. The team leader also laughed. Then let's do it first, and then start moving in 3 days. Yes. Several members of the mission responded in unison. When they raised their heads again, they found that Jin Shanshan had left, and they couldn't help but sigh. This adult's strength is really getting stronger and stronger. The team leader is a superior shinobi. Even he didn't find out how Jin Sparkle left. It can be seen that Jin Sparkle's instantaneous technique is so brilliant that it completely surpasses them and doesn't know much. And how old is Jin Shan? He is only 16 years old this year. The team leaders are more than 30, nearly 40. This is not much better. What else? 837 said. Of course. The team leader was not jealous of Jin Sparkle, on the contrary, he was very happy. First, because Jin Shanshan is a person from Union Village, the higher the talent, the final benefit is also their Union Village. One more one. I can serve as the leader of the ambassador team this time. Come to Konoha to carry out a plan to rob people. It has been proved that this captain is determined to die and is ready to sacrifice himself. How can a person with this kind of consciousness be jealous of a genius boy in the same village? That is completely impossible. Turn the day. The team leader did what Jin Shanshan said, and used various ways to make things difficult for Ape Flying Sun and others. It is absolutely impossible to mention negotiations. One moment to say stuffy, the other to say annoying. One moment he disliked Konoha's unpalatable, and the next he proposed to ask a woman to accompany him, to watch a singer perform, and to perform acrobatic magic. This made Ape Flying Sun Chopper and others burnt out. Finally, at night, I was tired and sweating. Mess with things, what the hell are they trying to do? In Hokichi's office, Danzo slapped the table angrily. Sarutobi didn't reply, just smoked in the bar. They don't want to negotiate at all. Mito Minion was also angry and echoed Danzoto. No, if you don't want to talk about them, they won't come over. I think they are wearing us down and want to get greater benefits at the negotiating table. Koharu is still a little brainy. That's still not sincere. You think, now we beg them, but they don't beg us. If you provoke us, you will lead the soldiers to their hometown. Stop talking nonsense. With our current situation, can we do that kind of thing? That doesn't make them want to play, does it? At most, it will only take a few days. Sooner or later there will be negotiations. Just endure it first. If you want to take revenge, then you have to wait until we slow down. Lean. It's infuriating. Mito Minion also smashed the table, feeling extremely uncomfortable. But what else can be done at this point? Ignoring Mito's behavior, Kohara turned his head again and said, Hinata, you can't fall for them and lose your temper, otherwise when you get to the negotiating table, it will be us who should suffer. I understand. Knocking down the pipe, the Ape Flying Sun chopped and said, don't worry, no matter how hard it is, we will come over. And what is this little grievance now? So be it, tomorrow you three don't have to show up, I'll let the ninja below deal with them. Will that work? They're not even more excessive. Maitaman Yen Road. There is no way to go too far. Kohara, don't say it, insist on it and it will pass. Get through these days first, and wait until it's time to negotiate. This, all right. Mito Minion couldn't think of any good ideas, so he could only let the ape fly and watch it first. You are just too weak, 3 generations, if I want to say, I should kill them directly. Tuan Zhang put on a heavy crutch and said with a fierce look in his eyes. Just listen to it. The ape flew to the sun, turned to Koharu, and even Mito Minion shook his head, not paying attention to Tenzo's words at all. Because this kind of thing doesn't work at all. It's easy to kill. But what to do later? Union Village was not in a hurry, and directly gathered all the ninjas and hit their Konoha's doorstep. It's just a joke. There is no such practice to die, it is too untechnical. Of course. Tenzo is not a fool either. The reason why he can say this is to maintain his own personality, show some shortcomings, and make the ape fly to relax his vigilance. Otherwise, if he is so perfect and invulnerable, how can he still gain the trust of the ape flying sun and control the entire route? It has long been killed by the ape flying Sunday. Okay, this matter ends here, you all go back first. The ape flying sun chopping began to pry people. You'll regret it sooner or later, Sarutobi. Throw down a fixed line. Tuan Zhang turned around in anger and walked away. The next 2 days, several members of the Union Village mission are still all kinds of difficulties, making the ninjas sent by the ape flying sun tired of coping, or even unable to cope. In the end, he could only let ape flying sun chop personally come forward and barely solve it. For example, several people in Union Village said that they wanted to watch the women of the Uchiha clan dance. How could this kind of thing be? Even if it is an ape flying sun, he can't do this kind of thing, otherwise it will be to offend the Uchiha clan to death, and he doesn't want to be good. But what? In order to appease the people of Union Village, the ape flying sun chop is also really able to accept the joy and flattery, and take the appearance. Even if you can't find someone from the Uchiha clan to dance. But he also found a few female ninjas, or the kind from a small family, and satisfied the appetites of several people in Union Village in this way. It doesn't matter if after this matter passes, those people from small families will trust him again. But anyway, these 3 days really let him deal with the past. Late night comes. The people of the Union Village mission also began to act. A member sneaks into the Hayaga clan's compound and robs Hinata, who is sleeping. Originally, the people of the mission wanted to rob the children of the Zone family and take them away directly, and did not consider the latter things. Therefore, it should be the most dangerous few captains who stay after the break. After all, if you fight with Konoha's people, just a few of them, it is absolutely impossible to fight, and it is normal for the entire army to be destroyed, but the plan cannot catch up with the changes. The members of Hinata were unlucky and bumped into Hinata, who was still hanging out in the middle of the night, and was killed within a few rounds. Empower talent like team leaders to change strategy. A further threat was made against Konoha to hand over the murderous Hayaga patriarch. How is the process? The final result is that Sarutobi Hinata chose to compromise and let the Hyuga clan hand over people. And in order to save Hinata, his younger brother Hinata willingly killed himself and became a victim of this incident. Turn the day. After knowing this, Hinata Ninji's whole person was also stupid. Because he never expected that such a bizarre thing would happen, he has always hated the father of the Zong family, and he will fill his life for the Zong family. It must be coerced. It must be so. Hinata Ninji didn't believe that his father would do such a thing. In his opinion, his father must have been persecuted by those Zong families, and it was even likely that someone from the Zong family killed him. The more he thought about it, the more anger in Hinata Ninji's eyes grew, and they all almost burned. But with his strength, he couldn't go to the people of the Zong family to take revenge, which was what made him feel the most humiliated and uncomfortable. He roared angrily, venting his frustration. After really calming down, Hinata Ninji suddenly thought of saying strange things to him that day at the training ground. Mental illness is now a reality. It proves that people are not mentally problematic. That father. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and Hinata Ninji couldn't care so much, so he rushed out the door and ran in the direction of the training ground. Waited all morning. None of that person appeared again, but Hinata Ninji still didn't give up. He had been standing on the training ground, no matter how the sun was exposed, and he did not move his position to hide in the shade. The afternoon passed again. Until dusk came, Ning Ci was also drowsy and almost fainted. At this time, a slight sound of footsteps sounded, and only then did the person who should have come appear. Yo, you're still here early, you're all bald. Jin Shanshan put his hands in his pockets and said with a smile. Ning Ci didn't care about those ridicules, and asked with a hopeful look, what you told me, my father can still survive, right? Yes. Jin Shanshan didn't play sloppy either, because it was not worth his big effort in circles. However, are you ready to pay the price for your father to return? At what cost? Be loyal to me, don't regret until death what I let you do in the future. Even if it is to slaughter the people of the Hyuga family, you must do it, and you have no qualifications to resist. How about trading the rest of your life, and your freedom, for your father's life? Do you want to make this deal with me? Ning Ci was indeed frightened, but a 4-year-old child, how far-reaching can you think? He wanted his father back alive now, and nothing else. So, without hesitating for a few seconds, he nodded and agreed. Then kneel down and take the oath. Jin Shanshan said expressionlessly. Good. Okay, get up. Jin Shanshan nodded. The oath or something, in fact, is just a formality. He will not believe this. Even if Ning Ci is a good person and believes that he is a person who respects promises, it is also his own business, not coming to this strange world with golden flashes. Jin Shanshan only believes in himself, and will never trust the second person, giving his back to the other person, no matter who that person is. Even if he loves him very much, loves the kind of person who can die. It's not that the other person isn't trustworthy. It is that Jin Shining is responsible for his own little life, and will not gamble with his own life to test whether others can be trusted. It's not necessary. So, although Ninji swore an oath, he still left a ghost lamp confinement technique on Ning Ci's body. This has nothing to do with whether Ning Cixi is trustworthy or not, but Jin Shinshan's own style of doing things, always keep a hand, in order to ensure that everything is foolproof. Don't blame Kim Sparkle for being so careful. The point is that he suffered too much in his previous life. You can meet scammers when you go shopping, and you can be framed as a thief when you go to the supermarket. Those lives also made him understand. The human heart is the most complex thing, more fickle. If you think that an honest and reliable person will not lie, children will not do bad things, then you are doomed to be deceived. Coming to a wood, Ningji also saw his father, alive. Go without saying. This Hinata was also saved by Golden Flash using the Dragon Life Rebirth technique, but fortunately, he did not die for a long time, and he did not consume much energy. Breathe more natural energy in the air, and the golden sparkle will be replenished. The father and son hugged each other when they met, and Ning Ci cried out even more. Okay, silly boy, I'm not okay. Stroking the back of Ninji's head, Hinata comforted. Father, Ning Ci was still in tears, unable to speak. Okay, it's almost time, so let's hit the road. Jin Shanshan said. Yes. Make the team leader answer. Father, where are you going? Seeing that Hinata was also leaving, Ningji didn't understand. Hinata squatted down again and said to Ninji, son, my father is dead, and he definitely can't stay in Konoha anymore, so he has to go to Union Village. So, can you come back then? Unexpectedly, just gained and lost, Ning Ci was also at a loss. Whether he can come back or not depends on your performance. These words were said by Jin Shansing. What am I going to do? Ning Ci raised his head and asked. I'll give you two choices, become the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, and your father will be able to return to Konoha and live with you. Or, split the Hyuga clan, you lead at least half of the clan to Union Village, and you can still be with your father. When Jin Shanshan said these words, Hinata listened from the sidelines, did not casually interject, and did not show any unhappy expression, because, from the moment he committed suicide, he returned all the things of Hinata's family without owing a single bit. Now he is free. Moreover, he was also very disgusted with the clan separation system of the Hyuga clan, and if he couldn't do it himself, he would have wanted to split the Hyuga clan. And how can you stop the golden flash? Me, can I do it? I am a person who has separated my family, and I have been engraved with the seal of a caged bird, which, Ning Ci was not confident about this. Kid, look at me. Hinata spoke and reached out to remove the brace from his forehead. Just by glancing over, Ning Ci showed a surprised expression, because there was nothing on Hinata's forehead, and the caged bird mark was completely gone. Lord Kim did it, with his help. I think you will succeed, son. Patting Ninji's shoulder, Hinata encouraged as she spoke. That's right. His caged bird seal was lifted by Golden Flash. It's actually not very difficult. With the current strength of the Golden Flash, coupled with the opening of the 4 hooks of jade, he entered the hyperdimensional state, and he could conduct a virtual simulation by watching the past and future of the caged bird seal, until the spell is successfully lifted. The ultradimensional pupil technique not only allows the Golden Flash to enter the high-dimensional spacetime, but also allows his thinking to enter the ultradimensional state. It's like lifting the restrictions and entering God mode. In that state, he not only thinks faster, can enter micro-operations, but also can perform virtual simulations and calculate the future. Used to lift a caged bird, it is really overkill, and it is not a problem at all. Well, I see, father. After knowing that the caged bird could be lifted, Ning Ci also seemed to let go of the heavy burden and regained his self-confidence. Well, take good care of yourself, son. I'm going to go first. I'll send you. Good. Hinata didn't refuse, letting Ninji follow him for a while. But this road will eventually be completed. It wasn't until he couldn't see Hinata's figure that Ninji took a deep breath and turned and walked towards Konoha. The pieces have been laid out. All that remains is to wait for the blossom to bear fruit. But this is always just idle chess, so just have time to pay attention to it, and Jin Shanshan doesn't care too much. Another few days have passed. The delegation of Union Village arrived in Konoha again to negotiate a truce with Sarutobi Hinata and the others, and Golden Flash was among them. Of course, now he has returned to his original appearance, instead of using the vest of Juzine's cousin. What, you want to pay 1 billion taels, are you robbing? At the negotiating table, Mito Minion almost jumped up without jumping on his feet. To know. The commission of the S-level task is only more than 1 million, how many commissions do you have to take to earn this billion taels? Isn't it a joke? It's just about robbery, either pay compensation to stop the war, or continue to fight. Anyway, we have people in Union Village, and we are not afraid to spend it with you. The people of Union Village were not even good at stubble, and they directly pushed back. Okay, keep watching. Ape Fei Ri persuaded. Although 1 billion taels is more, it is enough for Konoha to smash pots and sell iron. But if he could solve the problem with money, he didn't care about that. After all, the money is gone, you can earn it again, but if you continue to fight, the economy of the Fire Nation will be dragged down. At that time, even if they don't lose money, they won't be able to escape bankruptcy. I think so. But then look at the next one, the ape flying sun slashed and almost didn't have a mouthful of old blood spurt out. Are you dreaming that you want us to cede 150 square kilometers of land to you? Ha! Mito Minion really jumped up this time. That was originally our occupied area, and if you have the ability, you will take it back. The envoy of Union Village said unhurriedly. I step on a horse. Mito Monitis almost suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. Ape Flying Sun Chopper also spoke. This is impossible. If you really want us to cede the land, then our 2 countries can only continue to fight. Even if there is only one last soldier left, we Konoha will not give in. Boy, this determination is given. The people of Union Village were also a little undecided, and they couldn't help but look at Jin Shanyu, who was sitting on the side. It doesn't matter, if you want to fight, you can fight well. Pointing his finger at the tabletop, Jin Sparkle said in a very calm tone. It didn't feel like he was talking about a war that could kill people. It's like saying where to eat tonight. But it was this attitude that made Ape Fei Rico feel a lot of pressure, and it was a little difficult to ride a tiger. There is nothing wrong with that. What he just said was actually a pretense, trying to scare the people of Union Village with a fearless posture. But who would have thought that Jin Shuangshan would not eat this set at all? Especially next. After speaking, Jin Shanshan stood up. It seemed that he was going to leave, which made the ape flying sun sit on the wax, embarrassed. But it's just embarrassing. He also has to keep Jin Shanshan and the others. Otherwise, if the fight continues, the Fire Nation will lose more than just those lands. Golden Messenger, please wait a minute. Ape Flying Sun Chopper quickly stood up. What's wrong? Aren't we done talking? Or are you Konoha ready to tear your face right now and leave all of us behind? How come? Ape Fei sweated behind his back, and quickly said, "Don't misunderstand, you messengers, there is absolutely no such meaning below. Stop you, just want to talk again. What else is there to talk about, don't you all refuse? That's it, you won't lose money, you can't cut the land, so what else, directly truce and let us withdraw from the Fire Nation? I think you're kidding. Humph, there is no sincerity at all, you Konoha is also this kind of urine. What to say, this is all. But the situation is not as good as people. No matter how difficult it sounds, the ape Flying Sun Chop must also listen, and he can't return his mouth. Even Mito Minion and Shun Kohara wanted to reply 2 words, but they were suppressed by him. Let's be honest. The situation in Konoha is not very good, this is true, but not to the point of exhaustion. There are masters, and there is no shortage of ninjas below, and their comprehensive strength is not much weaker than Union Village. The reason why we have repeatedly lost battles has brought us to this point. Or because the ape Flying Sun has no way to lead, he himself is afraid to fight first. The same is true of the current negotiations. Ape Flying Sun Chopper has lost his former ninja appearance, and has become a ninja bear who is afraid of this and that, and has more scruples than anyone, if the bear of the dog bear is not still wearing Hokage clothes. Anyone who saw him could only say a bad old man, and he couldn't see the slightest bit of his proper aura. In the next negotiation, the 2 sides are fighting for reason, and the limit pulls. But in the strong attack of Union Village, that is, under the uncompromise, it was pulled to the end, and for the sake of the overall situation, Konoha's side still chose to give in. The final result of the negotiations was, Konoha's side unconditionally releases all the ninjas of Kumohide Village. The Konoha ninja who was captured by Union Village needed Konoha to spend 800 million taels in cash to redeem it. Other than that, in order to compensate Union Village for the loss of armaments and ninjas, Konoha also had to convince the daimyo of the Fire Nation to cede a piece of land near the eastern coastline, about 100 square kilometers, to the village of Kumohito. That's right. It is Union Village, not the Land of Thunder. Because in the eyes of the Golden Flash, those so-called famous shit are not. How can they sit back and enjoy their success? Don't say that the land is not given to them now. In the future, Jin Shanshan will pull out and shoot these daimyo. Anyway, it's a bunch of waste, nothing, living is a waste of air. It would be better to send them back to the west, just clean up bed bugs and contribute to the ninja world. A group of people with no skills, riding on the heads of capable people to impede, arrogant, this situation is really too much. You can't change it. Anyway, the Golden Flash can't stand it. It's like a swarm of ants doing something on the head of an elephant, what it looks like. Sure enough, the ninja world is not normal because it is broken from the root. The 6 Dao immortal brothers sealed their mother, and they were also known to save the world. How can this kind of world built by unfilial piety be normal? The negotiations are over. Jin Shinshan did not stay in Konoha for long, and after saying goodbye to Juzine in the evening, he returned to Union Village with the mission. Sir, do you say that the daimyo of the Fire Nation will agree to our conditions? On the way back, someone asked. Don't worry, someone will help us convince him, Jin Shanshan said with a slight smile. The ape flies to the sun. The guy is already timid. Being able to force the Hyaga clan to have sex is the best proof of this. And in order to save Konoha and achieve peace in his heart, he will definitely try to convince the daimyo of the Fire Nation to facilitate this matter. And so it is, in fact. After the Golden Flash and the group left, Sarutobi also set off immediately, rushing to the capital of the Land of Fire to meet the daimyo. 3 generations of Hokage, do you know what you're talking about? I heard that I wanted to cede my land to the Land of Thunder. Even the good-natured daimyo of the Land of Fire couldn't help but be a little angry, and the little fan was about to catch fire. Your Excellency, of course I know what this is doing, in order to protect the entire Fire Nation from the invasion of war, Ape Flying Sun said without humility. Oh, that's how you protect? The daimyo of the Fire Nation did not want to eat this set. Sir, things have developed to this point, it is indeed our Konoha's responsibility, but the most important thing at the moment is to stop the war, rest and recuperate, and when we have accumulated enough strength, we can strike hard and drive out all the people of the Land of Thunder. Now is not the time to calculate the momentary gains and losses. If we continue to resist hard, the economy of the Fire Nation will be dragged down, and your losses will be even greater. Then you can only cut the land and pay compensation? Expediently, it had to be. Well, I can promise this, but you have to give me a promise in 5 years. No, within 3 years, drive out all the bosses of the Land of Thunder. I don't want to see them on my own territory, do you understand? Yes, I will do my best in the next step. It's not about trying my best, it's about doing it. After emphasizing it, the 0.5 of the Fire Nation University said again, in addition, from next year, Konoha's military budget will be halved, and the rest of you will find a way to do it yourself. Don't bargain with me, the loss of the Fire Nation is so big, and it is a land cut and a post-disaster reconstruction. I haven't settled accounts with you Konoha, don't be too intimidating. 3 generations of Hokage, B. Also, the 800 million taels of compensation is also taken by yourself. Don't want me to help you wipe your ass again, I can't take it out. After returning to Konoha, Sarutobi Riko summoned the patriarchs of the major families to a meeting to discuss the issue of reparations. There is nothing wrong with that. He was going to raise money and draw some blood on these families. After all, this is the whole Konoha's business, and he can't let him think of a way alone, so he will be sad. As soon as I heard it, it was money. The people of the major families are definitely unwilling. However, when they heard that the money could be exchanged for prisoners, some people who lost family members on the battlefield were moved. The key is that money is easy to earn, and it is difficult for clansmen to cultivate. Wouldn't it be good to have a chance to redeem it? The lesser of the two sides, of course, is what is advantageous. Ultimately, the meeting was successfully passed. The vast majority of families agreed to pay, even for families that were not captured. One is the general trend, which is mixed in it, and they are not easy to oppose. Again, who dares to guarantee that if there is another war in the future, the people of their family will not be captured by the enemy country? 10,000 times there is such a situation. They wanted to save people, but other families did not agree because they hated this behavior, so they tripped up, didn't they pit themselves? So, for the sake of the future, these families almost all agreed. Another few days passed. When Konoha finished raising funds, he sent 800 million taels of cash to the Union Village camp, and sent the land delivery document printed with the signature and seal of the daimyo of the Fire Nation. The two sides also signed an armistice agreement. Okay, today's golden sparkle is a great achievement. At the moment of getting the agreement, the three generations of Lei Ying were also happy and praised in public. Because the original goal set by their Union Village was to go to Konoha to rob the Hyuga clan, and they didn't think about the matter of cutting the land and paying compensation. The key was in their opinion. Neither Konoha nor the daimyo of the Fire Nation would definitely agree to such an unreasonable request, so they didn't think in that direction, knowing that you can't do it. What else is the effort? That's the mentality. But who would have thought? Under the operation of Golden Lightning, the Fire Country really retreated, agreed to this kind of thing, not only paid 800 million taels, but also ceded a large piece of land to Union Village. This horse is like a dream. The three generations of Lei Ying and others did not expect this result. To say that the Golden Flash is a great achievement, what is wrong? Father, Jin's merit this time is indeed not small. How do you plan to reward him? Shide AI also helped speak. If you are not rewarded for meritorious service, you can't convince the public? Otherwise, who will fight hard for the village in the future? Well, it really deserves a reward. After careful consideration, the three generations of Lei Ying said again in this way, the money and land are all obtained by gold, and a tenth of it is first carved out from here and belongs to his name. 1/10, that's 80 million taels of cash, plus 10 square kilometers of land. This reward is not too big. After all, this is for individuals. And that's not the end of it. The third generation of Lei Ying continued. In addition, from today onwards, Jin will be promoted to assist Lei Ying, and handle all diplomatic matters, and take office immediately. Kim, don't let us down. Obedient. This is a real step to the sky. Everyone didn't expect that the three generations of Lei Ying had such great courage, and directly promoted Jin Shining to a thunder shadow under one person and above 10,000 people. You know, he's only 16 years old this year. 16-year-old Lei Cage assistant, the entire ninja world has not appeared, this is the first one. Can't help it. Everyone cast envious, but approving, glances at Jin Sparkle. Because, even if Jin Shinshen is not old, the battle merits he has made and the things he has done have surpassed everyone here. If you can be an assistant, it is also a real thing, not a kind of goods. Thanks to the trust of three generations of adults, it will definitely live up to expectations. Jin Shanshan raised his hand and answered, but I didn't get too excited in my heart. Not to mention, the shadow is just a village chief in his opinion. Naruto assisted. Amazing is a deputy village chief. Just be such an official. Moreover, he is also nominally good, and the three generations of Thunder Shadow did not divide him much real power. In addition to diplomacy, other departments still can't intervene, whether to go or stay, but also depends on the meaning of Lei Ying. What else is worth exciting? Of course, step by step. So after three generations of Thunder Shadow left, when the others congratulated Jin Shin and called the Lord of Assistance, he did not put on any shelf, but smiled and mingled with everyone. There was a truce. The ninjas of Union Village were also very happy. After leaving some of the people to garrison the newly occupied land, the rest of the large army returned to the Land of Thunder. Jin Shanshan also followed back to Union Village. There are many mountains in the Land of Thunder. Union Village is even built in the mountains, a very high place. It is also a mountain terrain, but the environment on the Union Village side is better than that of Union Village, because the climate is not the same. Union Village has extreme temperatures and loose soil, mostly bare hilly terrain, like the high slopes of Loess, and many ponds do not grow plants. Compared with Or Union Village is slightly better here, although there are also many bald mountains, and it is often accompanied by thunderstorms, but the precipitation is good, it can feed plants, and it is already much stronger than the country of soil. Your Honor, this is your new residence. Being led to a luxurious house, Jin Shanshan also nodded in satisfaction. His biological father and mother were both very ordinary Zhongnan, and died during the mission, leaving him little assets. The house I used to live in was also an ordinary apartment. Naturally, he is not worthy of his current identity. Originally, Jin Shanshan was still thinking about buying one for himself, or building one, but he didn't expect that the 3 generations of Lei Ying would prepare this for him. Then what else does he have to say? Just check in with your bag, pack your stuff. Went out for another meal. After that, Jin Shanshan walked around the Cloud 050 hidden village and corresponded the environment here with the memories in his mind. That's right. He hadn't been back for the previous 4 years. I have been running around all the time, busy with this and that, and now it is the first time to return to Union Village after awakening my memory. Yagiya Road, Kuniya Road, oh baby. Well, as soon as he came back, Kiribi was holding a concert, which also attracted many villagers and ninjas to watch. Jin Shanshan also went over to take a look. But after being scolded a few times, he quickly left. Maid, it's a fool to listen to this kind of concert. Either foul language or forced rhyme, not friendly at all. Hey, old classmates don't say hello when they meet, you won't forget me, right? A girl with long blonde hair, a beautiful face, and a very good figure, who was about the same age as the Golden Flash, blocked his way. Oh, I thought who it was, it turned out to be a wooden man. Jin Sparkle smiled. Because he is the same age, he and the other party are indeed classmates, and they are still in the same class. It's just that the same fate is the same as the same person. After graduation, Yukito was chosen as a container and became a 2-tailed cat and a human pillar, practicing alone and not interacting with other divisions. And on the side of Jin Shinsheng, after performing some tasks, he survived by luck and was arranged to go to the front again. Haven't come back for 4 years. Plus he awakened the memory again and reset it again. This Yuji person, who had changed a lot at first sight, naturally did not think so quickly. Are you so surprised? You've changed a lot. How big? It's the size of a small watermelon. What the hell is this adjective? And the watermelon is the watermelon, why add a small print? Yukito said that he couldn't understand, but he didn't think much about it, snorted lightly, and said with a little imperial sister fan, by the way, what have you been doing in the past 4 years? There is no letter at all, I thought you died outside. How can you come back from war, perform various tasks, and keep fighting? After smiling, Jin Shanshan said again, I didn't expect Miss Yujito to still care about me so much, you won't like me, right? Who likes you? Don't be sentimental. Brushing the ground, Yujito was like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, almost didn't jump up, and his face was red when he spoke. That's too obvious. However, seeing Yukito so unamused, Jin Shanshan didn't stimulate her anymore, and changed the topic. Isn't it? It's rare for old classmates to meet, or go to drink something together. You treat. I please. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Yukito said with a face on his back, this arrogant posture is also like a cat. I don't know if she was influenced by the 2 Tails and Brigade, or if she herself is like this, it is worth exploring. After laughing again, Jin Shanshan took a step and went with Yujito to the drink shop not far away. Sit opposite each other. Something else was chatted. After a long time of contact, the sense of familiarity is restored, and Yujito seems to have opened a chatterbox, and the small mouth is talking endlessly, but it is not incomprehensible. People must be characters with few friends and a sense of loneliness. No one knows how long Yukito hasn't had a good chat with someone, and it's not strange that she can't stop the car for a while. Plus, maybe she still has a lost idea about the Golden Flash? It's not all right. Children in the ninja world are precocious, especially girls, who know how to like and adore at a few years. What's more, Jin Shanshan is not bad looking, and he is indeed quite popular when he is in school, and there are more little girls who like him. It's not unusual to have one more Yujito. Come back this time and do something? I haven't thought about it yet, let's rest for a few days first. Also, after leaving for so long, or going to the front, you must be very tired. It's a little, that's why I want to take a good rest. Then I'll treat you this time. Why, you can't let you, the hero who went to the front, bleed, sweat and spend money. Haha, a drink to yourself, look at what you said, it seems that I will go bankrupt after asking you to drink. Jin Shanshan said with a smile. Bankruptcy is not enough, but this is my intention, you just say accept it. Okay, let you please this time, next time you don't fight with me, otherwise come out and let the girl spend money, others should call me a miser. Okay, next time let you please. Yujito also smiled, still very sweet kind. Because, according to the meaning of Jin Shan's words, it means that he does not dislike contact with her, so there will be a next time. This made Yujito, who was a pillar of human power, feel the long-lost equal treatment, instead of the strange look and fear. Although, this is not a relationship between men and women, at most it is a relationship between friends. But that's it. It also makes Yujito very satisfied and happy, because this is what she lacks, and then it will be after the others say goodbye to each other. Wait for Yujito to leave happily. Jin Shanshan also returned to his new home and spent his first night after awakening in Union Village. Time flows like water. Soon months passed. During this time, Jin Sparkle really didn't run around anymore. I didn't practice so hard anymore. Work and rest combined. Just straining is not enough. It is easy to produce disgust and reduce the efficiency of practice. After all, regardless of how passionate you are about improving your strength, cultivation is a very boring thing after all, and it needs to be repeated and repeated until muscle memory is developed. Every ninjutsu and occult art needs this, and it's grinding. Therefore, Jin Shanshan did not treat himself as a machine and engaged in continuous rotation. A few hours a day is about the same. And to his strength, above the shadow level, just death training will not have much effect. You still have to use your brain. The rest of the time, the golden sparkle is to rest, to think, and of course hang out. Whether it was Murin who came to him, or Samui and Azabi, basically he didn't refuse much. Anyway, only when he had time, he accepted the invitation. Attend a birthday party today, participate in a small party tomorrow, sometimes it's a class reunion, and there are everything at the girls' party. Got the Gold is also excited to go, disappointed. No rut. The little girls are all good children, not at all what he thinks. Early 55. The third generation of Thunder Shadow abdicated to make way for Xian, passing the position of Thunder Shadow to the fourth generation of AI. The reason is that he is already old, and he wants to give more opportunities to young people and inject more vitality and spirit into Union Village. This behavior is really good. In addition, the fourth generation of AI is still the son of the third generation of Lei Ying, who inherited the other party's Thunder Ninja technique, has strong strength, and has made a lot of merit for Union Village. The village also accepted the incident, and basically no one objected. The inauguration ceremony went smoothly. After waiting for the fourth generation of AI to sit in the position of Thunder Shadow and hand over the work with him, take a break. Jin Shin took Junmuro to Konoha, promised Naruto to find him a friend. Jin Shanshan felt that Junmuro was quite suitable. At least let Naruto learn a little more ruthlessly, don't be as naive as in the original book, it makes people's brains hurt to watch. As a godfather, Jin Shanshan said that he also has the responsibility of educating Naruto well, and he must do his best to make Bofang Shuman die blind as for beggars. Can the silent Junmuro become friends with Naruto? How not? Even a guy as arrogant as Naijuko can enter Naruto's heart, making him think day and night, and can't wait to marry home. Why can't Junmaru? Anyway, Naruto, this kid will move himself, and he doesn't need others to worry about it, he can convince himself. Where did you get this child? Mist Hidden Village. Mist Hidden Village? Juzine was taken aback, and couldn't help but say, won't this happen? What can happen? His family has been wiped out by Wuyan Village, just a child, and no one knows his existence, what else can go wrong? Jin Shanshan smiled and said nonchalantly, well, then let him stay here and be friends with Naruto. Juzine nodded and said. She also didn't expect that Junmaru's life was so pitiful, and the whole clan was wiped out. Isn't this the same as the situation in Whirlpool Village? I can't help but feel sympathy. Well, you can get him an identification, and when he is old, you can let him go to school with Naruto. Good. Juzine did not refuse. Of course. With Junmaru's qualifications, going to Konoha's ninja school was a waste. But that's just a quick fix. When he is free, Jin Xuanshan will still open a small stove for Junmaru and let him grow up as soon as possible. There was also his blood-stained disease. Through the ultradimensional state, Jin Shining also saw some essence, and it was not difficult for him to treat it, just have time to solve it. It's not a matter at all. Naruto, you hang out with Junmaru and take him around Konoha. 270. After Naruto happily pulled Junmaru away, Jin Shanshan also put his arm around Jushine beside him. What are you doing, broad daylight? Juzine's body trembled, and his face turned a little red. It's just a hug. What do you think I'm going to do? Then you take your hands out. What hands? I don't have hands. For the golden flash that wants to be recovered, Juzine is also helpless. But how else can it be? Anyway, everything is done, not the first time, then break the jar and break, all the way to the black. I hope that Watergate Springs will know and be able to forgive yourself. Juzine, who was thinking so, when she was pulled into the house by Jin Shining, she did not go against her heart again. Happy times are always short. Turn the day. Jin Shin went to see Xia Ningji and threw him a few scrolls. Cultivate well, now you are too weak to control your own destiny, and you can't help me anything. I know. For his own father. It was also in order to change the fate of his separation and repay Jin Shansing. Ning Xiai clenched the scroll in his hand and revealed a very combative gaze. After leaving Konoha, Jin Shanshan realized that he was being followed. Quite normal. His cousin who suddenly appeared from time to time went to contact two people, and he was still an outsider. Ape Flying Sun Chopper, or Tuanzang, it is strange not to send someone to investigate him. Before. Tracking is tracking, and Jin Xuan didn't care much. But it rained today, and he was in a little bad mood, so he didn't plan to let this sneaky guy go back alive. Corpse bone vein, 10 fingers piercing. As soon as Jin Shanshan stretched out his hand, he shot out his head knuckles. Bang bang. It's like a bullet popping out of the chamber. These finger bones break through the sound barrier, reaching the designated position at a speed of nearly a kilometer per second, and penetrating several large trees in an instant, and beat the ninja in the back into a sieve. What dodging? It's simply too late. Because, Golden Flash also added the application method of electromagnetic cannon to this move, urging with the thunder electromagnetic field, and instantly accelerated the finger bones to a terrifying point. It's faster than a sniper rifle's bullet. How can ordinary ninjas dodge? It's not good to be exposed. Withdraw. Several ninjas appeared and rushed towards the woods. Offended the abbot, didn't you, and you still want to leave when I found out? With a flash, Jin Sparkle came behind a ninja. You're fooled, Dragon Fire Art. The ninja instantly turned around, revealing the hunter's eyes, and also unleashed a long-prepared ninjutsu at the Golden Flash. Pity. He didn't know what opponent he was facing. As soon as Jin Shining stretched out his hand, he absorbed all the flames in the sky. Blood follow. Raised for so long. He had already figured it out from that ninja named Nakayoshi. Not to mention, this blood retreat is really good. Absorbing ninjutsu is the same as playing, don't mention how convenient. The key is to fight back. With a wave of his backhand, Golden Flash released the absorbed Dragon Fire Art and slammed it on the ninja's face. Under the flames, the ninja also threw himself to the ground, screaming and rolling, but was soon burned silently. Next second, Jin Sparkle caught up with another person. The long knife is unsheathed and split it in two. Then, disappear again and continue to hunt. Scorching, wind, bones, natural energy. Although it is just some small soldiers, it is not worth paying attention to. But Jin Shanshan still spent a few minutes experimenting on them on these abilities that he had just obtained. It should be used as waste, and the effect was tested. After all, free test products are not easy to find, so you can't kill innocents. As for how Zhou Dun came from, of course, it was from Yekang. While transporting energy, it will not leave Yekang on the ground. To the end. The only remaining ninja was also roasted into a dry corpse by Golden Lightning, so he stopped and set a fire to burn the entire woods. Destruction of corpses. He also did this with ease, and he was so familiar that he couldn't do it anymore. I don't know how long has passed. The golden twinkle has been gone for a long time. At the edge of the woods, which had been completely burned and there were no traces of fighting at all, several ninjas from the roots of Konoha came. Go back and revenge on Lord Tuanzang. It seems that they are already fierce and less jealous. Yes, several ninjas returned the same way. After entering Konoha through the secret passage again, he went to report the situation to Danzo. Go without saying. After learning that all the people who were tracking had died, Tuanzang was also angry and corrupted and smashed a lot of things. It's not that he just counts the measure. Nor is it pitying for those subordinates. The point is that this matter has exceeded his expectations and is not under his control, which is what makes Tenzo unbearable. Check. Continue to check for me. You must dig out all the details of that kid for me, did you hear? Yes, subordinates will do it. After the subordinate ninja is gone, Tuanzang also sat back in the chair, and his one-eyed gaze showed coldness. 2 nine-tailed pillar forces. He is imperative, even the ape will not let the ape fly to the sun. How can he let the people outside get involved? Whoever dares to come and rob him, he will dare to kill the other party's whole family. It really is. Jin Shanshan didn't care about this. Because it's not important. Regardless of whether those ninjas were from the Ape Flying Sun Slashing faction or the Tenzo faction, in his eyes, they were just the behavior of the jumping beam clown. I don't have the ability, what's the use of engaging in more small actions? When he wanted to kill, it was not a dead end. Come out and mix. It is necessary to talk about strength. Without strength, everything else is bullshit, and it falls apart as soon as the wind blows. Return to Union Village. Jin Shanshan still followed the previous rhythm, combining work and rest, while improving his strength, while doing something else. For example, to find the Dragon Vein of Lulin Kingdom, as well as the Stone Vein of Greer, he has not forgotten. Time flies quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years. With the complete end of the 3 wars, the ninja world also entered a period of peace, and few wars occurred. And take advantage of this time period. Konoha is also a vigorous and restorative one. Ning Ci was already a 2nd-level student. Naruto's class, plus Junmuro, also enrolled. Union Village has developed more rapidly, because there is reparations from Konoha. In addition to the 80 million given to Jin Shining, there are 720 million taels, and these money alone can also allow Union Village to improve the problem and do a lot of things. Whether it is people's livelihood or military, it has made great progress, and it is much stronger than 3 years ago. There is also the land ceded by the Land of Fire. Although not that big, only 100 square kilometers, but it can also allow Union Village to reach out and build a new town on this fertile land and make more money. Let's talk about Kusanagi Village. The general direction is controlled by Jin Shan, and yet Kang manages it. In the past 3 years, it has also developed rapidly. Not only the overall planning of the economic center was completed, but also the first phase of the project was completed. It is centered on Kusanagi Village. A large new city was built. Although the facilities are not yet perfect, there are not many buildings, but in the initial stage, it is no problem to put it into use. Because of the special geographical location and the change of trade policy, it is not taxed in the early stage, which has really attracted many businessmen to open shops and do business. Plus Gambling Street, Hook Street, Entertainment Street, Underground Trading Market and so on. Popularity. Special industries still have to be charged, collectively referred to as management fees. Compared to taxes, it is just a different way of saying it, but it is acceptable. As well as the rent of shops that only rent but do not sell, eat and drink, lassa, clothing, food, housing and other basic services and supplies. If there is a flow, there is money to be earned. It also brought a lot of benefits to the Grass Ninja Village, and what later construction funds are enough, it can't be spent at all. Yuyin Village. Some are dimly lit in underground caves. A few characters who are difficult to mess with at first glance are in a meeting. Pain, Zionin, Ju, Scorpion, Kakuto, Loquat Juzo, as well as Orochimaru and the nameless rough man. Although the number of people is not very large, each of them is an S-class wanted criminal, a strong and ruthless character. Kakuto, what do you mean? Of course it was beaten. Jiaodu's eyes glowed green, and he said, the guys next door are really good at making money. I have already investigated, they have made at least 1 billion in the past 2 years. We lack money, they have, the strength is not strong. Isn't this the benefit God gave us? If you don't go over and grab it, it's too wasteful. Here's say. Pain also nodded. Because the Xiao organization really lacks funds to expand, and the implementation of the Tailed Beast collection plan behind, it requires a lot of funds. And the Kusanagi village next door is just a group of ordinary ninjas, and there are not many of them, and they are indeed very suitable for becoming their targets. The only thing that makes Pain hesitate now. Should they kill chickens and collect eggs, and grab a handful in the past, or should they capture the Kusanagi village and turn it into a money bag for their organization? Is there a difference between once saturated and then saturated? Wait a minute. Loquat Juzo spoke, and also attracted everyone's attention. Kusanagi village can't fight. Why? Give me a reason. The reason is that they have already issued a mission to our organization and want to hire us to protect the newly built Grass City. One sentence down. People who know the organization also have different expressions. Orochimaru's eyes were playful and licked his tongue. Pain was expressionless and non-committal. The Scorpion is not interested in this and wanders the world. And Jiaodu's emotions are the largest, and tens of meters away, people can feel the strong dissatisfaction transmitted from him. Loquat Juzo, do you want to die? The cold voice came, containing infinite killing intent. Obviously, not letting the horns make a lot of money, this has already touched his bottom line. Senior Jiaodu, although your strength is very strong, I am not a waste. Besides, don't you want to hear the price they offer? Loquat Juzo said with a smile. Today, he is not afraid of this threat from the Jiaodu. What price? Sure enough, Kakuto still couldn't hold on. Baonian, as long as we send 2 people over to stare, help them guard the city of Grass, and solve small troubles by the way, they will pay us 30 million a year, which is equivalent to the price of 30 S-class tasks. Loquat Juzo stretched out 3 fingers and said, oh, this price tag is really not low. Several people in Xiao's organization showed surprised expressions, especially Jiaodu. His eyes lit up when he heard the number of 30 million. It wasn't that they had low vision and had never seen so much money that they were shocked. The point is that it is really difficult to make money in the ninja world. The 5 major countries are very stingy, and it takes tens of millions to assassinate a shadow-level figure, and they can't exceed 100 million, let alone those small countries. General Commission for tasks. Basically, it is hundreds of thousands to millions, which is about the same, not that high at all. After all, there are so few important people in the ninja world. Tens of millions of assassination missions cannot be held often, they are all things that can be encountered but cannot be sought. And in contrast, Kusanagi village, this is a long-term task. No matter whether there is something to do or not, how much you pay, you can earn a fixed income of 30 million per year, which is equivalent to assassinating a very important figure. That's not okay, it's okay. Even Pain was a little moved, not to mention Kakuto, a guy who regarded money as his life. Cough, I think the Grass Ninja Village is still very sincere, although 30 million is not much, but the victory can be fine water and long stream. What do you think of the leader? Ignoring the fickle Kakuto, Pain said, Loquat Juzo, did Kusanagi Village say how long it would take to sign with us if it was only 1 year? This means that as long as we send someone over, we can get 30 million, that's what it means. Then they are still sincere, Chief, I'll go. The horns all raised their hands to vote, and they were also actively unable to do so. But he was interrupted twice to speak, and the first time was fine. There was a good reason for the Loquat Juzo, and what was Kakuto? It's just a shame on the face of the organization. Needless to say, Pain's face was also ugly, and he directly rewarded Jiaoda with a Shenluo Tianzhang and beat him to the wall. The matter of signing the agreement will be handled by Zionin, you and Loquat Juzo, disperse. Order. Pain went straight away. The rest smiled and scattered as well. Only one injured Kakuto remained, lying on the edge of the wall, and no one cared. Turn the day. Xiao Nan and Loquat Juzo came to the city of grass. As far as the eye can see, it is surrounded by tall walls and a complex of buildings one after another, which is indeed spectacular and magnificent. It's a rich family at a glance. With such emotion, Xiao Nan and the two also walked into the city through the city gate. It is an open-air square. There are a lot of people waiting in line to check in. However, Xiao Nan and the two did not need it, because Ye Kang, who had been notified a long time ago, she had already arranged it, and directly asked the ninja to bring Xiao Nan and the two over. When we first met, I was the leader of Kusanagi Village, Ye Kang. Ye Kang stretched out his hand. The White Tiger of Dawn. Xiao Nan also stretched out his hand and shook Ye Kang. Ye Kang smiled slightly and said, the two of you can come over. It seems that the Xiao organization has accepted our commission. Yes. Is there any disagreement with the price? Nope. What about time? None either. I don't want people to think that the organization is too good to talk. Xiao Nan, who was not very interested in these things, thought about it and said, but in terms of personnel arrangement, we know that the organization must have enough freedom, and your Grass Ninja Village has no right to interfere. Of course, as long as you do your job well, who to send over, how often to rotate, we don't care, and we are not interested in meddling. Ye Kang said with a smile. That's best. Signed. Good. Both women are fast-talking, the kind that doesn't want to be verbose. Soon they signed 2 agreements, one for each person. As for saying, in the ninja world, how useful this kind of contract is. It really doesn't work, especially for powerful organizations, but it is also necessary to take a formality. Not to mention, the Xiao organization is still a mercenary force, relying on taking on tasks to develop their own organization, and credibility is also the label on which they live. If you sign a contract and don't perform it, after that, no one will hire them. This is also extremely fatal for the organization, so in general, they will also try to complete the task and not disappoint the employer. Let's go, I'll take you around the city, and let you have a basic understanding of this place, lest the people you send have 2 eyes, smear, and they don't know anything. After signing the agreement, Ye Kang invited again. Since it is something related to work, then Xiao Nan has no reason to refuse, so he can only agree to come down and follow Ye Kang together. In fact, this is all a routine. Isn't Zionin short of friends? Very lacking. Okay. After all, Xiao's organization is a group of perverted wanted criminals, and they are all men, and none of them can enter Zionin's world and talk to her. Even Nagato is the same. He only thinks that Xiao Nan is a sister, or the kind that neglects attention. Nagato's entire mind was on running the organization and fulfilling Yahako's dream. He didn't know that Xiao Nan was actually very simple, and he didn't have such a lofty goal to accomplish. She just wants Yahako and Nagato, the 2 closest people, to live safely and happily, and she is very satisfied with what to achieve world peace, so that people can understand each other, and it is a bag of rice. That was Yahako's dream. Then it was inherited by Nagato and misinterpreted. It doesn't have much to do with Zionin, and it's not what she wants. So to put it bluntly, Xiao Nan, who seems deep and cold. In fact, she is a very simple-minded girl. It was only in order to keep up with Nagato that she disguised herself and became what she is today. And such a person must lack friends who can understand her, and it is easy to fool. Anyway, fool Zionin. It's definitely easier than fooling around with soil. Just give a little bit of sincerity and let her feel it. To let Ye Kang go out and complete this task is to exchange sincerity for sincerity, enter Zionin's inner world, and become a friend she recognizes. It shouldn't be hard to do. Just try it. It's good to become, but it's not possible. And what can be said, there is nothing to lose. The other side. Golden Flash didn't pay attention to the little things because he had already arrived at the Star Ninja Village. For the time being, the Dragon Vein and Greer's Stone Vein have not been found. It happened that he remembered the stars in the Star Ninja Village, which seemed to be a good source of energy, so he came to take a look. Land of Bears. It is also a small country in the middle. It is surrounded all around, and it is difficult to survive. However, it is similar to Kusanagi village, because there is a secret weapon such as the star. Even if its own strength is not strong, the star ninja village is very ambitious. This can be seen just by looking at the system of their village. To know. Except for the 5 major countries, the other ninja villages are shadowless and will not be recognized. I won't talk about the previous Kusanagi village. Hanzo of Yuyan village is known as a demigod, but he didn't dare to say that he was a shadow, only that he was the leader of Yuyan village. There is also Taki Hidden village, except for the only village with tailed beasts in the 5 major countries, there is no shadow, and it is still called the leader by his subordinates. Not to mention the remaining small countries. None of them dared to go against the wind, violate the rules set by the 5 major powers, and stand on their own. Only Star Ninja Village. They are arrogant, thinking that they have the potential to dominate the world, so they will come up with a star shadow. Well, it's just potential, it hasn't developed into strength yet, it's going to stand up for itself first. This is not looking for death or something, but don't say it yet. It is not so easy for the 5 great powers to eradicate the Star Ninja Village. Because the place where their 2.7 village is located is too special, surrounded by poisonous gas all year round, it can be said to be a naturally formed defensive circle. If ordinary ninjas want to attack them, they may have lost their lives before they have crossed the gas mountain stream, probably because of this. Only then did the Star Ninja Village have the courage to stand on its own and not take the threat of the 5 powers seriously. But they are this turtle shell. In front of a master like Golden Sparkle, it is nothing. Spread your wings and pass with ease. After that, without stopping, Golden Flash flew all the way to the very center of the Star Ninja Village. Bang! The legs landed on the ground, and it also set off a great movement. This was deliberately done by Jin Shining, so he didn't bother to solve them one by one, so he simply let the people of Star Ninja Village find it themselves. Star Ninja Village is also really pitiful. Because their village is so small, there are only a few dozen houses in total, still made of wood, which is too rudimentary. It's worse than ordinary villages. I don't know what other capital dares to call itself a shadow, it's really laughing. Little ghost, what are you? After hearing the movement, a group of ninjas all ran out and surrounded the Golden Flash, and one of the bald ninjas opened his mouth and asked, "It's because of the Ghidorah gene." As a result, the growth rate of the Golden Flash is also very slow, and at the age of 19, he still looks very tender, not much different from 3 years ago. But that's fine. At least he reached the age of 16 before he began to enter the slow stage. Otherwise, if he doesn't grow up when he awakens his memory, or earlier, then it's really fatal. Hand over your stars, and I can spare you from death. Arrogant, mess with stuff. Sure enough, it was the idea to hit the star, and the 3rd generation of Lord ordered that we kill him. The 17 ninjas of the Star Ninja Village were excited, and they all said that they wanted to kill Jin Shining. The 3rd generation of Mahashikage is an old man with a shadow cloak and 2 beards. He raised his hand to calm everyone down, and looked at Jin Shanshan again and said, "Young man, you better go back, I won't give you things. You're asking for trouble." Jin Shanshan smiled slightly, and then with a one-handed move, he sucked a ninja next to him into his hand, and twisted the opponent's neck with another click. Too fast. The people of Star Ninja Village didn't react, and one died. This also made them shocked, and quickly took a few steps back. However, there was also the one who was more daring, and in anger, he directly attacked Jin Shining in the back. Peacock magic method, scatter. The man's hands were sealed, and purple chakra rose from his back, and then turned into spikes one after another, and the volley hit the Golden Flash. To tell the truth, this peacock magic method made by Star Ninja Village is still very good. With the help of the radiation effect of the stars, the chakra is activated to the extreme, and then further materialized, and then the operation is like an arm. Gather can be defended, scattered can attack, and can increase the power together. In addition, it can conjure up more specific beast images, as well as wings. But alas, the ninja in front of him has not yet cultivated at home, and what damage can the light of Firefly cause to the Golden Flash? The Golden Flash was only one hand, and the underworld on the palm of his hand absorbed all the chakra that hit him, and the whale swallowed it. What a peacock magic method! Even if it is a materialized chakra, it is also chakra, and it cannot escape the absorption of the underworld. Then, Jin Shanshan waved his backhand again, returning all the purple chakra he had absorbed. Bang! After a loud bang, the ninja was also torn apart by the explosion, and he couldn't die anymore. This, how dare you! 2 people were killed in a row. The people of Star Ninja Village were also shocked beyond belief, and they couldn't do it angrily. But because of the strong strength shown by Jin Shingshan, they hesitated and did not dare to make any more moves. For a while, the scene also froze again. "Young man, do you have to get by with our Star Ninja Village?" The 3 generations of Star Shadow spoke again, and their voices were much colder. "I said, handing over the stars can spare you from dying, but you guys don't seem to have listened. Sneering, Jin Shanshan said again, do you think that I am easy to deal with because I am young? If so, it can only mean that your group of people are frogs at the bottom of the well, too self-righteous, and they all die in vain. This. 3 generations of adults, don't fall for him. That is, what is there to be afraid of a little ghost? Let's all go together, we don't believe we can't kill him. Just when the 3 generations of Star Shadow hesitated, those ninjas under him moved and asked Star Shadow to give orders quickly. I don't know if I'm alive or dead. Jin Shanshan shook his head, also too lazy to talk nonsense with this group of people anymore. After all, with his perception ability, he is not unable to find the storage location of the stars, and he does not need these guys in front of him to lead the way. The only thing that was of no use was gone. Then what else cannot be killed? The figure flashed. Golden Flash came to the back of a ninja, and the long knife in his hand was instantly unsheathed, cutting the person in half without hindrance. Damn it, don't hesitate, kill him. Seeing that someone is dead again. The other ninjas were also anxious, and they didn't care about whether or not Star Shadow's order was given, so they united and launched a siege of Golden Flash. Peacock Magic Method, Beast. Peacock Magic Method, Beast. Peacock Magic Method, Beast. 4 or 5 star ninja used ninjutsu together, and a purple chakra rose from behind, and then transformed into the appearance of a beast, hitting the Golden Flash. But their speed is too slow. With just a moment, Golden Flash dodged all the attacks and came to a ninja again. Don't wait for the other party to react. His long knife had already been sent into the opponent's mouth, shattering the opponent's heart. Then he flashed again. Jin Xingli didn't use any powerful ninjutsu. With the speed of the simplest 910 and the long knife in his hand, he turned the people killed by the entire Star Ninja village on their backs, mourning all over the wilderness, and there was no enemy in combination. Ugh, don't, spare me. The people of Star Ninja village were killed and collapsed, and even the words begging for mercy were spoken, because the gap is really too big. No matter how they fight back, they are about to use their peacock magic method to produce flowers, but they can't keep up with the speed of Golden Flashing, and they can't ignore a single hair of him. And the long knife in Jin Shinshen's hand is like a weapon of death, and every swing can take away a fresh life. One trade-off. How to fight this battle. After all, the population of Star Ninja Village is really not large. Ninjas are even rarer, only 110, which is much worse than Kusanagi Village. At the beginning, even the Kusanagi Village could not stop the invasion of the Golden Flash, and the kill fart was frightened. How can this Star Ninja Village be 110 people? It is not enough for him to kill 2 back and forth. Stop. The 3 generations of Star Shadow can't stand it. The key is to let Jin Shining kill like this, and their Star Ninja Village will really be lost and become a thing of the past.